Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng MNNE boss.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Gabigting, IGN po Bao. Multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay Gold Lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from MPL-PH and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyuan of Onic Philippines. IGN Gem, role Explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post-4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatry out po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatry out po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MPL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin yung girlfriend ko kaya na-motivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok ko ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinata ko ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung Season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onic, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So ayun, nag-start ako sa MDL Season 1 as Onic Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Onic PH.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryouts, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakaka-banding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onic ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa APBR, okay naman po. Mababait naman po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling nung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po, nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon, lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasayo po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po sila ang tryout for MDL lang po, so parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSGPH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Onic PH this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madala kong this season sa Onic PH is yung adaptability kung mabilis ako maka-adapt and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto pong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglaban kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman.
Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season, Echo po. Since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon, season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto kong makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo, and sa mga supporters naman ng Minana Evos, abangan nyo kami and gagawin namin yung best namin this season.
Abangan nyo ko sa season 12 guys. Papakitaan ko kayo. Papatunayan ko na kaya ko may pagsabayan kahit nag-aaral ako.
Sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga paparating na laban at sana i-welcome nyo ako na member ng RSG-PH.
Hello, ako si Mumukid. Please support me this upcoming MPL season. Thank you.
Abangan niyo po ako sa darating na MPL na mapakita at mapatunayan ko ang sarili ko bilang rookie.
Hi, thank you for supporting Onyx PH. Subaybayan niyo po yung mga laro namin ngayong season. Marami po kaming nakahanda.
I'm Ayon Usi po. IGN ko Ayon. Mid laner ng Blacklist International.
I'm Kim De La Cruz. IGN ko po Kim Poy. Roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako nga po pala si Andrew Peora. IGN ko po Andorio, ang jungler po ng Smart Omega.
Ako nga pala si Ezekiel Cavilan. IGN ko Spidey. Ang role ko ay jungler. Ang team name ko ay Smart Omega.
Ako si Brian Miles Santos. IGN ko is Spider Miles. Ang role ko naman is Roamer.
Ako si John Marl Sebastian. IGN ko po Lord JM. Ang role ko po, Turtle Lane.
Si Haji, busy sa MPL. Then nag-looking for phosphors yung sila Coach Bon. Parang renefer po ako, then nag-try out. Tapos yun, nakuha na po.
Piniem po ako ni Coach Bon tsaka ni Haji na mag-tryout sa kanila. After nun, pinag-tryout ako sa bootcamp. After 1 week, kinuha na po nila ako.
Nung una po, kinakontak po nila ako sa dati ko pong team sa amateur. Tapos nung nag-end na po yung contract ko sa dati kong amateur team, nag-tryout po ako ng jungler sa Smart Omega.
So, nag-audition po ako sa TikTok. And then, nanalo po ako sa The Greatest Gamer Philippines. Tapos, kinontak po ako ng Smart Omega na makakapag-lab po ng pro scene sa MPL.
Galing kaming MDL, tapos nag-champion kami ni Lord JM sa Just ML tournament.
Kinabukasan, ginising kami ni Boss din na kukunin kami ng Minana.
Siguro yung experience ko po sa Blacklist International, masaya naman po. Pero at the same time, nakakalungkot kasi malalayo kami sa family namin.
Sobrang na-amaze po ako kasi sobrang disiplina po nung pangangalakad nung nila Coach Bon, nila Coach Dex.
Nung una po, na kinakabahan po ako kasi makakasama ko veteran eh. Tapos nung natuloy-tuloy na po yung practice, kumbaga nasasabay ako na.
Para sa amin, wala namang bago kasi same cycle lang yung nangyayari katulad sa team namin before.
Yung para sa akin naman, onting adjustment lang na ganito pala yung cycle ng pro player at solid din yung bonding kasi mas dumami kami.
Masaya naman po. Marami akong natutunang bago.
Siguro yung nafe-feel ko lang po ngayon, sobrang excited ako maglaro. Gusto ko ipakita kung yung laro ko talaga.
Wala naman po masyadong iba sa amateur team. Kumbaga nasa amateur lang po yung paghihirap, pero dito na po ako sa pro para magpakitang gilas pa.
Sobrang saya ko po kasi di ko po in-expect na ako dito sa MPL.
Siguro yung gameplay ko na makakatulong sa Blacklist is yung pagiging aggressive ko po sa laro. Feeling ko yun yung isa sa malalaking factor para manalo, ganun.
Yung pinakamayambag ko, siguro yung pagiging flexible ko. Sobrang dami kong pinractice na hero ngayong season eh. Lahat kaya kong gamitin na hero ngayon.
Lahat ng natutunan ko po nun sa amateur scene, maidadala ko po sa Smart Omega dahil nabatak na po ako nung time na yun. Saka po yung mga ginagawa po ng mga MPL veterans sa jungler po, kaya ko din po gawin.
Yung madadala ko sa team ko ay consistent, saka team player ako. confidence ako sa laro ko, saka mag-i-improve pa ako lalo.
Playstyle ko kasi is utility and sa tingin ko makakatulong yun para ma-reach namin yung top spot.
And ang playstyle ko naman is aggressive. Feel ko makakatulong yun kasi baka may chance kami palagi na maka-early.
Siguro yung team na excited ako or gusto kong kalaban is Echo. Since sila yung defending champion. Gusto kong makatapat si Sanji po since same kami ng role.
Echo. Tapos yung player si Yawi. Kasi world champion, so parang gusto ko siya makatapat ngayon.
Tatlong player po yung gusto kong makatapat eh. Si Kyle TC, si Irad, pati si King Kong. Kasi nung amateur ako, sila rin yung pahirap sa akin nun. Papatunayan ko rin na kaya ko sila sabayan kahit nauna sila.
Yung pinaka gusto kong makalaban na team ay Blacklist kasi sila yung pinakamadaming champion sa MPL.
Ito naming makalaban para sa amin APBR eh. Kasi tinalo kami nila last tournament. Tsaka gusto ko ding makalaban si Few kasi idol ko yan eh.
Sa akin naman, Echo kasi MPL champion eh.
Para sa mga supporter po ng Blacklist, yung Blacklist agents po, thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin. Tsaka sana patuloy niyo pa po kaming supportan sa mga upcoming matches namin.
Sa lahat ngayon ng team sa MPL, ngayong season, good luck lang sa ating lahat at galingan lang natin, enjoyin lang natin lahat ng games natin.
Salamat sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega sa pagtitiwala. Abangan po nila yung bagong Omega.
Sa mga makakalaban namin this season, gagalingan namin lalo. Saka may babaon kaming secret weapon.
Para sa mga supporters namin, salamat sa pagsuporta and di namin kayo bibigoyin this season.
And sa mga makakalaban namin, maghanda na kayo.
The fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh,
to love,
plus unleash TikTok.
and only texts. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu.
Magaling siya sa
mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban. Siguro yung top 3 tango sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogen.
Yawe, Ogwen, ako.
Si Ogwen, si Yawi, top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawe, si Light, saka si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako. Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga galaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chakno yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chakno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabalik.
Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chakno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung hindi pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon.
Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny Day kasi unti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya.
Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinaka gusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila. Mas exposure lang noong ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play cup. Yun lang kasi ako malakas eh.
Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL.
Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light at si Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko. Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko na laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya, tas hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room.
Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban ko.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Kabigting, IGN po Bao. Multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay gold lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from MPL-PH and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyon of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role XP Lane.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post-4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatryout po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatryout po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MPL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin ng girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok po ako ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSG-PH, Nung nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinat ako ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So yun, nag-start ako sa MDL season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Onyx PH.
Yung nag-post yung ng brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE, boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE, boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakakabanding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kami tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa ONIC ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa APBR, okay naman po. Mababait naman po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling yung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon. Lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasaya po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po. So, parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSG-PH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa ONIC PH this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa ONIC PH is yung adaptability ko, mabilis ako maka-adapt, and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto pong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglaban kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman.
Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season, Echo po. Since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto kong makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo and sa mga supporters naman ng MNNE, boss, abangan nyo kami and gagawin namin yung best namin this season.
Abangan nyo ako sa Season 12, guys. Papakitaan ko kayo. Papatunayan ko na kaya ko may pagsabayan kahit nag-aaral ako.
Sana supportahan nyo kami sa mga paparating na laban at sana i-welcome nyo ako na member ng RSG-PH.
Hello, ako si Mumukid. Please support me this upcoming MPL season. Thank you.
Abangan nyo po ako sa darating na MPL na mapakita at mapatunayan ko ang sarili ko bilang rookie.
Hi, thank you for supporting ONIC PH. Subaybayan niyo po yung mga laro namin ngayong season. Marami po kaming nakahanda.
I'm Ayon Usi po. IGN ko Ayon. Mid laner ng Blacklist International.
I'm Kim De La Cruz. IGN ko po Kim Poy. Roamer ng Blacklist International.
Ako nga po pala si Andrew Piora. IGN ko po Andorio, ang jungler po ng Smart Omega.
Ako nga pala si Ezekiel Cavilan. IGN ko Spidey. Ang role ko ay jungler. Ang team name ko ay Smart Omega.
Ako si Brian Miles Santos. IGN ko is Spider Miles. Ang role ko naman is Roamer.
Ako si John Marl Sebastian. IGN ko po Lord JM. Ang role ko po, Turtle Lane.
Si Haji, busy sa MPL. Then nag-looking for phosphors yung sila Coach Bon. Parang renefer po ako, then nag-try out. Tapos yun, nakuha na po.
Piniem po ako ni Coach Bon tsaka ni Haji na mag-tryout sa kanila. After nun, pinag-tryout ako sa bootcamp. After 1 week, kinuha na po nila ako.
Nung una po, kinakontak po nila ako sa dati ko pong team sa amateur. Tapos nung nag-end up po yung contract ko sa dati kong amateur team, nag-tryout po ako ng jungler sa Smart Omega.
So, nag-audition po ako sa TikTok. And then, nanalo po ako sa The Greatest Gamer Philippines. Tapos, kinontak po ako ng Smart Omega na makapag-lab po ng pro scene sa MPL.
Galing kaming MDL, tapos nag-champion kami ni Lord JM sa Just ML tournament.
Kinabukasan, ginising kami ni Boss din na kukunin kami ng Minano.
Siguro yung experience ko po sa Blacklist International, masaya naman po. Pero at the same time, nakakalungkot kasi malalayo kami sa family namin.
Sobrang na-amaze po ako kasi sobrang disiplina po nung pamamalakad nung nila Coach Bon, nila Coach Dex.
Nung una po na kinakabahan po ako kasi baka kasama ko veteran eh. Tapos nung natuloy-tuloy na po yung practice, baka nasasabay ako na.
Para sa amin, wala namang bago kasi same cycle lang yung nangyayari katulad sa team namin before.
Yung para sa akin naman, onting adjustment lang na ganito pala yung cycle ng pro player at solid din yung bonding kasi mas dumami kami.
Masaya naman po. Marami akong natutunang bago.
Siguro yung nafe-feel ko lang po ngayon, sobrang excited ako maglaro. Gusto ko ipakita kung yung laro ko talaga.
Wala naman po masyadong iba sa amateur team. Kumbaga nasa amateur lang po yung paghihirap pero dito na po ako sa pro para magpakitang kilas pa.
Sobrang saya ko po kasi di ko po in-expect na ako dito sa MPL.
Siguro yung gameplay ko na makakatulong sa Blacklist is yung pagiging aggressive ko po sa laro. Feeling ko yun yung isa sa malalaking factor para manalo, ganun.
Yung pinakamayambag ko, siguro yung pagiging flexible ko. Sobrang dami kong pinractice na hero ngayong season eh. Lahat kaya kong gamitin na hero ngayon.
Lahat ng natutunan ko po nun sa amateur scene, maidadala ko po sa Smart Omega dahil nabatak na po ako nung time na yun. Saka po yung mga ginagawa po ng mga MPL veterans sa jungler po, kaya ko din po gawin.
Yung madadala ko sa team ko ay consistent, saka team player ako. Confidence ako sa laro ko, saka mag-i-improve pa ako lalo.
Playstyle ko kasi is utility and sa tingin ko makakatulong yan para ma-reach namin yung top spot.
And ang playstyle ko naman is aggressive. Feel ko makakatulong yun kasi baka may chance kami palagi na maka-early.
Siguro yung team na excited ako or gusto kong kalaban is Echo. Since sila yung defending champion, gusto kong makatapat si Sanji po since same kami ng role.
Echo. Tapos yung player si Yawi. Kasi world champion, so parang gusto ko siya makatapat ngayon.
3 player po yung gusto kong makatapat eh. Si Kyle TC, si Irad, pati si King Kong. Kasi nung amateur ako, sila rin yung pahirap sa akin nun. Papatunayan ko rin na kaya ko sila sabayan kahit nauna sila.
Yung pinakagusto kong makalaban na team ay Blacklist kasi yung pinakamadaming champion sa MPL.
Ito naming makalaban para sa amin APBR eh. Kasi tinalo kami nila last tournament. Tsaka gusto ko ding makalaban si Few kasi idol ko yan eh.
Sa akin naman, Echo kasi MPL champion eh.
Para sa mga supporter po ng Blacklist, yung Blacklist agents po, thank you po sa pagsuporta sa amin. Tsaka sana patuloy niyo pa po kaming supportan sa mga upcoming matches namin.
Sa lahat ngayon ng team sa MPL, ngayong season, good luck lang sa ating lahat at galingan lang natin, enjoyin lang natin lahat ng games natin.
Salamat sa mga patuloy na sumusuporta sa Smart Omega sa pagtitiwala. Abangan po nila yung bagong Omega.
Sa mga makakalaban namin this season, gagalingan namin lalo. Saka may babaon kaming secret weapon.
Para sa mga supporters namin, salamat sa pagsuporta and di namin kayo bibigoyin this season.
Yung sa mga makakalaban namin, maghanda na kayo.
The fastest speed. widest coverage. Experience it all.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Magandang araw, MPL Arena! I'm Mara Aquino and welcome to MPL Philippines Season 12. Matapos ang 2 araw na mas pinag-igting na kompetisyon at mas bigil na sagutan, we are now down to the final 3 matches of the week. This is the day of rivalries, and I know you guys are all excited to see how the games will unfold. Sigurado nakatutok na naman, hindi lang ang Pilipinas, kung hindi ang buong mundo para magtunghayan ang mas Pinas lakas. Pero bago yan, punta muna tayo sa ating mga insider before we go sa ating mga bakbakan. We're gonna go sa All Access para makichika sa mga latest happenings sa MLBB community. Hands, Reptar, pasok!
Thanks again, Mara Aquino. Back in action. Gaya ng kanyang sinabi kanina, we are part of All Access na kung saan pag-uusapan natin everything else that is happening. My name is Hans Calerias. Together with me is Renmar, aka Reptar Santa Cruz. And bago natin simulan ang lahat ng bagay, don't forget to greet your grandparents today because it's World's Grandparents Day. So again, maraming salamat sa lahat ng ating mga lolo at lola na nandyan. So bago magsimula yung laban, kung nanonood kayo ngayon, don't forget to greet your grandma and your grandpa. Magmano kayo sa kanila because it's something that we usually do. So, it's a wonderful day.
It is a wonderful day. Parang may bago ngayon sa Sundays natin dito sa MPL Philippines Onte, ah.
Actually,
something different
hindi bago sa Sundays eh. Bago sa buong linggo. Kasi for the longest time, in a long while, we haven't seen so much banter from our players. Isa na dito yung nakita natin na pinost yesterday. In fact, they're also gonna have a match later. Papangalanan po natin siyang si Kelra. Coming in from Smart Omega na ginawa niya yung post sa ganito.
Yung matagal na pinagbabawal na post.
Pwede na ba?
Pwede na ata eh.
Pwede na ba?
Yeah!
Okay, tignan natin.
We are back!
Sabi niya, yan ang maganda, mainit ang laban. O sabi, yan, ganyan, para exciting manood. O sabi yung iba, ayan dapat. Na-miss mo ba yung mga ganito na parang tagal nating di nakita?
Nakakamiss nga konti. Kasi after na sobrang tagal na wala tayong ganyan, and then ngayon nakabalik na, guess na rin na yung mga players na minsan pag nagaganyanan, parang masaya lang din. Di ba nakita natin kahapon pagkatapos yan, lumapit yung mga miyembro ng Minana. Di ba may mga mainit na salita din sila. Nice G lang.
Ako interesado talaga ako sa kung ano yung pwedeng mangyari dito. Pero sige, maghanap ka muna kaya nung pwede nating isama na mag-taunt kasi nararamdaman ko na konti.
Taunt battle ba? Gusto mo?
Maya-maya. Kasi naka-flash na rin yung ating mga Filipino imports na nagdo-dominate din all over sa iba't ibang larangan ng MPL. Nandyan si Saxa and Miko. Top 1 sila sa MPL-MY under the team of SMG. Of course, Coach Yeb and Kyrie na top 1 pa rin sa MPL Indonesia. And yung mga bago nating mga salta, pero kahit new guys sila doon, they seem to still be the dominant factors. We have Kusay and MP the King na top 1 para sa side ng See You Soon.
At hindi lang sa top 1, of course, we also have a lot of teams and players in other regions. Of course, nasa Cambodia din, nasa Team Max, nandun si Renjo. And then, of course, sa Malaysia, alam natin, kung hindi nyo nakikita, Pancake, dun sa Yudu Red Giants ng Malaysia, naging branding niya yung mga potato chips niya, tas yung mga trasok din ni Miko doon. So, masaya lahat ang mga Pilipino. Tas kagad, biglang lumapit dito si Kuya, parang narinig kami, naghanap kami eh.
Kuya, kasi nagtatanong sila kanina kung meron, kasi ikaw ba, na-miss mo yung pagtuton? Na-miss mo ba lahat yun?
Opo, na-miss ko po.
Sige, kung ikaw ang gagawa, okay guys, medyo risky to Kasi
Simulation.
Medyo risky to. Pero sige, kung ikaw ang gagawa ng sarili mong ton, pwede kang lumapit sa camera, pwede ka ring lumayo. Okay, gawin mo na.
Pili ko gawin mo na natin yung parang playing experience talaga. So,
sige.
Diyan ka, dito
Dito ako.
Sorry po.
Dito ako. Ayan.
Pasensya na po.
Dito ako. Diyan sa kabila.
Ganito tayo. Okay, winning moment. Matatalo na ako. Nanalo ka na.
Nanalo ka na.
Okay, iba naman. Ako naman.
Ikaw naman.
Okay. Ito yung bawi ko. Sige.
Sige.
Laro tayo. Oh, yeah. Oh, nanalo na ako. Ano magagawa nyo dun?
Parang
Nag-tot bigla yung kalaban nyo, nag-8-8. Wala kang magagawa. Wala nga nagawa yung ibang bansa nung nag-8-8 sila Manjin, sila OSX.
Wala
diba?
sila nagawa.
Wala. So, pagdating nyo dito sa M5, mag-8-8 tayo lahat.
Roll ko yun. Ako yung talo. Ako muna yung talo. Okay.
Ano ba? Okay.
Hindi ko na gagawin kasi talo na ako. Yun yung roll ko today. Okay.
Hindi, dapat makita din natin yung sa'yo eh.
Wala ako eh.
Gusto nyo makita yung kay Hans?
Sige. Pwede na.
Diba? Gusto na sila eh. Sige. Okay. So, laro. Talo na ako. Oh! Mabait lang.
Magagalit sa atin eh. Pero gets mo. Anong message mo sa lahat ng mga tao na sumusuporta sa mga ganong banters? Tsaka i-encourage mo yung mga players. Tsaka anong nararamdaman mo ngayon na parang yung init is back?
Mas masaya po yun. Kumbaga may bagong inaabangan po, tapos nag-hype din po.
Alright. Nagdag-hype. Yan ang gusto ng lahat ng ating mga manonood. And I'm sure nadadami pa yan. Kasi mind you, unang linggo pa lang ng season natin. So there's still more to arrive. But speaking of which, kailangan din natin pag-usapan. Boss, maraming salamat. Tingnan mo. Yun talaga yung role niya. Nagpakita lang talaga siya kung ano yung gusto niyang gawin. But again, going back to what I was mentioning from a while ago, let's talk about Bruno. Ayon sa kanta, nabanggit na we don't talk about Bruno. Pero ngayon sa sobrang daming beses na kasi na nabipick up si Bruno, we have to talk about this guy.
Grabe talaga. Si Benny Guti nag-umpisa, pinakita niya yung Bruno doon sa unang araw natin. Tapos siya mismo nagsabi, ay, nag-RG kasi ako. Tapos ang lakas ng Bruno. Kala natin, it's a Benny Cutie thing or baka siguro, minsan lang natin makita. Sipin mo.
Lo and behold.
Ang daming nag-Bruno na. Ilang beses na? 4, 6, 8. Mahina ako mag-8. 8 times na ata napili Bruno. Tama ba?
Oo. At doon ako nagulat. Kasi in the usual setting, umabot sa point na pina-first pick na rin yung Bruno ngayon.
Yes.
Sobrang taas ng priority sa Bruno for this season. And not to mention, ang daming mga casual gamers like us na magbe-pick ng Bruno just because we like it. Pero ngayon, nakikita natin sa pro play, napipick up na talaga siya ng sobra. I feel like we also have another hero na kailangan nating pag-usapan. And I'm sure na meron talagang matutuwa dito. If we're talking about Bruno the first time around, let's talk this time about security guard. Shoutout kay Orada kung nasan ka man ngayon. Maraming salamat sa paglagay ng pangalan sa hero na to. Pero ilang beses pa na pick up ang hero na to? 2 beses yata eh. No?
2 beses. Una si Aqua, panalo. Then si Haji, nakita natin, sobrang malupit na guard performance niya. Nanalo rin. So, 100% win rate.
Ulitin na.
Tapos binaban din, pre.
Binaban din. Okay? So, contention rate, 50%. Kalahati sa mga nangyayaring matches, we had a total of 6 matches noong mga nakaraang araw. So, 3 out of those 6 matches, it's either pinipick up or binaban ang Gord. And 2 of those matches, 100% win rate.
Yeah. So, kung pumili kayo ng Gord, tas sinabi ng mga kasama nyo, kalaban nyo, huy, bakit nyo to pinipik sa RG? Pakita nyo lang to. Pakita nyo lang ano nangyari dito sa MPL-PH at saka nangyari sa ano. Ito yung masayo. Ito yung masayo.
Okay. So, why? What's going on?
Bakit English?
Bakit? Bakit English? Okay. Kasi alam ko ikaw ang pinaka natutuwa sa lahat kasi na-pick up na ang Gord. Ito ang pangarap mong mangyari sa MPL-PH. Kumbaga, isa to sa bucket list mo eh. Ano sa tingin mo yung performance ng Gord ngayon for the recent season? Gusto ko Tagalog
Sige. Ito sinabi ko. Uy! Masaya ako. Yun lang. 100% win rate. Galing mo ako, galing mo Haji. Good luck. Good luck sa lahat ng Gord players out there because masaya ako that he's finally picked up. Again, #1 global ko. Dante.
Wait lang. I-explain mo muna sa kanila bakit gustong-gusto mo yung Gord. Ano ba yung meron ka as like a Gord player?
Ano?
Like, what achievements do you have as a Gord player? Why do you like Gord so much?
I love Gord so much. I'm going to do this in English because he's all I played before I was even a caster and I was just a streamer. #1 global before, and he's still my favorite hero in the entire world because the story behind that, I used to be a teacher before I was here sitting on this desk. Gord, lore-wise, Professor siya. So, yun lang.
Professor talaga si Gord.
Professor
teacher
Naisu.
ka din.
Professor Gord. It all interconnects.
Thank you, Professor Naisu.
Saka maraming salamat din, Chantel.
Professor
Naririnig kita yan.
Lakas ng
Naririnig
tawa
ka
ni
namin
Chantel
lahat.
dun eh.
Okay. Tapos may cameo pa si OSX kung hindi nyo pa nakita. They're gonna be part of the English desk and the Filipino desk in just a bit. But before anything else, let's take a look at the matches for today para makita natin kung ano nga ba ang mga maglalaban na teams for today.
Alright, RSG versus APBR ang unang laban ng araw ngayon. TNC versus MNNE Evos for the second one. And of course, Smart Omega versus Blacklist International for our third series. Excited ba kayong lahat?
You love
Excited,
to
excited,
see it.
excited.
Excited ang lahat ng ating mga manonood. Aabangan ko kung gagawin ba ulit ni Kelra yung ginawa niya yesterday going up. Kasi nabalita to di ba? Ang sabi nila coach na kahit anong mangyari, kahit anong switch, dapat si Oheb ang ilaban mo kay Kelra. At doon ako pinaka-na-excite lahat. Let's get it going. Let's bring in the action. Casters, time to shine.
Maraming
Again, OSX Midnight, welcome to the club.
I am honored. Wow. I am honored. I am deeply honored, Professor Naisu.
You're welcome.
Best weekend ever.
Yep. We're all We Bear Bros now.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Well, I surprised you, right? Well,
yeah.
By the way, I'm sure that'll make it. Again, props to Ray Ash out there. Very avid fan, and love your edits with that. Now, going to the point here, we do want to just mention, of course, that before we all get started, we have to thank our official sponsor. Thank you so much to Smart. They're still the best mobile network in the Philippines, having the fastest network available based on the nationwide coverage and also the speed test awarded by Ookla from Q1 to Q2 of 2023. We love you guys so much. Thank you for that.
You can enjoy the power of Smart when you switch to Smart without changing your mobile number via mobile number or MNP. Visit smrt.ph/switch to Smart to know more.
Okay. Now, by the way, also, we do have to mention what Mara also said. Happy World Grandparents Day. Thank you. And by the way, I love my Lola and Lolo out there because they actually watch MPL even though they have nothing. They have no inclination of what's going on, but they have watched us here on stage and around the world. So thank you guys so much and enjoy your happy day. Now, what's at stake here? Carl Teasy, challenger versus Carl Teasy's follower. What exactly does that mean here, OSX?
The GOAT himself in MPL Philippines. Looking at how he made his own debut back in the seasons where you witnessed it, and we're looking at more of the players actually would like to stand up against Carl Teasy. This was just an example on how strong he is and how he's been goated last season and in M4 Jakarta. So at this point, a lot of players got inspired to be in and also be with his shoes. Yeah, and that is what Irad and Kyle Teasy is kind of going through. Like Kyle Teasy, especially with AP Bren, Kyle Teasy's last team before he left for Echo,
Kaltisi himself proclaimed that he is an avid follower of the young GOAT, while Irad has been consistently challenging Kaltisi all throughout Season 11, even making a bold statement, a bold claim in the playoffs of saying that he's a better Lancelot player.
Yeah, that was
spicy.
That was spicy. I still remember that, right? And the thing is like I feel like when you're talking about the GOAT himself, Carl Tizzi, you have to just acknowledge the fact that he probably had this global effect on so many people out there, so many players, so many non-even professional players that are like, man, I just love what this guy's doing. I want to be like him. And, you know, so even for a reason, a lot of people picked up the Lancelot just for that reason alone. And so, you know, as you go through this and you hear some of these newer names maybe to the league from the past couple seasons and everything, of course, you know, they got to come in with a little fire, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if they don't, then really is it, you know, competitive sports here, esports here.
Yeah, and to think that the individual stats on our screens right now has a great comparison between Irad and Kyle Tizzi. On AP Bren, that is a gold medalist, also the overall champion of World Esports Championship, and for this Irad as well is also stepping up with his KD. How do you feel this, Midnight? Is there any change from Irad from yesterday to today's match?
I'd say Irad for Season 12 has been more disciplined, as he said in the season trailer. And we've seen that because RSG has been rocking some Fredrins, you know, the classic utility junglers for Irad, while Kyle Tizzi has not shied away from the, you know, the typical AP Brent playstyle that we've been used to seeing, although he was also one of the few players who were sticking to the assassin role back in Season 10. But we've seen so much growth coming up from Kyle Tizzi to the point where he's now able to amass so much accolades, so much achievements for AP Bren, which does give us some kind of you know, unfair advantage to AP Bren because they are the more experienced team, but Irad has been rocking like a lot of the fans here when we saw the ridiculous outplay last season.
Yeah, I think, you know, again,
to pick the fan as well.
Yeah, again, a lot of people are just, with Irad's performance, he's seen improvements, right? But then even when he started playing and he kind of fit that role, again, with, you know, Demon Kite leaving, there had to be some shoes filled in a way, right? And that was, again, when we built this up, it was these teams that really kind of started, again, this Philippine era and really carrying, right, the pride of the country in one. Now for RSG, they have to kind of settle in, I feel like, because there's been some apparent struggles here. And I know we're comparing the junglers, right, between RSG and AP Bren, and there's, even on the stats, it's very one-sided right now because we don't have that. That's just Season 12, right? We don't have a ton of info just yet. That's only 2 days.
Yeah.
So of course you still have to just kind of give up the. I mean, statistically wise, you still know that Irad's actually going to put up a really good fight against someone like Kyle Tizzi, right? Even though I would say I love the fact that Kyle Tizzi did pick up a more so unconventional pick in the jungle that shows how dynamic and how much growth he has alone because he brought Grok in the jungle, right? There's not many teams out there that are willing to confidently do that, right? So still, I think this leaves up to the question, again, we've seen so much of AP Bren, us as well, right? What we've seen from them, they can just stick to a basic game plan if they want to, but already, and I wasn't sharing the desk with you on that match when they played, but I was like, I wonder if they're going to pull something new out here. And they did, right? Something like that. So we'll see if they continue to go that route.
Yeah, if we remember back in Season 11, we see RSG Philippines struggle that time to get that 1 point. With respects to Demon Kite and H2O, Irad, with having a 1 on his name, actually got the first point to make RSG climb into the playoffs.
Yeah.
You remember that correctly?
Yeah, that number 1 on Irad.
Yeah.
But now, it's no longer there. It's just IRRAD, but I would really emphasize on that I because I think it's more of Irad's story now. It's no longer about Demon Kite. It's no longer about H2. This is my RSG. This is Irad. This is me.
I think that's again that's a bold statement, right? Because even with Irad, we're talking a lot about the junglers, like I said, but you still have to also keep an eye on obviously the other players here, specifically Light. You know, how can he pair up against, you know, this monster of a performance that we've seen again, you know, from Ogwin alone, and then building up on it, you know, what you have this expectation for example, Nats, how he has kind of developed for this team. And so, you know, if you look on paper at RSG Philippines specifically, like they are, you would consider them kind of stacked for a team, right? They are very well put together, but so far from what we've seen, at least, in the past 2 days, and maybe this changes here, is they struggled a little bit. And again, a team that was relatively known for their synergy, to help them win a lot of those games and those titles that they've had before. There's something missing right now, and I'm hoping that now that we're in day 3, they've somehow, been able to basically refine that and get to where they needed to be. Because again, what's in front of them is a very strong team. Again, yes, on paper, but also just in theory and in execution, right? So far from what we've seen.
I think by synergy, it's just there. It's a matter of just having a reset. Yeah, yesterday was not a good game for RSG Philippines, but if we saw day number 1, we finally saw Nats being activated again. Yeah. And if you compare, you've mentioned about Owen, how the similarity of the tanks and rolls, well, it's actually the same, but we saw how Owen landing his hooks up against TNC gave them so much win in pickoffs. But how will this team actually bounce back? You've mentioned about the great team of RSG. It's there, but maybe all they need to do is had a good breakfast. So maybe that could be a thing today.
Well, back in action over here at the MPL-PH Player Lounge. Kasama ko ngayon ang RSG Philippines as they prepare for the next matchup kontra sa side ng APBR. And from what we've seen a while ago, especially doon sa naging listahan ni Dilar, isa ang naging players doon, or isa sa mga naging players doon, ang XP laner, one of the best XP laners in the Philippines, si Nats. Alright, so Nats, come over here by my side kasi ikaw talaga ang na-pinpoint ni General Dilar in terms of like your gameplay. O tama, ano yun? Anong sabi ni Aqua? Ang pogi mo daw. Okay, ang pogi mo daw. So, nice cut by the way. Bagay na bagay sa'yo. And in addition, ano sa tingin mo? Why do you think, Dilar respects you so much and your game? Okay. Okay, rinig ba siya? Okay, palit muna tayong slide.
Siguro kaya nirespect ako ni Dilar ng sobra is season 9 kasi which is naglaban-laban kami lagi. Nakakalaban ko siya, natatalo ko siya that time. So, ayun yung mga reason ba't nirespeto niya ako.
Alright, I see it. Pero sure talaga na nire-respect ka rin ni Irad.
Matik naman yan.
Matik, tama. Matik naman talaga yun. And I love the notion, you can take this back. Yun yung isa sa mga pinaka-nakatuwa kasi naglaban na nga kayo before, and I feel like this is also something na feel ko nga na-dive niya rin deep before that matchup even started. So, with that being said, naglaban na kayo before, pero yung kalaban mo rin, which is also part of the list, was si Flap TZ na nandun sa may bandang kabila. Okay? So, kung meron kang message ngayon para kay Flap TZ, what is your message for your fellow XP laner sa paparating na series na to? Sige, I feel like that works already.
Hello.
There you go.
Galingan lang natin, Flap. Good luck, have fun, and yun lang.
Alright, there we have it. Nats, sobrang chillax lang. Kasi nung nakita kita nung nakaraan, nung pinakauna, ano ba nangyari doon? Para medyo mainit ka lang sa light,
Naip lang po, naip.
Naip lang. And that is all that matters. Kasi nakuha naman yung pagkabanalo. And we do hope that you get to bounce back this time around. So maraming salamat, Nats. You may now go back to your seat kung sakali na if you want to. Kasi dito naman ako sa may bandaliguran. Okay, dito ako sa bandaliguran, Coach. Coach, sorry. Coach. Coach, sorry ha. Istorbo lang ito konti. Feel ko nag-ano kayo dyan, nag-formulate kayo dyan. And in addition, sobrang ganda ng respeto ni Dilar kay Nats. And of course, for everybody else out there for RSG Philippines. You being the solitary coach na parte ng Hall of Legends, do you have any other coaches in mind na pakiramdam mo dapat ma-include na din dun sa listahan na yun?
Hindi ko kaya mag-pick ng isa lang kasi there are so many great coaches right now. For example, si Coach Ducky, si Coach Bonchan, tapos si Coach Tic-Tac. Lots of coaches deserve the Hall of Legends. It's just a title lang that I was lucky to receive. So siguro, kahit sino who performs well this season, anyone deserves.
Alright, so before anything else happens, mamaya-maya, pag dumating na tayo sa mga later portions ng ating season, meron nang na-mention si Coach Panda na 3 pangalan. So, you might consider taking it as your vote. In addition, speaking of consideration, nabanggit din ni Dilar in like the recent podcast. By the way, if you haven't listened to it, go over to Spotify to check it out before the match. Nabanggit niya that he expressed intent na maglaro para sa RSG Philippines. What are the chances if he goes back to the Philippines? What are the chances that you could actually pick him up and let him play here?
Basta any player that's really giggle mang manalo tapos disciplined and who wants to be coached, then it's a player that I'll be interested. Just like Nats, when I found him sa season 8 from galing sa amateur pa lang, he had a really high mechanics tapos I trained him to be like this. If Dilar wants to come back and he wants to try out and then I feel like he's fit for the team, then sure, why not? We can see him next season, why not?
Yo, Dilar, next season, I think the coach approves and I think the team approves as well. We'll know that. Pero ngayon, maglalaban muna ang RSG Philippines versus AP Bren. It's gonna start in a few minutes. So casters, your turn.
The giggle to win. I resonated with that, Coach Panda. I love it. Again, I feel like every time we hear giggle, by the way, to our international viewers, you kind of have to explain it. Maybe you can show them what giggle looks like.
I mean, I would change the sound, but yeah, you get a point.
That's a giggle, man.
Okay, I'll do the sound effects. I'll do the sound effects.
All right.
There you go.
That works.
There you go.
So pair that with wanting to win. You know, that works, right? So again, that's what they're going to, honestly, that's what they have to do. Against an opponent like this, AP Bren, RSG Philippines really needs to kind of recollect themselves. Hopefully they had enough time to do that. They had quite a bit of a defeat that they had to go through. And again, you kind of just assume that they're going to be able to adjust from that.
And the thing about RSG is that they're really open with a lot of the difficulties and problems that they're facing with, because Coach Panda or Brian Lim has been very vocal about the obstacles that the team has to go through. Like Irad has been publicly stated to have mental lapses, I would say. So it's kind of a hard position to be in, because you really have to compose yourself and make sure that RSG is able to come back much stronger.
Well, they have a lot on their plate, I feel like. And it is only week 1, but again, the regular season is shorter than we had last season, right? 2 weeks shorter, as it's only 6 weeks here. So this time, again, both these teams are prepped and ready to go. They're going to be walking out shortly here. And, really, we can only kind of contemplate so much exactly what RSG Philippines has done to prepare for this. But they seem rather confident, Coach Panda as well, in what they are capable of. I think, again, what we've seen from them in the past is just these kind of quick adjustments that could actually work out pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. Also, I love the focus on the EXP laners. But before that, I think these two teams are ready to walk in our stage.
Ready to walk out. Let's welcome up the teams to the stage.
Natatawa ka sa'yo na nag-explain kasi gumagano.
As Light stares down the next opponent, the Raiders look to pick themselves up and get back to winning form. Can they find their momentum here to round out the week? Let's welcome RSG Philippines. After making a statement in their opening match in a sweep, the Hive looks to come alive once again to close out the week with another win. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for AP Bren. And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Ducky.
for RSG Philippines. Yep, we're seeing it on our screens. Nothing still changed. And as you've mentioned, they need to go back in their activation winning form. I guess with the focus on the XP laner is good, but also Erod again. This was the keys to victory yesterday. How do you plan Erod for success?
Yeah, again, RSG, it's kind of like running a car that needs to be oiled up once again, because they have been able to perform before, albeit it was with Demon Kite, but they definitely have the tools to be able to do so, and it's just that it's week 1, they are ramping up, they are warming up, but on the other side, you have a team that has been progressing and keeping on their tracks in terms of their journey, and that is APBR.
For APBR, we've got, of course, Super Marco in the gold lane, Contizi in the jungle, Few in the mid, Flap TZ, XP lane, and Ogwin in the roam. Familiar faces for a lot of people, obviously, at this point that have been watching here. And Midnight, anything that really sticks out, at least for APBR for you here?
You know, what sticks out for me is their long history with each other. Again, this lineup has been together for 3 seasons, suffered 2 seasons that has just been really underwhelming for the squad, but right now they are sitting at the top of the competitive ladder, even managing to secure 2 gold medals for the country. And I do feel like, again, this is progress for APBR, but they're not done yet.
Yeah, I remember the time that they went in, and then they had the trophy, but now
they brought it out, right?
Yeah, they brought it out, but now this is Super Marco just walking in the middle. So yeah, it's a good point that you mentioned about the long history of these 2 players had actually went all these seasons. But well, a lot of things to break down, but I know Midnight, you have more to say on how this match is gonna go.
Well, definitely there are a lot of things that they need to work on for them to be able to win this game. Now, these are the keys to victory brought to you by Infinix. Infinix Note Series Ultra Fast Gameplay. Now, for RSG Light, he needs to be able to dictate the setup of the game. We've seen this already from their previous match against Onyx Philippines, and I might just say that they need to be able to see Ogwin where he is and not underestimate the capabilities of APBR. He needs to be able to set up for his teammates and follow up with a lot of the combinations that we have been seeing coming up from RSG Philippines. Heroes like Franco, the Kufra, and also the Grok, while looking at the matchups coming up from APBR would matter for the side of RSG Philippines. Now, for APBR, Flap TZ locate Emma during team fights. Eman has been one of the most outstanding gold laners in the Philippines when it comes to positioning and team fight control. And I think for APBR, that is also going to be a challenge, as we saw last time we saw RSG duke it out against Blacklist International. The gold lane position has been really, really fundamental for them, and Eman has been really hard to catch. So that is going to be on the task for Flaptizi. He is going to be on Eman duty for the majority here in this game for APBR. Now, for both sides, don't lose your cool. Patience is a virtue here. You need to be able to play fundamentally and not commit mistakes, because in history, these 2 teams are very, very methodical, and their approach is going to be very, very important here in this match.
Thank you so much for that breakdown there and the keys to victory. I think biggest thing for me that stands out there is, number one, because I'm looking at this from the RSG Philippines perspective, because you already kind of have these big expectations for APBR, right? So for RSG, keeping your cool, number one, I would say if you just say that sentence alone, most people that have watched RSG Philippines will automatically think of like Nats, for example, right? Who has really found, I feel like, his way to go through this own kind of glow up or maturity, right? And he naturally does keep his cool a lot more, but still, what I do want to see him is kind of that controlled aggression, and to be able to not just rely on Light completely for the setup game, because that was the other one, right? You have to be able to allow Light to play around that, but even Nats is one of those players, one of those XP laners that can really set the pace of a game, and you don't see this too often from, some XP laners, but some really play that way, and if they pair it up well, allowing the roam, especially depending on the heroes, then you can have some great things happen here.
Well, speaking of great things happening, you've thought about setting up the pace. RSG, yesterday, it was the roam who makes all the plays. And for APBR, it was also the roam as well. Similarities on hero pool, I think you said methodical is one way to dictate the same. And it all boils down how to get their comfort picks. Will that be a factor here on who gets the blue side?
It's always the comfort picks for the tanks. Signature picks are always a thing, which is why I'm expecting to see a lot of Francos and Atlases between these 2 teams.
the Francos, the Atlases, I would actually like to see the Atlas more. Again, Franco is a pick that's popped up quite a bit. It's usually even banned out for the most part, right? But as we get loaded up into the draft here for the first game, we've got AP Bren on the blue. We've got RSG Philippines on the red. And the bans that are coming through, again, this is something that we typically see. I do notice, right, the AP Bren decides to take out the Lancelot. They don't want that to go in the hands of Irad as we've been building up, getting into this match here.
Yeah, it's a good setup as well. They're not going for the assassin type of priority. And you've mentioned in the first part of this game, they're prioritizing more of the marksman. Will that be the route of AP Bren Midnight?
I think there's definitely a lot of routes for AP Bren to take here. Like number one, the Valentina is still open for the El Capitan on the side of AP Bren, while also RSG can pick up old heroes for Aqua like the Farsas, even the Grok, just to be able to set up a flex pick here on the jungle and XP role that is really has been really effective for quite some time now, because Grok has been flexed to multiple roles, and we've seen that come out as well from AP Bren, wherein they utilize the Grok on the jungle for Kyle Teasy. So again, definitely a lot of different routes that both sides can go for, but I do think that AP Bren could still go for the Valentina first pick, because it just provides so much utility for the support position, not to mention the fact that he is able to steal a lot of the ultimates that RSG loves to pull off.
Actually, that's a good point, because in AP Bren, actually 4 of them would actually use the Grok. So with all of things being considered on the table, a lot of them would actually prioritize more either the roam. But yeah, you're on to the first point. You have the Valentina now. That this sets up RSG to even either they minimize the potential of poke and burst for their mage hero, or will they go for their comfort hero for Irad having the first and second pick of this draft?
Not gonna be surprised if they pick up the Franco here, or maybe get straight up pick up the Bruno, because RSG, they've been trying to deal with the Bruno in the form of making up a Gold 8 matchup by picking up the Ixia, but again, statistically speaking, we've seen it before, we've seen it earlier, Bruno has been really successful for the first 2 days of MPL, so it's still a possible pickup for RSG. You might even consider comboing it up with the Franco. So I think Bruno and Franco is a powerful pick here for RSG.
Please, I'm wondering.
Do
they? Okay, they go Edith.
Okay.
They go Trizla. And the other thing I'm wondering is, because we're talking about the guy who brought Gord out for the first time in Season 12, Aqua. We heard it even from Haji during the interview yesterday, right? The reason why you like to pick that up is because it replaces the Eve, and it's great to play into the Valentina. So we might see that picked up, right, in the hands of RSG once again. Solid choices, though, for those kind of first priorities that they have. The Trizla, the Edith, that's a ton of CC that you need, and it's also building out, again, what I like to call that beefy boy lineup, right? You have multiple options to not just cover the front, peel as well.
Yo, speaking of peel, it could be the second and third priority of AP Bren. And yeah, they went with X-Borg. Okay. You saw this? We completely saw this. How is this Midnight? X-Borg and Mortis.
Well, I was gonna ask you, because you two saw this in Iash. Like in Romania, you casted this, the X-Borg on Flaptizi, combo it up with a Mortis coming out from Kyle Deasy. No Fredrin, no Lancelot, no problem. Now, Baksha is still on the table here for RSG, but you don't want to be picking up the Baksha against an X-Borg, so you're kind of forced into picking up the Gord here, which is nice, because number one, it makes Naisu happy. Number two, you ban the Eve on the side of AP Bren, we don't care. We pick up the next best thing.
No Eve, no problem.
I'm just going to say this, OSX. I don't know, man. Every single time that you are on my left side, Gord gets picked up, they're just waiting for me to play-by-play him. Actually, they're doing it on purpose. They don't want me to play-by-play because they know I'll just play-by-play Gord. I'll just focus on Aqua, and that's not fair.
Selective PvP.
Just for Gord alone, for Aqua. And it's good. And they see this as a main tool to reach the back line of AP Bren, because there's so much dive, there's so much bite, and also a steal for an ultimate. So in this way, they're securing also the possible threat they can get from a marksman ban of the Claude. I mean, I'm seeing you there. So is there any thing that balances now the picks of AP Bren?
I think AP Bren might consider banning out the Ixia, because RSG might be setting it up. Removing the Claude removes mobility on the side of AP Bren, and it also is a matchup that just annoys Ixia, because again, she does not have mobility, while Claude has so much.
Yeah.
So I think it's a very good choice as well because you do have that range advantage against the X-Borg, and you are able to kind of peel away from the Firaga armor. But they removed the Fanny from Irad, which is a nice heads-up ban coming up from AP Friend, because you still have to worry about the upcoming jungle picks on the side of RG. Like Irad can just pull off amazing assassin picks here. I'm not gonna even be surprised if they pick up something like a Hayabusa again, or maybe a surprise Hellcurt. We don't know, but this gold lane matchup is gonna be important for both sides.
Yeah, who's gonna get Bruno? Like that's my thing, right? Does one of them get Bruno? Do they want to counterplay into it? There's the Grok ban.
Yeah.
So they take that out.
Good thing you mentioned it. So much ways that AP Brand could actually utilize this hero, and since there's no marksman yet, I think maybe this is their time to actually secure it. Since there's no mobility and there are also no assassins here, will they go for the safer route and having a Brody for this since there's a lot of distance Midnight?
Well, here's the thing. Even if you say that there's a lot of marksmen in the pool, RSG will always get last pick. So they will always see the gold lane matchup. They do not care at all about other heroes. They will pick up jungle in first pick, second phase, because you already have Gord, you already have Idiot, you already have Terizla. You're not hiding anything. But it's better to see the gold lane matchup to ensure that we have a better gold laner on our side. Now, Ilksha gets removed. Very nice heads up ban from the side of AP Friend. Your problem right now is they're gonna pick Bruno.
Was that Bruno?
There you go. I'm happy to have Midnight on this table.
I mean,
Please
why
jump
not?
in.
Why not?
Oh my goodness, this is classic Brian Lim. This is classic Brian Lim. You fall into the pit, you fall into the trap. I get you.
Yeah,
I win.
Yeah, for those of you guys again who knows about Midnight, he's also once an analyst, and he still has.
He still is.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. It's like
Yeah,
Bruno. We don't talk
Bruno,
about that.
yeah, but the experience, being part of who coaches a team as well, gives you a lot of experience to even see the timeline and even the possibility of this draft.
Okay, what's the response? Here's a pick. Is this Irithyll? Has Irithyll popped up before in this weekend? I know we saw her a lot previously, right?
Yeah.
Even out in ISF when they were playing. So I can't remember. Has it popped up yet?
Not yet. Not yet.
So because I was wondering where she was, right? And now that she's locked in here, I'm wondering at the same time, because what my biggest problem with Irithyll is similar to Claude. It takes a while. Like, you need 3-4 items really to get to the point where you need, again, Bruno across from you literally needs 2. And then he's like ready to go. Right? He needs the Hospitals, he needs the Berserker's Fury, and then he's doing big damn already.
With the Franco present though for Ogwen, I think this is one way of focusing or giving assist for the first 5 minutes for this Irithyll. Maybe that could work.
Wait.
Whoa! Oh! Wait.
It's this?
Jungle?
Is this a roll? No.
Jungle
Guinevere.
Jungle Guinevere.
We've seen this back in Season 10.
Man, we
playoffs.
At this point, we've seen this a couple times in a couple different places.
I'm trying to think of like good reasons why RSG would pick the Guinevere. It's kind of a Suru Joy against a Martis. But my problem with that is I don't think it's enough frontline for RSG. Yes, you are able to maneuver yourself out of the X-Borg, or you're also able to provide some form of catch for the Bruno. But I get the idea of like you just micro the front lines and let Bruno do his thing. But again, my question is it enough against the Martis, Valentina, the X-Borg, and maybe the Franco Irithyll combo?
Love those thoughts there. Thank you so much, Midnight, for your expertise. And before we jump in, watch out for the Smart Power prediction. At some point in the game, a poll will show up. You only have until the timer runs out to comment your prediction with the hashtag SmartPowersMPL S12. One lucky commenter who guesses correctly will be winning a redeemable in-game code. Remember to keep an eye out. It happens quite fast, ultra fast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the opening match here, day number 3 for this week 1. It's AP Bren and RSG Philippines.
Wow. At this point, there's 2 members down already. We are seeing Aqua and Nats rotating quicker down bottom for the EXP. I think this has been a factor from all of our focus today from the interview. It's the EXP lane. It's all about the backline and it's all about the ambush. I think that's one thing that they also need to consider on how will that momentum go for the XP laner of AP Bren.
Well, we talk about XP lane. Look at gold lane, however. Eman already forcing the Irithel out of the gold lane again. This Bruno is just, disgustingly good in the early stages of the game because of the damage output. And even though Irithel, some players would say that she has damage, again, she takes some time. And Bruno, he does not need time. He just needs Fatal, the tier 1 talent, and he also has tenacity. So even if you try to fight the Bruno, he's just going to be able to dish out more damage than you.
Yes.
Yeah. I think at the same time, as you look at things kind of fall into place here, one of the biggest things is early pressure, and that's what they're kind of going for, poking back and forth for the most part. My biggest thing here in OSX, I know we both saw this just recently. We saw a Guinevere get picked up by a team, and it didn't work out too well out in Yash, right? So now I'm wondering if we see more of a success here in the hands of Irad.
In the early game, you would need an item to actually have an extra damage onto Pogon AP Brand. That is a big factor, and even to be a pseudo tank, as Midnight mentioned. That's an extra CC as well because of Avian. That's a hook coming from Ogwin. He caught Nats on half HP. Now with the pokes, we're looking at the turret now being targeted by Flap CC, but on the other hand, Nats with the penalty zone flicker combo. But if you having the Mystic Gush, Aqua responds with the burst. Flap CC takes down Light. Few takes down Nats. That's super AP Brand, and that is still Irad securing the first objective for RSG Philippines.
I was gonna say, AP Brand had a perfect understanding of how to control Turtle, and RSG, they wanted to go for a different route. They wanted to take down heroes in the mid lane, but they got punished for it. And Irad, however, getting the retribution, it's the 50-50 factor between these two junglers.
Okay. As they get that first objective, one of the biggest things here is momentum, right? AP Brand not only getting the 2 kills, but across from him giving up the turtle there in essence, right? Does that result in momentum in favor for AP Bren? The fact that the 2 kills also were spread, right? Spread across here. How does that go in their favor?
You know what? AP Bren, as much as they love these two kills, they want to be able to put a lid on the Bruno. But at the same time as well, RSG, they just got ahead in terms of XP. So I think it favors RSG when they took out a turtle.
Ogwin with a good hook. Aqua responds with a flicker with a Mystic Gush, bursting everybody down. And that was 1. Kyle Teasy and Ogwin, that is 2. RSG with a response, and that's a forced out flicker to make use of that kill. And RSG eyeing one member up top, AP Brand here. Super Marco will be forced to back away. RSG with a 4-man rotation up top. Fear response for reinforcement. AP Brand still holds the lane slowly and closely.
Okay. So the response from RSG Philippines, they get those couple kills. Wow.
Ooh,
okay.
Wow.
They already get that flicker out from Flapteezy on top of it, right? All this building up into that next turtle here in just about 20 seconds. So it should be pretty even across the board for the most part. How they decide to approach it, that's what we have to see.
Well, speaking of scanning for Bumblebee's ultimate being used for defense against Nats, he really scared out of resource out of Flapteezy.
Yeah, RSG, they're just exhausting the resources out from AP Brand. And I do feel like, again, I had to go back to Nice's question earlier. AP Brand, as much as they love those 2 kills, it's not going to be enough because RSG, they just pulled ahead in terms of XP, and that's going to really matter for RSG because they are the ones who are going to be able to put a window in the mid game where they can abuse the Bruno.
Well, Light just flickered. No ultimate follow-up though. That's the jump. That's the knock. Piled easy. Secures the objective. Meanwhile, Flaptee's looking away to use his last insanity. Connecting on to a pixel for Nats. He still goes and flees for safety. But wow, look at this. Look at this. AP Brand going up top. Meanwhile, down bottom, Amon is just pushing, using the soccer ball and taking down one. That's the flicker. Oben gets the bite onto Nats, now being stunned. Followed up by Kyle Tease. That's the damage. Kyle Tease secures the kill. Nats falls down.
Wow. What a lot of exchanges there. And at the same time, that's what Bruno does, man. That's why teams have been really picking him up, right? This early on, even if you're not necessarily in these fights, again, Emon, he's just focusing on these turrets. He's a turret destroyer, right? And at some point, again, once he gets those 2 items, he's ready to pop off.
And you think AP Brand, again, would be happy with the trade? Like, sure, they lost Sour, but they were able to take out H-Hero on the side of the top lane. But AP Brand, they're sticking. Oh, the thought.
Wow, flicker by Few onto the knockup. Irad is used his ult for defense, but Irad right down falls from the hands of AP Brand. And the burst in exchange of 1 to 2. RSG looking away to have a chase for AP Bren though. Nats is securing one of a borderline for AP Bren, but RSG maintaining that clapback slowly 4 to 4 on the map.
Big pickups here for both teams when they need it. Now you're wondering, how does this transition for them, especially as we start to keep our eyes on that third turtle. There's Emon picking up the Berserker's Fury. Big power spike here.
Yeah, again, RSG, they are just forcing AP Bren into committing their resources, their spells, their skills. And meanwhile, Eman has just been farming the entire map. Again, AP Bren, they're winning some fights with Super Marco. He has been able to participate half of the fight that the AP Bren has been able to break out. But they are sharing XP and gold, while Eman has been completely split off from RSG. And that, that just means he has more gold, he has more XP, he has more farm, and has effectively done more in the map compared to AP Bren.
AP Bren right now, Kyle Teasy having a good side for this objective. Meanwhile, Light has his flicker on and also has the ultimate. Will he be able to utilize a set for RSG Philippines? Now, who gets this? Kyle Teasy secures the objective. Light. Meanwhile, a knock-up onto Light. There's no follow-up, but there's the Mystic Gush. Looking for a way to turn things around, but AP Bren is looking eyes on Nat here, dropping down HP. Few dropping low, got knocked up into Violent Graham, but if all of RSG's burst, it's too much. Aqua takes down Few, and that's another one. Ogan falls down as well, but Flaptease is holding the line, but they need to give this up as of this one. But RSG with the push and a follow-up on that ultimate. On to Flaptease, pop the immortality. On their way to escape, flickers out for safety.
Wow. So this is, okay, the whole nice sidestep there. Able to avoid that hook, but you're seeing a lot of this kind of overlapping, right? Especially with the knockups, with the stuns. You've got a whole lot of tools here that RSG is utilizing, and that's what's kind of hard for AP Bren to deal with right now.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? RSG, we asked earlier if the Guinevere is going to be enough. RSG had a different answer. It doesn't need to be enough. It's just Light setting up the pacing of this game, dictating the entry points for AP Bren, forcibly using the flicker to, again, focus the attention on him. AP Bren is being baited into fighting this Edith, and meanwhile, they just keep getting controlled by both Aqua and Irad. Aqua, by the way, has an Ice Queen wand, which does make AP Bren's movements like a living hell because they're slowed down. And add to that the insult of the injury of when you focus down on the Edith, there's a penalty zone.
Oh no, Few got caught up there by Light. The follow-up from Irad, that's the Vile Requiem. And that is a secure kill for RSG. Meanwhile, Kyle Teasy is looking for a way to turn one more. A hook coming from Ogan, a bite as well, connected to Light. The Mystic Gush with its penalty zone knocked from the back of AP Bren. This is too much. Burst and damage connecting onto the team fight, but Kyle Teasy is still not finding a way to secure a spot for him in the turret. That's a 4-man down for AP Bren and a free Lord for RSG Philippines.
Again, you know what's crazy? RSG, they're a very methodical team. I just said the way you fight is Light forcibly going in. They got a kill, and AP Bren, the hook landed. Unfortunately, it was on the Edith. He was able to use onward, but the follow-up was penalty zone on the back line.
Oh, that's too much.
Man, not only that, just, this is one of the great things and why I'm saying, too, Gord's been being picked up quite a bit.
That's
a lot
true.
of these low cooldown stuns that he's able to find, a lot of this is just building up for them, not to mention the way that they interact, right? We're talking even about the magic damage that's provided. And as that builds up, right, and as if one of them decides to get a Genius Wand and reduces some of that magic resistance a little bit more, as the game goes on, it gets tougher to deal with. And even true damage-wise, that's part of it as well.
Light
can go
initiation from Light. He flickers out, uses the honor, the Primal Wrath now connecting with a critical chance and magic damage. Nats flickers out for safety. Lord pushing in mid. Kyle Teasy looking for a way to clear this Lord faster, and they survive the wave. AP Bren trying to look for an avenue. Is this looking bad right now, Midnight, for AP Bren?
Well, it is, because RSG, they're just doing what they have been doing for the past 10 minutes. They keep on doing this Light initiation thing, rinse and repeat. Light with the flicker in, onward, and if they catch anybody, penalty zone immediately. And this does make a lot of room for Eman to just hit the heroes of AP Bren.
It's crazy too, because we were talking about this when the first two picks were locked in, the Terizla as well as the Edith. And then I was like, well, this is kind of going towards, you know, that big beefy boy lineup. But then they locked in the Guinevere. She, you know, I'm not assuming it's a boy, right? It's Guinevere, but still part of that because they're building tank items. So you still essentially have the same idea here.
That is a concealed play. Erad trying to jump, knocking up 2! Now with the burst follow-up of RSG. It's going to be devastating for AP Brent to respond. Getting him on one corner. AP Brent is forced to react, but right now Ogwen is not making the cut for damage. But that is a complete counter and a clapback. AP Brent responds. 3-man down for RSG.
All right. That was clean from Super Marco, man. That entry point, that was clutch. That was clean.
That was literally a Superman moment from the Irithel, effectively sandwiching RSG Philippines, and they got the perfect targets. They got Aqua, and they got Eman on the back line. And this is probably the downside of having this kind of strategy being employed by Light. When you go in, you don't have any protection on the back line, and Aqua and Eman was left to their own devices. And the damage output coming out from the Irithel is also absurd in the late game in a way that when she jumps in, you die in under 2 seconds.
Yeah, he's just literally fast.
Yeah, ultra fast, if you will, right? And at this point, AP Brent has ensured themselves to not have this game slip out of their hands just yet. That's also another big item being picked up here for Super Marco, right? He just got the Malefic Roar.
Yep.
So now, again, you're in the situation, and even when you lock in this Bruna, you lock in this Gord here, your backline pressure, you have to really have your head on a swivel because of just how vulnerable you are to moments like that, right? Again, even if you missed a gush at the wrong time, and then you're forced to cancel it early, you lose a ton of that damage potential, you know, and that's one of the downsides here. Even previously, he didn't get to use the Flicker, so now they try to set up for this Lord take. Either team could take this with how things have fallen into place. Both teams really packing the damage on both fronts, right? Not only that, but it looks like AP Brent wants to take the initiative here, forcing RSG to respond, and once again with placements, give them the upper hand to look for the angle to flank in.
Yeah, look at that.
Wow, this is
the waiting game of this Lord Dance Midnight.
This is a Filipino Lord Dance, by the way. Like, they just hold the Lord and look for, you know, openings.
The moment.
Yeah, look for the moment. Again, don't lose your cool. Chill, patience is a virtue.
Okay, they are going to zone out, though.
Few a little bit. Got caught in just by 3 members of RSG. Is this the angle that they're looking for? Light is going to conceal. And as well as Ogwen catches one. That is Nats. That is a follow. That is the burst. Nats in the penalty zone. Flickers out for safety. Now Ian and Light are in trouble. Using the damage. Kyle TC will be the one to respond. But Super Mark is going to go out and have a way to flee this for safety. But RSG is looking for a way to chase. But Emma now is looking for a way to have a trade. But that is just a safe pass for Super Marco back to the base.
That positioning mistake from Few was crucial.
Yeah.
Like, again, they needed to just chill out, not give any information, but he wanted to clear the midway. And when RSG saw that, they were like, okay, Few is here, let's go use the onward. But they're not done yet.
Oh, that hurt. That Mystic Gush with the onward Light with the combo to CC. Super Marco now being bursted down. Irad secures a shutdown against AP Brand. Now Eman secures with another kill, and that's 3 players down from AP Brand. Few trying to hold on for his life. Ogwen to the rescue. Oh, denied by his own passive. He is safe. RSG countering the possible pull.
I wanted to say ankle broke, but he broke the hook.
Oh, it's not still the end for Owen. He managed to hook Light, but that was just the wrong part. AP Brand now is looking for it to defend, but Owen is the only one left. And RSG Philippines secures game number 1.
And that winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And what a game there. RSG Philippines finding form in a very interesting team composition here to take a great game from AP Brent here.
Talk about an insurance policy coming out from the Raiders. We asked the question earlier, was the Guinevere enough? But the K2B told us that Light setting up the tempo here, dictating the engages for RSG is what's going to break the game here for AP Brand, and that they did.
It was great. Again, Light doing work there, but again, I just got to make one statement here. Still 100% Gord. Love it.
You're keeping tabs on the stats, bro.
So all the other stats going on, I'll leave that to you guys. I'll leave up to, I'll keep track of Gord here. Again, this is Aqua executing it perfectly. And this is one of the first times now that I've seen actually work with Guinevere on a competitive level. Now, I've seen that in my own games before when I was running for, the rankings and everything. Ray Ash. Not only Ray Ash, man. I had a very close friend that I played with running up those ranks, and he liked the Guinevere as well. And it works great on a competitive level. And I know you have more to pretty much say about this Midnight and how things kind of unfolded and they put things together, because one thing's for sure, this is not a typical lineup that you see, right? I mean,
No.
even previously the weeks ahead, not something you typically see. So, Midnight, why don't you walk us through this one, break it down for us on how they took this game one.
Well, Gord did a fantastic job. So did RSG. But may I just say that RSG's composition, honestly, it was weird. It was definitely weird because the only thing that they had was jumps. But they used it to perfection. Like the way the composition worked, RSG perfectly knew well how to maximize this kind of hero composition just by jumping. You just have to commit. And commitment was what we saw from Light on the side of RSG every single time with a flicker onward coming on to AP Brand. They literally had no answer. This Edith has been the thorn in the neck on the side of the Beehive, and I feel like there's no way for you to respond into this kind of gameplay and adjust to it in a single game, because RSG, all they did was utilize those jumps and make sure that they make a kill zone or a danger zone for the Emon to be able to work with. Like the Bruno, even though he died once in this game, he was able to play like the best Bruno game he could possibly ever play. And Light provided a universe worth of space with this Edith, as we're going to be seeing here in the highlights, with how RSG utilized those jumps. Again, early game, we saw AP Bren get 2 kills away from RSG, but they were able to take out the Turtle with Irad, and that was very, very important, by the way, for RSG, because this does set them up for success. This puts a lid over AP Bren in a way that you are able to create the opportunity in the mid-game, because AP Bren will not snowball towards the late game for Super Marco on the Irithel. Now, this was the start of where we saw RSG just continuously jump AP Bren with Light every single time, again with the flicker onward, and then the stun with the follow-up coming out from Irad. The target selection was perfect as well, and Aqua, just landing those CCs, and with the slows coming up from the ice screen one allows RSG to maneuver the team fights. And this was awkward for AP Bren. They landed the hook onto the Edith, but penalty zone was also committed on the back line, and this is how methodical the approach was for RSG. The game plan was solid, and the only thing that we need to do is continuously jump. Unfortunately, when they jumped here, they didn't see that Super Marco was very well positioned, as he was able to take down Eman on the backside. But again, RSG, rinse and repeat. They keep on doing this. They have been able to do so in the early game. Why stop there? Let's just keep on jumping. Let's just provide space for Eman and Super Marco. At the end of the day, he was not able to find any room for AP Brand to be able to fight, because every single time that he shows himself, RSG jumps. That's the way it works. This is the composition of the Raiders. That's why they're called the Raiders. Now, we're going to be seeing some interesting itemization here on the post-game stats, as well as the emblem choices for a lot of the players. Now, if we look at Eman, he actually decided to go for the top puts on the later stages of the game, just to minimize the amount of CC and the magic damage coming out from both you and Ogwen. But the most important factor here is the Hasclaw and Berserker's Fury. When they already got that up on the Bruno, RSG knew that they could group up and utilize these jumps coming out from Irad, as well as Light. Also, the backup coming out from Nuts was also a huge factor, with the penalty zone on the backline, preventing some form of response on the side of AP Brand. Again, we have to go back to the emblems here. Assassin emblem on Eman, just dishing out so much damage with those physical penetration. Add to the fact that he also has Fatal here, increasing his crit chance, and of course crit damage and the tenacity was utilized also really, really well on the earlier parts of the game because Eman was literally untouchable for the early game. Now, we also see Nuts utilizing the agility here because, again, the main job or the main priority right now is to just close the gap and land your penalty zones and your ultimates on the backline to limit the reinforcements coming out from AP Brand. The whole blueprint of game plan on the side of RSG here is that let's just allow Eman to be able to play this Bruno. Let's not make our own moves. What we want to do is group up and utilize the pushing power and the strength and the damage output coming out from this Bruno, which essentially allowed him to amass such huge amounts of golds, 770 GPM on the Bruno, and 75k hero damage for RSG. And they've only dealt 212. That is almost 35% of the entire damage output coming out from RSG. And also, the jumps from Light, 13 total assists. He is literally the expert wingman here for RSG. But sleeper hero, Irad, I know Ray Ash is going to be happy when I say this, Guinevere has been utilized to perfection here. The jumps, the follow-up, and also the punishes coming out from the jump here on Irad. AP Brent literally cannot play into the lineup of RSG, and that is why they were not able to fight from early to mid to late game. It was just because the perfect execution coming out from RSG that secured them game number 1. And with Smart's Power All 99, you can also secure the power to do what you want. With 8 gigabytes of for all sites and apps, you can power your play or watch, share, stream, everything. You also get a free Giga Arena ticket so you can unleash the inner gamer in you. This also comes with only TikTok and only text to all networks. All that power for 7 days for just 99 pesos. Load now.
Midnight, great, just again, explanation on how things unfolded and why also this lineup from RSG Philippines worked so well. The great minds back there. Again, we always have this, I feel like, in a way, an expectation, especially from Coach Panda, right? And how he comes up with a game plan to even work with, if they had a loss, they quickly recover. And that's what we saw here from game 1. What I am waiting to see is how AP Bren adjusts, right? We know that they adjust on the fly. They don't take that many losses recently, but when they do, we have seen the same thing happen there, even with Coach Ducky behind them and everybody else, how they adjust on the fly. That's important because we haven't had too many game 3s in these best of 3s in week 1. I think we've only had, two best of 3s go 3 games? 2 or 3, something like that. We've had a lot of sweeps this week. So again, let's see how they kind of adjust from there, right? I mean, that's one of the biggest questions, I think, for all the AP Brent fans out there.
Yeah, the biggest problem right now is Gord and also the follow-up of an Edith. Too much CC, and then you get extra burst, you get extra projectile stun. How do you even manage to take a peek? We saw how Flap TC struggle, looking for an angle, looking for vision, even for Few. He was looking for an angle to steal an ultimate, but even for that Lord take, it was just a bit of a challenge for him to get an ultimate even for 1.
Well, let's hear from our insider.
Over here at the audience area, maraming salamat, casters. Is now RSG Philippines na nakakuha ng pinakaunang win towards this series. Pero I'm sure na ang mga tao na nasa likuran ko, the Hive really wants to show some support. Kaya naman, Bren lang! Malakas! Bren lang! Malakas! Okay, bibitinin ko muna sila ng isa kasi usually may isa pa yun eh. Pero again, now we're over here. Let's give a warm round of applause to the newly engaged Miss IC na nandito ngayon, katabi ko mismo. Okay, can you show them the ring? Can you show them the ring? Para lang, as proof lang, okay, mismo, nalatag na. And if you guys are wondering, the fiancé is none other than Mr. Few lang naman. One of the greatest players to ever exist in the game. So, how does it feel na ngayon? Parang ang tagal nyo na. How did you even start?
5 years.
5 years.
Nag-start kami MPL Season 1. Actually, it's regular season of MPL Season 1.
Alright, and then ngayon, it really boiled down to the point na andito ka na. Ang dami ng mga naging achievements ni Few, ang dami niya nang napuntahan. You've started na nag-stream ka rin dati nung nakilala mo siya. And then from here on out na kayo, magkakasama na kayo together, facing the camera together. Andyan, napapanood mo siya, nanonood. So, how does it feel na ngayon you're one step closer? Tanong ko lang ba, kailan na ba? Ano ba, invited ba aming lahat dyan? May plans na ba? Anything in mind?
We're
Ganun?
planning it next year.
Planning next year. Okay, so yun na yun ha. Message mo, syempre, to few na I'm sure nandyan ngayon, focused siya, pero naririnig ka niya kung ano man sinasabi mo.
For my few, my captain, alam mo naman yon sa lahat ng player dito sa Pilipinas o sa labas ng Pilipinas, ikaw lang ang pinakamalakas.
That's so heartwarming. That's so cute. At again, congratulations on your engagement, Miss Icy. Abangan namin yan sa lahat ng mga ganap. Okay, lipat natin dito sa kabila. Okay, kasi Miss Icy, may kasama ka dito nung nakaraan. Which was yung girlfriend ni Ogwen.
Yes.
Pero dahil wala si Ogwen dito, meron daw na nag-review muna para sa kanya na siya daw muna yung magiging proxy. Okay? So, Yuri, aka Princess, gano'n na ba kayo katagal ni Ogwen?
6 years na po kami. Nag-start po kami February 5, 2017 po. Gano'n na po kami katagal, 6 years.
Okay. So, February 5 na sila. Pakita mo nga yung picture mo kasi ayan daw yung picture nila na like magkasama daw sila. Okay. So, in case lang guys, nag-review po siya ng maayos. Alam niya din yung anniversary, so that's a very good sign. Alright? So, message mo para kay Ogwen kasi I'm sure na nakikinig siya ngayon. In behalf of Princess, wag mong kalimutan. Ikaw si Princess ngayon. Okay, Yuri? Sino ka ngayon?
Si Princess Yuri po.
Tama. Okay. So, anong message mo kay Ogwen? Kasi kailangan talaga nila makabawi ngayon.
I love, good luck. Sana matuwa niyo to. Ang wish ko lang, sana mag-propose ka na rin sa akin. Ready na akong ikasal sa'yo.
Tama. Bilang tropa naman or bilang supporter ng brand. Kasi feel ko medyo nawindang ang lahat. Okay? So, gaano ka na ba katagal na supporter ng AP brand?
Simula po nung naging AP brand po sila.
Okay. So, simula pa lang una sa lahat. So, sino yung pinaka-favorite mong player sa kanilang lahat?
Si Pandora po talaga.
Okay. So, ito naman, kung may message ka kanina para kay Ogwen bilang Love Proxy, ano naman ngayon ang message mo sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa AP brand?
Sa mga sumusuporta po sa brand, pagpatuloy nyo lang po yung suporta. Ang pinalakas, brand lang!
Malakas!
Ang pinalakas, brand lang!
Malakas!
Last one.
Ang pinalakas, brand lang!
Malakas!
Alright, thank you, Miss Icy, and thank you to Yuri, aka Ogwen Proxy. Andito na yon. Alam nyo na kagad, Bren versus the side of RSG. Casters, get on it.
Thanks so much there, Hands, and great to hear again from the audience, the proxy as well. And what a name, Princess Proxy Ogwen.
Ogwen.
Okay.
I didn't know that's possible in the interview. We can have proxies as well? Okay.
Hey, anything's possible here. Not to mention, before we get into Game 2, we do want to mention that MPL Season 12 is also live. It's live right now on Smart's live stream app. Watch your favorite MPL teams battle it out and don't miss out on any epic power plays. Download the Smart live stream app now, available on your devices, stores, your app stores. It's great, right? Watching me live on an app like that, I personally love watching online when I'm not here. So hopefully you guys do too. But again, now we can focus on Game 2. We've already talked about this a little bit. I know Midnight even shared a lot of his thoughts on why the previous game, RSG Philippines lineup worked out so well. It's great to see something. I don't know if you would deem this in a category of like experimentation. Like, what would you call that, Midnight?
I think
was it experimentation or is it just pure genius?
No, this was just a panda effect, you know. Like,
This was the panda mentality.
Yeah, this is the Pandamentals. This is Brian Lim's notebook at play.
This is the panda puzzle.
Yeah. Ooh. The PP.
Panda.
That works.
Yeah. The panda puzzle, the panda
I don't know
matrix.
why I said that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Because we're looking at the brains of Brian Lim himself.
Yeah, see, I fell into the trap as well. Like my mind shut off.
Hey, you know what? I know you've been up for a while, right? We all have been through it. But now that we are talking about RSG Philippines, let's talk about AP Bren.
Okay.
Their lineup is a lineup that we've actually seen before. It has had success. This time OSX, what do they need to do, right? What could they change there, even based on their gameplay? You know them pretty well.
Bad coach.
Was this the AP brand you were expecting, or did something change here?
The draft probably changed in game number 1, or how they wanted to approach the fundamentals. Maybe in game number 2, it was the problem of reaching the back line of RSG. How do you even manage to get vision? That was the two things that got denied in early game. But in the draft right now, being on the red side, will this change everything? Because RSG now has the priority to take one of their strongest picks as well.
Yeah, well, it does change up like the the sequence of the draft, but I do feel like Coach Panda still has a different variation that he can work with. Because last time when we saw the Edith and export, there is a pick. Most teams would actually go for the export because number one, it's such a good counter matchup versus the two. But Panda was like, okay, I'm sure you'll pick export.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you pick export, you don't have any catch on the MN. And remember, we talked about that during the K2V. Flaptizi needs to be on MN duty. And he was not able to do that on game number 1. So this is the Panda effect. He is forcing you to play something that is inherently not good against RSG.
Not only that, but I do feel like one of the best things that they could do changing this lineup is it was great in that one moment where Irithil popped off, right? Super Marco found the angle he needed with a conceal, and then the damage was great. But again, by that time in the game, it was almost like too late, right?
Yeah.
It was a great team fight and everything. But again, how many times can you replicate that? And what does it take to actually do that? So what I would love to see them do if, again, RSG doesn't take the Bruno, it's not banned out yet, maybe they go and put that in Super Marco's hands, or what we have seen AP Brand do really well with is also the Brody, right? They go with a little more distance game, and they're not like, all right, we don't want to be completely in your face here. We want to fight you with distance, and that could be a lineup that they go for. The answer right now, right off the bat, dude, they take the Bruno.
So game number 1, even by the pre-show, you were stating that Bruno is the priority pick. And now RSG is like, no, we're not letting you go with this. But this opens up also the assassin picks of AP Brand.
Yeah, Kaltizi could just pick up the Fanny. Fanny, maybe something like an Edith as well on Ogwen, or maybe just a Grok. But RSG, I like the confidence here. This is basically just them telling AP Brand, what do you have on your gold lane? Do you play Ixia? And there you go. The Fanny is there for Kaltizi. Albay, they picked up the Terizla. It's also a catch against the Bruno, which we saw. I think that was Omega versus Blacklist International, where Minana Evils, where Kayla was just punished heavily by the Terizla. So I think this time around, RSG will have to kind of compose a lineup that can deal with this Fanny and Terizla.
Okay, so now that you have the Fanny in the hands here for AP Bren, for Kaltizi, they're looking to set their own momentum right off the bat, but there's the answer. This is a great counter towards that.
I was feeling that Light would secure his hero right away when they actually saw the Fanny pop up in the first 2 picks. But this is a good, strong start for RSG.
Yeah.
You have Valentino, you have a way to copy the ultimate. You've mentioned it, Midnight, the ultimate being stolen from Terizla and up against a Fanny. Now, AP Bren is more pressured to have another catch here for a great roam option.
Yeah, well, I think Edith still is a great option here for AP Bren. Either Edith, Franco, or Grok. These 3 picks are really, really good. Unless they want to pick up something exotic like a Ruby. Ruby Roam sounds awesome against RSG. Although you would give the I Am Offended towards the Valentina. But again, these are just options. But you could actually go for Brody rather. Oh, wait. This is... Okay, here's the thing. Barza is the ultimate counter against marksmen that plays like this, like the Brunos, the Clint, the Brodies. Like, they are insane counters. But my worry is that they have to ban out assassins from AP Bren, like ban out the Lings, the Lancelots, Hayabusas. Because one problem that you are facing right now is you are playing a Farsa into a Kufra matchup.
Yeah. And with that,
so much disengage and disable.
They're still going to go ahead and take out the Martis here, right? Working on these jungle options that are still up, but you're feeling like they're going to opt for the Assassins, which, they might go ahead and do because they've already got a great counter for the Fanny. They can go with that. and just kind of match it, right? Match the momentum that they're looking to start here. Might be the best play right now for RSG to deal with. It is, you know, I like that you mentioned too, because Farsa is great against the Brunos and the Clints and the likes of that. But at the same time, when it comes down to it, let's just assume both have feathered airstrike, right? How do you protect this for AP Brent? Once again, like I was talking about, the Brody, but it's taken out.
Yeah, distance now for Super Marco. With that being taken out of the picture, what is now left for Super Marco's hero pool?
Clint, honestly, you have to go Clint. Who? Wait, what?
Paquito.
Paquito Martis, you just opened up Ling, Lancelot, Akai. These three heroes are really, really good against AP Brent's lineup. However, there are still options available for AP Brent that can kind of remedy the situation. Again, Clint can lane up against the Brody, the Bruno. But again, they have a lot of things to solve here. Like the Kupra, they need some answers against the Kupra. They also need some answers against the mid game. The mid.
Hey.
Oh well, that's you. That's
Hey, that's me, by the way.
That's
yeah.
Gord. That's Gord.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just beside me cheering for that guy. Yeah, and is this a good sign for
Oh, that's a nice
AP
band.
Brent? That's a good band.
That's a nice band.
Yeah, that's a solid band.
That's a Kupra answer.
Okay. Here's the thing.
That was the extra bite that we were talking about.
I'm thinking AP Brent just wants. They're probably going to take a Claude, man.
I don't think you want a Claude here.
I don't think they do either. But it's like, or what? Is Ixia open? Ixia is open.
Yeah, that was a challenge, right? Like RSG.
I feel like they're at a
Ixia?
challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge because again, Irithil took a while. Claude did.
Oh!
They're not going to show it yet. They lock in HO.
Speaking of bite, I was thinking about a setup, but okay, having a pick off to the way of the dragon, yeah, that's the answer, Cho.
I think
but
you just go Akai here.
Yeah, you need something to push back because it's a good idea that they take the last option to make the Marksman their last pick. Because you guys were mentioning, will they go for the Airtel or Clint? I was thinking a different way. Maybe Moskov.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh!
Wow. They still went with the Guinevere, which is good against both Barca and Cho.
Okay.
Arlott, however, it's a different conversation. I mean, he got nerfed. Okay, he got nerfed. Like, the delay on the ultimate has been bigger now.
Yeah.
And you can actually see the entire AoE. But it's still an Arlott. Like, this guy can sustain.
He still has a final slash, too.
Still has a final slash.
Yeah, and Nats is a monster last season.
Yeah.
Having this here on his hands, regardless of how nerfed it is, well, with the composition of RSG, it's looking good. Team fights early to mid. Yeah, you
go
name
Clint
it.
here. You go Clint here.
Do you? Like, you go to High Noontown? You go to the
Clint.
Western World? Is it going to be...
You go Clint.
Okay, that's not...
Oh!
That's
Carry.
Man, we just did not talk about carry at all.
Yeah, it's the Marcus special. My concern with this carry pick is that one gank from Kupra, Golden shut down.
No, like, that was exactly what I was thinking. That's why I also just didn't mention her, because not only that, but we know, one, she has, I don't know if this is the shortest distance of marksman, but she has relatively short distance, right? She is, right? And not only that, but most likely, I'm assuming you run Purify here, right? Because you're trying to dodge a Kupra, you're trying to dodge a Guinevere.
Yeah.
And what are you going to be doing? You're going to be running away trying to reposition for the most part.
You know what's crazy?
What's
You're
crazy?
also trying to dodge Valentina. Penalty
so
zone.
much things.
Way of the dragon.
Terrify.
My goodness.
My goodness.
RSG again.
You don't want that nightmare on you.
Yeah, you don't.
Even the carry. How do they activate now with this composition if you're AP Brent, even with the Fanny being reliant on the objectives as well?
Well, it has to be the execution of AP Brent, right? Like, the composition is already here for both sides, but players also have to play it. So I think AP Brent, with their capacity to execute, they are able to solve some problems. Question is, how many problems can they solve against RSG?
Yeah, great questions there. Again, the lineup-wise for AP Brent, they're going to have to just activate sooner than later. I think that's one of the biggest things, and OSX mentioned this as well. And you should be able to, because again, you have a Fanny, right? You want to do that. because pressure will be put on your purple buff. You'll have to come down to deciding, all right, what do we use these retributions on, right? Do we focus on these turtles? Do we focus on fighting for the most precious buff for a Fanny, which is that purple? And so you see even Ogwin doing a great job here.
Yeah, speaking of focus, that is just vision for Ogwin and AP Bren. That's a knock-up. Irad is finally fleeing for the possible rotation of AP Bren. Yeah, you were mentioning focus. How about this for the emblem build this time, Midnight?
Important thing to mention here is, again, the Assassin emblem coming out from the Bruno, but Quantum Charge again on the Kufra. Similar to what Chatner did yesterday, movement speed is the name of the game here for Light, and I think that's going to be really, really, really important here to close the gap against Kyle Teasy and also have the potential to jump on Super Marco.
I think that's, as we see more of these quantum charges, and some teams even get to the point where they take 3 or 4, you know, so for some of their lineups. But yeah, mostly RSG Philippines, they can do this.
That is a good jump from Light. Disturbing few to go out of that bush. RSG looking for tabs here. Where is AP Bren coming from? Looks like Vision getting denied in the first 2 minutes, and also the first objective is up.
Okay. I gotta ask you, Midnight, is this better? Is Flicker better for Super Marco than the Purifier?
Yeah, that was what I was actually thinking. Like, Super Marco is confident enough to just pick up the Flicker instead of the Purify, and I think it does give him mobility to be able to move around team fights. Well, that's not, however.
Wow. A secured objective by Erad, but he's not going to be in a safe position to go back to base. That is a 2-kill for AP Bren.
So going back to the discussion for the Flicker of Super Marco, I think he just favors, again, I don't have the time to analyze here, Ogwin is going to be able to live, but again, Super Marco, I think he prefers mobility in team fights because he needs to be able to move around, like when you're hitting targets, you need to be able to dodge some spells. Because Purify, it'll only save you one time. Flicker, however, is different because it repositions your hero. And repositioning is everything here against RSG. So I feel like Super Marco's preference might pay off, like, big time. But also, consistency-wise, like, the amount of jumps from RSG could actually, punish this Flicker choice by Super Marco.
Yeah. Agree on that. And at the same time, you have a small lead now for AP Bren. You can go ahead and work with that. But I think also one of the big things here is, again, if Kyle Teasy continues to just have a relatively easy time on the Fanny in these rotations, they'll be able to scale up with that, right? And that's why you see actually RSG Philippines really trying to find either their own picks if they can, but right now that's so on that's just on the shoulders really of Light, right, for the most part. But as we get further into the game, the objectives and everything else, and especially when Nath starts joining some of these fights, that is a threat, right? Again, having that final slash, despite some of the changes that have happened here, or some of the quote-unquote nerfs that have happened for our lot.
Yeah, good view from Few holding that death push and just waiting for the right moment to light even past his border. It's a way for holding and getting vision actually for Kyle Teasy to secure his objectives. As we see, there's no contention yet, but in the second objective, there's a lot of ultimates now activated for RSG.
Turtle fight, it's going to be crucial here for both sides. XP advantage is important. Kyle Teasy, Irad, both level 7. They both have decent chances of getting this turtle, but Flap Teasy gets the first turtle prio in the poll.
Oh, that's the jump. That's a Tyrant's Rage onto 1. That's Flap Teasy being caught in by 3. That's the burst. He flickers out for safety. The final slash connects to Flap Teasy, but Nas falls down. Few takes the kill. A trade of 1-to-1. But who gets the objective? It doesn't matter. But now it's still RSG and AP Brand going with the back and forth. But going to be trapped in the corner. Light secures the kill. And AP Brand has eyes on the second objective onto this game. 3 members still present for RSG. Now AP Brand slowly backs away. And Erad is looking for a way to secure this for himself.
It looked like good for AP Bren at one point, but RSG, they decided to let go of the turtle and just turn the team fight around. This is the the concept of turning instead of actually contesting the turtle. Wow. They just wanted to catch targets on the side of AP Bren. But Eman!
Oh, Kyle Teasy. Ooh, looking down low. And Erad secures the objective. A great way to have coverage on the map there, RSG. A good peel and an objective.
Again, that's... You see how much damage is already there. I mean, even from Emon, just a couple of hits. And that's what you're talking about. Like, it does become a threat even more so, again, as the game goes on. But relatively at this point, Bruno already, you got to respect the damage, right? Now
Yeah.
this is now 2 turtles for RSG Philippines. Despite that little bit of a lead that AP Bren managed to get themselves early on, it's been pretty much diminished, right? So now you see them playing around this. And one thing also to take note of is Aqua's decisions to take certain ultimates here. Recently, he's been taking a lot of Ogwen, right? The Way of the Dragon, utilizing that the best way he can. And whether that's to peel or whether that's to initiate is something that can be said for the early game. Later on, again, he might transition to take the Feathered Airstrike instead, or even the penalty zone of his own. So those are a lot of the options here. How's the items looking, though, this part in the game?
Early Malefic Roar from Kaltizi. He sees a lot of physical defense item on the side of RSG. And for him, his thinking right now is that I need to be able to burst down the targets that Ogwen gives me. Because RSG, you also see Eman rocking that Warrior Boots. Physical damage reduction for the Bruno. And we saw the amount of damage that Eman dished out to the fan earlier on. If he is able to live like 1 more second in team fights, that might just change up the team fight dynamics for AP Bren.
Yeah, team fight dynamics. That's one thing that they need to consider as well. How do you reach? How do you outplay the setup from Light? But as you can see, there's a lot of ways that they're considering prioritizing more of the objectives because they don't want that gank onto Super Marco, as you guys mentioned, because the damage right now of RSG is hurting by the second, and there's also a push from AP Brent slowly getting the lead of 1.3K.
Okay, so they get that turret down in the bottom lane, and that will be the first one in the game. So working with a little bit of that minor advantage. Now this turtle's up, though. It would be great for AP Bren if they're able to secure themselves to turtle. But so far, RSG Philippines has been playing a lot of these fights just perfectly for the most part. So will they be the ones to set this fight up, or is it going to be AP Bren? It looks like still they're going to park Emon in the top lane to get that tier 1 down, at least give them that little bit of room to work with. As he does, so they know they don't have their marksman. They're going to go for it.
Flap TZ looking for an angle, but Ogun secures the setup. Nats as well being denied in front of this objective. Turtle has been reset. Feathered Airstrike used by few, peeling off members of RSG Irad as well. 1v1 with Flap TZ. Light looking for the response. And Kyle TZ secures objective. Now they back away. Slowly getting objectives in their hands.
Talk about turning once again for AP Bren. Instead of actually contesting the turtle, they went on the back line. And RSG, they had their attention divided. Like, they wanted to take the turtle, but the Teresa was also in front of him. But meanwhile, Eman, again, just pushing on this Bruno, effectively getting more compared to what AP Bren is getting. And that, you can actually see that where AP Bren lead. They're only leading by 500 gold. The lead is diminishing by the minute.
Wow, speaking of diminishing, now the HP bar just dropped down to Light by 3/4 half. Now Flap TZ with a response. Terrified, using him to push away, and now Super Marco with the damage. I'm also feeling he forced out a flicker from Light. Is this go time for AP Bren for team fights?
Yeah, go time. I mean, really, at this point, both teams could start these fights if they want to. For the most part. Emon, especially now, he has the 2 items that we always talk about with Bruno, so he's already there. Super Marco has relatively farmed up well. He was only a little bit behind, but across the board in all the lanes, gold-wise, economy-wise, everyone was pretty much even, right? Really, when it comes down to it, is obviously the execution of these fights. Okay.
Oh, Tyrant's Rage. He spotted Ogun right in the bush. Now he's being slowed down. Emma now gets the kill. Now AP Bren is forced to react with a counter clapback. Super Marco takes down Irad. That's a trade of 1-1. Will they be on a chase? Nats as well is looking for an angle here to enter Flap TZ, but no commitment whatsoever. RSG and AP Bren, and black and yellow still maintaining the gold lead.
Crucial kill for AP Bren. They got the kill onto Guinevere. Unfortunately for them, the Lord is going to be spawning in 10 seconds, and Irad will be there. But again, the one problem that AP Bren is facing right now is even though they want to start the fight, they need to find Eman. It cannot just be any other target on the side of RSG, because if they use all their spells, it's going to be game 1 all over again. Eman will be able to hit a lot of the heroes on the side of AP Bren. And might I just say, Eman's positioning in this game has been perfect since minute number 1.
Yeah, the worldie, bro. The worldie. Just imagine having a goal. 4-man down on AP Bren. You don't want that to happen to you, especially now that you're building up your mid-game spike. And RSG is just all over the place, having good vision. And Elijah sensing everything correctly on where is Ogwen positioning.
Okay, fighting for this Lord. First one in the game. Half health now. Ogwin might look for a flank.
Ogwin on a conceal. Who is the target? That's a knock-up. That's a CC slow for AP Brand. Now with the follow, we have the Dragon connected onto Light. No setup, no counter. Now denied by AP Brand. Now they force RC to retreat. And now Emman here is looking for a chance to have a kill, but that is just AP Brand securing an objective. And as well for this one, they're still maintaining the lead, but RSG, they force back to retreat to base, but Super Marco takes a turret for himself.
Thing is, RSG, they were able to take the Lord. Again, perfect catch from Flapteezy. He is on Emman duty. Problem is, no follow-up. Emman was was quick on the trigger onto the Wind of Nature as well as the ultimate, just to make sure that if the panic comes in, he is just going to be pushed back. And RSG, again, playing to perfection, playing to the strengths of their lineup. Emman always in the right position. AP Brent, they're finding it really, really hard to crack this defense coming out from RSG.
Light with the sense of an enemy. He spots one onto the bush. Ogwin, the jump. He's using spatial migration, but a kick from Ogwin finds an angle. AP Brand now is forced to respond back with damage with the Super Marco. Throwing out frisbees. Damage onto 3, onto 4. Now RSG is forced to go back, and Ogwin takes down Aqua. It's 4-man down on RSG. Now AP Brand slowly bounces back with a lead of 2.2K. AP Brand, Ogwin with an angle, and now they slowly take out purples out of RSG.
So I don't know if RSG Philippines was like, this isn't too risky. It turned out to be very risky to be there.
Yeah, dude, they found the Bruno, and Ogwin was like, what do you mean I cannot find the Bruno? Perfect position. What about perfect flicker kick?
Woo! Man, that was, so that ended up being a disaster for RSG Philippines. Yes, they got that Lord, but still, what a play there, and what a setup from AP Bren. Ogwin finding what seems like the impossible.
Finding the impossible. Ogwin is the answer for AP Brand. Light has forced out a bouncing ball to reach out for safety. Flapteezy as well, though, being the front line of AP Brand. Flickers out. Light missed the chance, but Flapteezy, low final slash changes everything. And Anat is going crazy, and Emman secures a kill on to Super Marco. This is terrible. And now the damage connected to Ogwin will be the one to fall down next, and RSG manages to secure a window. And that was 3 from AP Brand.
What
easy?
And it's not done. Oh, Nats falls down in the hands of Kyle Teasy. Looking for a trade, but that was just 3.
Okay, what RSG did on game number 1, AP Brand wants to replicate. But they cannot constantly find this Bruno because Emman has always been beneath the lines of RSG. They did find Light, however, but it turned out RSG, they were also waiting for a chance to jump on AP Bren, and that was the perfect moment. We even saw Emman consistently jumping in and chasing down the heroes of AP Bren because they know perfectly well that there's not going to be any response from AP Bren.
Oh, speaking of response with the damage from Kyle TZ alone. Peeled out Aqua to go back to the vase. Forced out a flicker as well.
And a kick.
And a kick.
That's actually, that's profit
2
right
resources.
There, man. Right before this Lord breaks out. They know that information. They're going to want to try to have this upper hand here for this Lord take. He's going to go ahead and secure both buffs that he needs for Kyle TZ and then work his way for this. So RSG Philippines will try to get in position, starting up this Lord dance. At this point, it's pretty much dead even for both of these teams. For the most part, it could go either way. Kyle TZ also picking up a BOD is crucial here for the damage department as he waits patiently, receiving the information that he needs from the rest of the team here.
Being the assassin, AP Bren, just constantly lurking, trying to get more vision for Flapteezy and Kyle TZ. This is going to be crucial for both sides. Amazing Lord dance and Lord control for both Flapteezy and Irad. And this is going to take some time because, you know, the waves, they're not pushing in.
That. Oh, here. Okay, Kyle TZ. He's going to try to get a position, right?
He's just in step-by-step entering backline of RSG right now. Oh, that's the setup from Ogwen. Now Irad will be in trouble here. Falls out Nats. 2-man knockup from the Lord, but the Super Marco falls down. Emman secures the kill. RSG, it's go time for damage. Now AP Bren would be forced to retreat back. The RSG slowly getting eyes on his objective. Who gets it? 4-man hold in defense from RSG. Kyle TZ, who gets it, being knocked up live, securing a hold. Kyle TZ, and Irad secures the objective. RSG Onto the targets.
Nuts!
Onto the targets. Nats takes down Few. This is not looking good. AP Bren, 3-man down, and a Lord push up top.
Wow. What a decision there from RSG Philippines. The way they held that together. Irad somehow escaping as well. Comes back in, gets some of the health back, and then competes and secures the Lord. And now they're knocking around the base of AP Bren here.
Oh, Irad is looking for a way to hold Flap Teasy. Look at the ball. Connecting the damage onto Flap Teasy is too much. This is too much. RSG is completely pushing in. A Lord push up top as well. Can 5 members defend this base? How's the wave clear now for AP Bren?
My goodness. Irad living with 1 HP, able to turn the fight around, and again, literal turning. Lord turn is the name of that gameplay. And AP Bren, after that mishap, they find themselves defending their base against the Raiders.
Oh,
Ogwin.
We're a few seconds away. We're a few seconds away for RSG to take a series out of AP Bren. How will they hold this? 1 turret left. Lord melted down quickly by AP Bren. Now it's just damage. Chaos started by Flap TZ. Look at the penalty zone, looking for ways to counter it, but Ogun on the back line, getting 1. Immortality up on RSG. Still managed to beat defense by Kyle TZ. Secures this crucial kill. Eman falls down. No damage from RSG. Eman is down. It's freely go time for AP Bren to chase down Light, to chase down Irad as well. A good hold onto the base. AP Bren not giving up just yet.
Flap TZ on Eman duty. I see you. I use penalty zone. We jump you. And you saw it. You saw how AP Bren initiated that fight. Like the jump from the penalty zone and a better airstrike. Literally at the same time.
And Aqua took the penalty zone as well. He used it and no follow-up, so he's like, oh man, here's the terrify, I gotta get out of here, right? So that was quite the exchange. Now, what did all that result into? AP Bren losing 2 of their base turrets. Right now, RSG Philippines has the little bit of an advantage because they're holding on to all 3 of theirs. Now we get to the point, once again, almost that 20-minute mark, right? By the time this next Lord comes up, both these teams are pretty much going to have what they need to approach the fight.
Yeah.
It really comes down to moments like we just saw. Are they able to hunt down Emon for AP Bren? Can you close in the gaps that you need to? And again, what does Aqua take for the ultimate? What is the best ultimate for this situation?
Well, there's a lot of definite options here for Aqua, but man, AP Bren, one definitive option for them is that ultra fast jump coming out from Flap TZ. Now you no longer have that insurance policy of the immortality coming out from the Bruno, and this does give AP Bren a window to work with.
Okay, Lord now up. You can already see push being put down the bottom lane. If they can get one of these base turrets down too, start working there even before this Lord is secured, then that is great for AP Bren.
Look at that.
And that's what you see Kyle TZ doing, right? Putting the pressure there. He knows he can make his way to this Lord super fast if he needs to. Right now, too, RSG Philippines trying to keep this zone under control the best they can. Irad just holding the Lord there while they look for some information. Big thing also that RSG has to watch out for is, once again, Ogwin. But right now, the way he's setting up, it could just be, let's keep an eye on the mid, let's keep an eye on the bottom. Wait, we don't need to actually press this situation around the Lord. We can let them come to us.
Well, will this be the answer? Ogwin.
Penalty zone was cancelled, by the way.
Oh no.
Penalty zone was cancelled.
Oh, a restart. The final slash changing everything now. The initiative fight. That's the Tyrant's Rage. On to 1. Now Via falls down. Emma takes the kill. This is RSG looking for a way to counter this damage. But now Aqua has eyes on Super Marco. So Marco with a secured kill. He managed to live on by himself. AP Bren takes down 2. Light falls down. RSG is looking for a chance to way to secure Ogwen. But Irad as well. Looking for a way to hold this one from AP Bren. Final slash. Connecting on the 2. RSG's gone mad. Has not fall down. And Ogwin completely aiding the chance. And Kyle TZ and Ogwin are the only ones left. 2v2 here for this match.
Oh man, what a trade there. A whole lot just happened, and now RSG Philippines put their eyes on this Lord. But can Emon and Irad secure this? Right now, the 2 versus 2. Who is going to pull this off while the rest of the team comes back to life here? Base has to be worked on also for AP Bren as they go for it.
Oh, Retribution. Retribution is going to be waiting now. Emon falls down. Kyle TZ with a crucial pickup. Now, it's the Lord. It's the Lord they're eyeing for AP Bren.
My God.
You're just the only one here for RSG, though.
Talk about perfect timing from the kick from Ogwin.
Now,
No
who
way
gets this?
nature.
Who gets this? Final hit onto this Lord. Who gets this Tyrant's Rage? Catching Tion, knocked up by Light Aqua.
What?
Secures the Lord! And now it's RSG on the go time. Damage and as well as retreat. RSG still holding this game, brothers. This game, 12-16.
These are Filipinos, by the way. This is Philippine MLBB, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say that crazy team fight earlier started with an amazing cancel on the penalty zone. And after that, RSG felt like they could fight. And with an amazing jump from Light, he actually forced out the Purify from Few. And when AP Bren walked away, he got in with an amazing Tyrant's Rage into Flicker and caught 3 heroes on the side of AP Bren. But after that, when the 2v2 situation was happening, Ogwin found the perfect timing to kick the Bruno because they know that the Eman did not have Wind of Nature at that moment.
Yeah, now now that most likely all the tables reset, right? It comes down to it again. We're still basically a long ways away from this next Lord, but that one becomes even more crucial as we get through this game past that 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
You're going to see also a lot of this, once again, the items being juggled around. It's RSG looking for an advantage, right? They want to be able to get a pick if they can. You said it though, Midnight. One of the biggest things here, and as you're seeing these team fights unfold, is where is Emon? Can they find him? Because if they do, obviously RSG Philippines is at the point where, okay, we just have to kind of retreat from this, give it up and defend, because that's just how reliant they are on this Bruno pick.
But honestly, at this point, it's not just about Bruno anymore. You need to also think about, for RSG, where's the Farsa? Because this feathered airstrike has been hurting us for the past few team fights, especially now that Q has locked items, like the damage output coming out from the feathered airstrike. When it hits you 3 times and the lethal ignition procs, it's enough to take down the a single hero inside of RSG.
Well, that's what I mean. There's really for RSG Philippines, if they're looking to close out the series in a sweep against a team like AP Bren, one of the biggest things is keeping Emin alive. If Light somehow finds another great setup like we've been seeing him do, and even previously, then that is great. But still, at the same time, AP Bren has had a lot of answers. They've had a lot of these counter punches to what the Raiders have thrown at them, and they're doing it a lot by the initiations or responses of Ogwin, right? If they are able to somehow get another cancel or not deal with a penalty zone and then find their own even way of the Dragon if they decide to go that way. But I think at this point, what I'm thinking is Aqua just takes possibly the feathered airstrike himself. Fight fire with fire in a way where, yeah, we're not putting so much of that weight on Bruno's damage, because if he's going to be focused on and you have Emon scrambling trying to stay alive, well, if Aqua can get the own feathered airstrike himself, then you can lay down literally some covering fire and work around that, right? So now that this Lord is up, AP Bren going to go ahead and start it up. Kyle Teasy still putting pressure, managing some of those bottom waves in the bottom lane so that they can play around that. Again, remember, they're still trying to work against all base turrets being up for RSG Philippines at the 25-minute mark nearly here. And that's tough to deal with when you got to manage these waves.
Managing the waves, eyes on the base. But the question for this game, who gets the prize? Will this be a sweep? Will this be a game number 3? There's a charge onto Light. Spots Ogwin. That was so close. That was really, really close. Final slash now being used.
Don't get that one either.
Spatial migration used now. Now they see a potential AP Bren has a way to force out a resource. Irad, use that Winter Truncheon.
Yeah, but after that, immediately sells it for an immortality. So another insurance policy coming up from RSG. So Irad has been really getting that gold on his bank.
That's what they got to do, right? This is what we always talk about. It comes down to these kind of minor decisions, the micro play within the greater macro play of this game at this point as we enter through the late game into what, like Francis likes to call it, the ultra late game eventually, right? At this point, again, those ultimates being down. For example, the Feathered Airstrike is a major win in terms of some advantage, not to mention flickers as well. You can see Aqua's holding on to his own Way of the Dragon, so he's going to go that way. And really, it really just depends who gets the setup first. Look at Light's placement, by the way.
This is RSG waiting for the
they
purple
find
buff to spawn, but they smell it.
Oh, they smelled one. That's few. Now forced to have a poke against Light.
Didn't Purify.
Oh, also Flicker. There's a follow-up from Ogwen. Will this be the answer of AP Brand? It's a Feather Airstrike connecting onto Light. That's the hit onto Flap TV. Final slash connecting onto Ogwen. Just exchange of skills. AP Brand and RSG maintaining it cool. Keeping the cool.
Yeah, you know, you see Few. Like, he was literally chill. Kufra jumped him. Didn't even use Purify. Just, he was like, where's damage? Right? Where's the damage?
And we're back to this, right?
The Filipino lore dance.
I don't know if it just seems like some of the... It also seems like RSG Philippines is trying to obviously force some of these situations if they can find it. But even with that, it just seemed off, right? I mean, even the final slash when they seemed like they had the call to go back.
Speaking of call, Ogwen spots one. That's Nas being forced to use that. Oh, look at that ultimate connecting on to 1, 2, and 3 of RSG. Now here comes Kyle Teasy looking for a way to create damage. Wow, look at that. That hurt. And so far, from Nats and Ogwen's interaction, there's still no casualty.
Kyle Teasy at the bottom, though.
Look at the Fanny. Look at the Fanny in bottom lane. Kyle Teasy. Now RSG senses it. From that, they just want to go back to the base. 2 members has forced to hold the defense of RSG.
Okay, AP Bren now playing a different ball game. They know that they have mobility on their side. They have a Farsa. They have a Fanny. They could actually play the split game. And RSG, they need to find a way dealing with that. However,
Wild Requiem connecting on to Flap Teasy. He's still sustaining it though. Now Immortality Pop from AP Brand. Kyle Teasy manages to secure the objective. Emma takes down one. It's Flap Teasy. Is this a worthy trade for AP Brand? They lost one, but they got the Lord for the push.
yeah, I think this is a worthy trade. AP Bren, Flap Daisy is going to spawn in 60 seconds. RSG, they might need to consider using this window to push, but again, they have to deal with the wave, especially with the way that Kyle TZ has been playing this game, the split game.
It's he's doing work, you know, even before they secure themselves that Lord, he was able to get the turret down. They're going to go ahead and play around with this, most likely leading to trying to get all these base turrets down of RSG Philippines, but the response is there, right? They'll be able to handle the Lord at least. Then they got to manage these waves that are going in, all the while making sure that they don't get picked off themselves, right? Now, this is a relatively longer game than we've seen, you know, at this point. Midnight, how does this change? I mean, economy-wise, even item-wise, what are we expecting here?
Well, a lot of immortalities for sure, and maybe some change up on the itemization, especially in the Bruno. He's already picked up the Demon Hunter sword, and that's gonna deal with a lot of the HPs coming out from both Terizla and also Ogwen on the show. But looking at the lineup of AP Brand, again, they just packed so much damage. In contrast, RSG, they have you know, both Aqua and Eman. While you look at the side of AP Brand, they have Few, Cal TZ, and Super Marco.
Spotted. Feather Airstrike used. Oh, Ogwen with a kick, with a follow-up from Nats using the final slash, but now Immortality has been popped. One from RSG, and also with a follow-up damage. Look at that. Flap DZ backs away, but Light falls down. Immortality is used as well with the truncheon from E-Rad, but AP Brand looking for a way to have a takedown from RSG.
Wow.
No casualty. No casualty.
You know what was burned? One Immortality, one Winter Truncheon. That was it. That was it.
This is what I like to call high-level gameplay. And the reason why is because, again, these, like, itemization-wise and execution-wise, it's pretty even across the board. And you just have some great team fights going out, and they're switching items here and there, and they're playing around it, right? All this leading into what will most likely be the last Lord of the game, depending how it goes.
He spotted one. Spotted one. Kaltizi falls down, but has the immortality though. Still has second life to defend. But now with the follow-up of Super Marco, will the damage be enough? So Ogwen being slashed down by Nats, and Light is eyeing on Flap TZ and Ogwen as well. Ira jumping out for safety, using the Valley Quem. There's basic migration for safety as well. Flap TZ on a seal. They're on a chase. They're on a hunt. Oh, AP Brent smells blood. Super Marco from the direct line, looking for damage to show, but Evan falls down. Few with a crucial takedown. Two-man down down for RSG, and it's a chase. It's on. AP Bren, it's on, and RSG slowly falling down. And Nats and Light, 2-man left to defend the base, and AP Bren with a window. Super Marco, he's still holding it, just looking for a way to take the Nats down, and yes, he will. And AP Bren, and with a push from Flab, TZ Light secures it, but no way they can defend this. We're heading in for a game number 3.
This winning moment brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a game 2 there. Holy moly. Expert MLBB. Because, again, I'm sitting here in amazement just how Kyle TZ survived that. I get he used what he had to. I believe it was the Winter Truncheon there, staying alive.
Yeah.
After the immortality, and comes back, heals back up real quick, swings in, cables in, and just turns that whole thing around without even needing the Lord.
That ultra late game. We need to take
That's
a
the
breather
ultra late
here.
game.
Man.
This game, I love this day. I love my Sunday right now.
Yeah, it was just immaculate playstyling, individual decision making from both sides. Imagine what looked like to be a terrible, terrible team fight for AP Bren.
My goodness.
Ended up the last fight that won Bren that game. AP Bren taking game number 2.
Like, again, and I know we're going to look at the highlights there later on, but holy moly is all I can say, because they found Kyle TZ. He bought so much time there, and just it resulted in them zoning out Emon for the most part, right? It was great focus on that, utilizing the penalty zone, and just a great overlapping and of synergy and that you see from AP Bren. So again, that game, that amazing game, is brought to you by our official sponsor of MPL Season 12, Infinix Mobile, bring you an ultra-fast gameplay with the Infinix Note series. That game right there is, I'm not 100% sure on this statistic, but is that one of our longest, if not the longest game so far?
I think it's the longest for us.
Yeah.
I think
For now.
For now.
But it is a long game. That was a long game.
That was certified as, OSX would say, ultra late game. We were there because at that point, really, it just does come down to that, right? A lot of item switching, a lot of just placements, how they're positioning, and really, again, as vulnerable as a Fanny can be in the jungle when you're trying to get that purple buff before the next Lord comes up. I think that was going to be the 5th Lord that probably, like I was saying, would change the tide of that game because it just gets to the point where it's so much to handle. They found the perfect setup, couldn't capitalize on it because of the counter punch. And I was saying this before, man. Everything that the Raiders were throwing at AP Bren there, they had an answer for it. Like, they had a counter punch for almost every single situation. And I know you'll probably highlight this too, Midnight, in just a second here. Because even for me, I was like, dude, the feathered airstrike was turning a lot of those tides in favor for them. And it's just Aqua couldn't get what he wanted, right, for the most part. So, Midnight, take it away. Break down this game number 2 for us.
Well, it's a lot, honestly. AP Bren winning game number 2 versus RSG on the back of an amazing individual gameplay coming out from AP Bren. Again, all 5 players, they did fantastic jobs on holding down RSG from raiding this game away from the Beehive. Now, we are going to be looking into game in just a bit, but I do want to point out, and I want to commend the MVP performance coming out from this guy, Kyle TZ on the Fanny. Imagine playing a Fanny against a Bruno and a Kufra and only dying once. He only died once in this game, and he was able to still farm up and get the items up, get the damage up as well for AP Bren. Be a big presence of damage output against RSG, and his ability to just maneuver on the fights, threaten the kill on Bruno, and stay alive for the majority of this game to keep up with the intense map pressure of this game. Now we will see the movements of both sides as to why this was a very, very long game. RSG, they had the early game down to the blueprint. Like, what they wanted to do was replicate game number 1, have this sort of protection coming out from both the jumps on Light and Irad, while also setting up for team fights with the form of the final sash on Nat. And Eman is able to hide himself for the majority of the early parts of the early game because I actually want to commend that, right? Like for Eman, not really playing really aggressive. Some people would say that he might not have pushed so many towers, but that actually repelled the early game snowball that Kyle Tizia could have gone if he kept on seeing the Bruno. And that allowed RSG to transition towards the mid to late game in a very strong manner, because at that point, they were kind of in an equal footing with AP Bren. But the problem with the composition on the side of the red team is that the way they fight into RSG is that they need to catch the Bruno. So that was the win condition for AP Bren. Meanwhile, RSG, they just need to stay alive and stay, keep the heroes hitting AP Bren. But there were a lot of instances in this game where Ogwed consistently found kicks onto the Bruno. Flaptizi just being able to retain the Eman duty, I would say. And AP Bren consistently getting out of this risky situations, and Kyle Tizia with the Winter Truncheon purchase is able to stay alive, regain his HP back. AP Bren chased down RSG as they knew this was the winning moment. They didn't need to go for the Lord, as this was an insurance policy already being presented to them by RSG in a matter of the death of the Bruno. That was what happened on that specific game. Now, we're going to be seeing some items here. They were juggled a lot, like the Immortalities, the Winter Truncheon, as we saw coming up from Kyle Tizia. But man, oh man, what I want to point out here is the damage output coming out from both sides. Super Marco and Eman, their willingness to commit to those damage items. But I would rather say that the majority of the problems that came out was on the side of RSG. Eman had to deal with a lot of these insane burst damages. Like with a Feathered Airstrike, he had to go for the Athena Shield, specifically with Few rocking that lethal ignition still, as well as Kyle Tizia. So there were definitely a lot of damage sources that can threaten Eman in this game. And even with the tenacity, he was not allowed to survive for so much, because that only works in early game. Like the armor, the magic and physical damage reduction provided is not enough to kind of repel the damage that is needed for AP Bren to take out the key player on the side of RSG. Even though he was able to farm up a lot for the Raiders, 7 out of 53 GPM on Eman, Super Marco was able to also dish out so much damage with the carry in the form of true damages. And this is not something that you can itemize from. Like the only way that you can itemize from a carry is with a Wind of Nature, Immortality, Dominance Ice. That's it. But for AP Bren, it's not even just the carry that is the damage source, but also a lot of the heroes on their side, specifically Few and of course Kyle Tizia, both on the Fanny and Parsa respectively. And we saw how that last fight turned out. When all of them were alive, when Kyle Tizia was able to survive himself, the only thing that they needed to do was chase RSG down and again catch Eman off guard. And that netted in the game for game number 2.
There you have it. I believe, yes, our longest game so far. It is only week 1, so who knows what else will happen again in the MDL. We saw a 50-plus minute game over there. So
that's crazy.
You know what? Again, at this point, even at that 25-minute mark, it starts to just really come down to a lot of that, like you mentioned in your breakdown there. And so, again, and you know, this is one of the things, too. Like, when you lock into Fanny, Hands of Kyle Tizia, or teams that like to go this route, you're not necessarily expecting them to have such an impact, I feel like, you know, in the ultra late game. Whereas I feel like this time, Kyle Tizia did, just because of how much pressure he was putting, you know, on there was the bottom lane, which transitioned into them securing themselves that Lord, and how that kind of unfolded. And then not to mention that last part where really he just bought so much time staying alive despite Light finding him. And then, again, great synergy there from AP Bren, a team that you mentioned here earlier, Midnight, that has been playing so long at this point together. And it's very clear if you're just watching the way that they play, the way they move around the map, the way they shot call things, it just shows. It's very apparent. Now, RSG Philippines, on the other hand, they have had their own moments of brilliance here. But definitely, you could see them trying to struggle a little bit going against a team like this for AP Bren, but still, nonetheless, a great showing here from the Raiders.
Truly a great showing. It's just that we're heading for a 1-1, even though AP Bren had a taste of their first loss. Now with the recovery in the ultra late game, we were expecting we were expecting for Light to have a catch on Kyle. They knew that he would be hungry for that purple, and that was like a make or break situation. And they completely had to retreat back to the base to cover up some losses on the waves as well.
All right, here's the thing. Some people would say that RSG, they're bad because they didn't go for the purple invade. Honestly speaking, with the way that they compose their lineup, they're not allowed to. Because the way it works is when we saw the last fight, they brought the Bruno with them.
Yeah.
And APBR was like, okay, we lose purple, but I'm seeing Bruno. I'm turning. Like, I don't care. IDC about purple.
IDC.
Even if Kyle TZ died there, but again, he lived, which is amazing. Bruno is inside. Like,
Yeah.
I see a straight way towards victory.
That's what I was saying again. You know, even before we saw that all unfold, I was like, really, at this point in the game, it's like our job is literally just get M on. Like, if we get him, then, you know, that should be putting us in a position where we can really shine because as we saw as how some of those team fights unfolded, even if, you, for example, you lose Super Marco, you still have other threats there, you know, with that composition that they had, right? So now, really what I'm wondering is Game 3, the adjustments. We saw how it went from Game 1 to Game 2, the adjustments that were made. RSG, on the other hand, I'm wondering once again, jungle-wise, because we highlighted a lot about the, you know, these two jungles leading into the series. Like we were literally comparing their statistics. We know how they have a lot of inspiration, you know, from their idol out there, Carl TZ, and you could kind of see it right now. I love how some of this also, the dynamic has changed a little bit, right? Even with Irad. What I'm wondering though is, do we see them opt for, once again, a utility jungler option? I know they've been banned quite a bit, but, and which I will say this, man. I'm glad we're not seeing Fred every single game.
Oh yeah.
It's good.
The old
It's
Fred.
healthy.
It's healthy. It's healthy. It's healthy for the competitiveness right now, because that's what I'm wondering though. Like, is this the time now? If RSG Philippines wants to close out the series for a win, do they go the utility jungler route? Do you think that's part of it, or do you just love what we're seeing so far from these two junglers?
It depends. Like what utility jungler you're able to get. Like if you get your hands on the Baksha, great. If you get your hands on the Martas, great. And it also depends on the matchup. But I do think this is the time to pull out a utility assassin like the Lancelot.
Okay.
Irad.
Well,
Open it up.
It's good. It's good because in that ultra late game, you would want to have a fighter either for assassin of Irad, because we know him on these hero picks in the first 3 days of MPL Philippines. So maybe if he puts back in the situation where he needs to decide for utility, it still could fit, but that would actually make things work for a rounded lineup.
So hear me out. Guinevere, it does provide a lot of mobility in the fights, but Lancelot does it better.
Yeah.
He does it better, and it's gonna be on the hands of either Kyle TZ or Ira.
And now that we've seen that Guinevere now a couple times here, you could see where in the late game, it's not so much of a threat in a way. Like you are, like the knockups and stuff are still great, and that's why they worked so well when you had again the Gord locked in there, because it was just a lot of stunts. Not aside from the fanboying that I'm having. But
he's having it again.
100% win rate, by the way.
100% by the way. I'm gonna say it as long as I can,
It's
man.
good.
Until
It's good.
Gord has his loss, I'm gonna keep sliding that in there. 100%.
You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
100% no 1-1 appearance.
Oh yeah, despite the ban that we saw yesterday, he's still not even considered to be in the draft.
Yeah, no picks.
With a Gord.
Wait, was it banned yesterday?
It was banned.
Okay, it was banned
once. It was like, oh, finally one gets banned. But out of the picture of the meta of MPL Season 12, they just don't care.
Yeah,
at all.
Last season, week 1, pure bans, pure picks. Actually, all throughout season 11, crazy enough, he was contested 100%.
Yeah.
Always picked, always banned.
Oh yeah.
Well, it's kind of weird because now, just on day 3 of week 1, we're starting to see this transition where it's
Is this
like
1-1?
Yeah, no. my thing was Bruno first pick.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What
Bruno?
world did you think?
Ixia?
Earth 001, Mr. JC.
I don't know what that is.
So it's
This
like,
is our Earth.
For nice, it's like Bruno first pick, Gord.
Oh, here's the thing.
You want to
I don't
destroy
think
that
that's
win
ever
rate,
gonna
bro?
happen. I don't think that's gonna happen.
What do you mean?
You think so?
I don't think Gord will ever be a first pick.
No. What I'm saying is, Bruno is like a surprise, but Gord is like a happy pill. Like you'd be happy if you see it every day.
Oh yeah, every
it's
day.
not like a
sure.
Fredrin, you know, when you see Fredrin, like, come on. It's a
No, he
Fredrin
got
again.
to the point where literally Fredrin was like, all right, blue sign first pick. Fredrin's probably gonna get picked.
Valentina, yeah, same thing all over again,
Exactly.
and it's good. So, either utility or assassin. Maybe AP Brand would actually opt for the sustain this time. Bastion wasn't banned. So I don't know if would they go with that route, since there's a lot of hide and security for the back of our team in the most of the 2 games that we saw. So will they go for that route as well, or maybe just go for their own adjusted assassin hero picks?
It depends, because in game number 3, at some point you want to change up the variation of the draft that you're taking on. Like for example, both sides, they might just opt out of the Kadita ban and let it through, just to be able to change up the dynamic of the draft. Like if RSG lets go of the Kadita, if they're red, then Brent picks it up. You get 2 power picks that cannot be answered by a Kadita. So there are a lot of things that are happening in their brains right now, specifically on the notebook of Brian Lim. Again, the magical notebook.
The sacred notebook. If you remember correctly, back on season 9, it's a notebook of secrets.
Yeah.
The notebooks of secrets?
Yeah, you remember that in the English. I know if it's Wolf or you, but we were trying to have the hover on the camera when he's opening up the blue notebook.
Yeah,
of RSG.
that was us. That was us.
That was us.
I told
was
you.
that season 9?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
I told you the story of the notebook, and that has existed for like 4 years now. 4 or 5.
The story of the notebook.
Yeah, because he started with the notebook back in season 3. He kept on writing like heroes, drafts, what's good with the matchup, what's bad. I picked this. Did they pick this? Okay, this might be something that I should consider on the next game. So stuff like that.
You know, I could never be a coach because if I had a notebook, I wouldn't be able to take notes because I can't read my own handwriting. That's just real talk, man.
Sometimes writing is hard.
Do you know what do you have to? I'm slurring on my words. Do you know what you have to do?
What?
Get Infinix Note Series.
Wow. So
Bro.
I could just type there.
No.
Yeah. Easy peasy. But still, again, as we wait for this draft here for game number 3, I think, I think you're right, Midnight. Like, we've seen a similar thing from game 1 to game 2. At least draft-wise, idea, execution-wise, and everything. I think if it's anyone,
Bitcoin. Oh, music's the nicest ears.
that might happen.
I know. We could actually switch chairs right now.
Or,
For game number
Or
3.
what?
or
Mr. Fredrin, no.
no. What OSX was bringing
we
up
need
yesterday.
to bring it down. Frederick, you do not exist.
We don't want to go back there, man.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Alright.
I'm sorry.
Or
Let's go 1-1.
we go with Eminem.
What's M&M?
Oh,
I'm not actually using it. I'm just referencing
it's the
yesterday.
chocolate reference yesterday. It's like
It's
mage.
not chocolate.
Oh, really?
I don't know.
I thought it was chocolate.
What is it?
It's the mage, the double mage setup.
Ah,
Mage,
Mage and Mage. So Novaria Farsa,
Yup.
Novaria Eve,
Yup.
stuff like that. Valir Rope. Oh, interesting. Some interesting stuff.
Yeah, because a couple times now, teams, and actually, AB Bren likes to do that too. I mean, they have locked in before we've seen this, or even
Ogwyn.
other teams. Yeah,
Ogwyn and Kadita.
Yeah.
Ogwyn on Kadita. Maybe they take the Novaria, but she has been banned
Few
quite
on
a bit too.
Kadita.
You know what's crazy?
Well, go ahead.
AP Bren has done something similar to this. Like, they lost a game in a best-of-3 series. And I think it was against either RSG or Echo, or maybe even TNC. But game number 3, they surprised everyone when they picked up the Diggy on Ogwyn.
Diggy. They used to be bane of AP Bren.
Yeah.
Bro, as I recall, the first day that AP Brent had a match and the FWD insurance was hovering and there was a Diggy, Coach Ducky automatically banned Diggy in the 4th slot, reminding him on that nightmare of a hero.
It's a Ducky ban.
We've seen them utilize it though too.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Goes both ways.
Ogwyn is a very fantastic Diggy player.
But I just feel like at this point too, well, I could see that happening if we do see again, teams kind of opting for these tankier picks, a lot of the CC, because so far that's what the lineups have been too. A lot of CC overlapping. And now RSG Philippines has done that, twice? So I'm wondering again. That's why I brought up the whole MM theory, is because again, do you go for something that's, just poke potential? We know there's a lot of lineups that are based on poke potential, burst potential. You guys mentioned the Kadita already. There's a lot here that basically they can pull out of that secret notebook from Coach Panda. And here's the thing, OSX, for AP Bren, right? Because how they've been playing, and because you and I have watched a lot of their games recently, right? Do you think they go with a similar game plan? Because if it's not broke, don't fix it, right? Like, do they want to do that?
Macro-wise, they could actually go for the same thing, change something up for the Assassin Hero, but we will see on the draft. How will this one go for this tiebreaker match? I want to grind Midnight's gears right now.
Wait, why?
Let's see how the possibility of this draft could be. Will it be an unorthodox way of a chance for
right.
AP Brand or RSG?
I'll turn it back to you. I want to grind your gears.
You want to grind that OSX's gears?
First pick.
He was an analyst yesterday, by the way.
Oh yeah, first pick Frederick.
Oh man.
If that happens, all right. If that happens, you'll buy me coffee later.
Okay, deal. Okay, let's see how this goes.
First pick Frederick.
Midnight has a way of maintaining this prediction.
But honestly, I don't think it'll happen
on second game. But let's see.
I don't see.
Will Irad go for the utility?
I don't see anybody letting go to Frederick, honestly. Maybe the Lancelot will pop out on game number 3. Maybe some other heroes like, again, letting go of the Karita and suddenly picking up a Faramis, maybe.
Yeah.
On any side, because we've seen them do this with AP Brent.
Is that the notebook you're talking about right there?
Yeah, that's the notebook.
That's it.
See, he's writing.
See?
But here's what I'm wondering. Is that the same notebook from Season 3?
Of course not. Of course not.
You don't think so?
I don't think
It
that.
could be a refill.
How cool would that be, though, if it was?
Maybe he has a stock or a library of previous drafts in my entire career.
Well, they're by the way, ladies and gentlemen, they're through the draft almost here, so we're seeing a lot of this, right? So
a room full of banned notebooks.
Yeah, okay. Fredrin is banned out. They're actually nearly done with the second phase here. First picks, as we get a glimpse of this, is all right. Brody, Fanny, Edith. And then on the other side, we've got Valentina, Torizla, Beatrix.
I'm thinking this is the first pick, Valentina. And then maybe Fanny Edith, and then Teresa Beatrix, and then they answered up with the Brody, because Brody is such a good matchup against the Beatrix.
Oh yeah, fair point. Because you have the gold lane contention, you have the gold lane matchup coming in. Even by looking at this draft, because right now we're looking at the same choices, but the Edith though is the priority of AP Bren right now. So you have the knockup, you have the roam capability, but that is sometimes the question: will it be pushed for a roam, or will it be an EXP? But for the bans that we see here, they also take off the Bruno, respecting the hell out of RSG, and as well as the good counter as well for the glue.
That's first ban worthy. So I think for AP Bren, you have to consider the fact that they might be picking up Fanny counters again on the second phase, which is why Kufra has been banned out. But there are also a lot of different options, like for example, exotic picks like Ruby, meta heroes like Grok and Cho. So those definitely are heavy contenders when it comes to the roam setups that can come out from RSG. But that is also true if you're RSG. You need to consider
Ruby.
the fact that OSX mentioned that the Edith can be placed on either XP or Robe, and now they pick up the Ruby.
Oh, you've been mentioning on game number 2, since there's the presence of Fanny and there's no Kufra. Yeah, this was the answer yesterday. It was the Ruby, but it wasn't a great game for a Ruby, and they're also up against Fanny, who has the Franco with them.
Interesting. So you have, in a way, it still kind of is something different, but more or less there's some of these same picks that are popping up, right? And because of the Fanny is there, you're sort of expecting a similar situation, right, for the most part. Now, one thing that I will say, obviously, is because it's a Beatrix this time around, you have a couple more ways you can approach these fights, but still, you've really got to protect the positioning here. And I think that's why maybe the Ruby can actually work pretty well.
Yep.
You have, some great peel options. You also have great initiation options, paired up with the fact that you have a Terizla now, and you can also rely on the same thing there. How do they round it out, right? Last pick, Joy going in the jungle here.
Okay.
Which we saw an amazing performance on, earlier in the week. I believe it was day 1. And I'm a believer. Like I said, during that cast, I was like, I'm a believer of the Joy Jungle.
Yep, this has a great matchup.
Count me in.
If you see, if you look at the lineup of AP Bren, it's a way of taking down the Farsa and the Brody. It doesn't mind playing into a Edith because of the CC immunity, but one concern that you have is the burst damage. They definitely have a lot of damage on the side of AP Bren. But if you consider the fact that if Irad is happy to oblige, like if you take him down, you're also exhausting resources to take the Joy down, which does allow more playing room once again for Eman with the protection from coming out from Carizla and Ruby to allow this Beatrix to just get out of control.
Well, we have talked extensively about this game number 3 and the lineups here. So I know you guys are guessing as well. We're jumping right into the game here to find out who will win this series between AP Bren and RSG Philippines in this game number 3. A lot of poking here already towards Light.
Yeah, 47 seconds in. And how does this work with a Fanny versus a Joy? Okay, stolen by Irad. Lethal Wander. Mana Regen is on with RSG in the first few seconds. How is this matchup going to go, Midnight? How is the damage with the Fanny and the Joy right now?
Again, it's not like a big problem for any side. It's just that Kyle TZ will have more mobility, he will have more burst damage, but Irad's job in this game is to just maneuver around the fight and try to get some pickups on the either Brody or Farsa.
Oh, look at the burst. Wow. Wow, he flickered. Good hold by Ogwin.
Aqua wanted that.
Ooh, he's thirsty.
He's like, I'm not letting this happen again here. So, hey, that was a good attempt.
Yeah, clean. Okay, with the follow-up, that is the onward. That is the knockup.
Wow.
Look at the burst. First blood onto AP Bren. Kyle Tisa secures that one, and Few as well. That's 2.
Okay. Now AP Bren was like, hey, we're not letting that happen again. They go and convert it into 2 kills. One going to the hands of Kyle Teasy.
Again, this was what I was mentioning earlier. Again, the damage output is there, and the mobility is there. But AP Bren surprised RSG. They were not expecting that at all. Like, prior to the turtle spawning, getting 2 kills immediately for their side.
2 kills. 2 minutes in. Nobody's taken the objective just yet. Good vision check also by Flap Teasy. Light the Nats as well. So no contest. Okay. We're on level 5 on Kyle Teasy and Irad though.
Yeah, they're where they need to be, right? Light doesn't have the level 4 just yet, but still I think they're just going to go ahead and set up. If they want to secure themselves this turtle, they will. But Irad now getting in position, doesn't want to go ahead and get the orange buff first, unless they're just patiently waiting, right? Still, information, look how much focus on the bottom.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of which, Gold Lane in trouble. Emma, use the flicker. Phew! There you go. There you go.
That's a tough spot to be in, right? I mean, not too much you can do there. Hopefully they can convert, though, and hopefully get an objective for that. Because when your gold laner goes down, it's tough to deal with and work back from.
So speaking of working back, Irad manages to secure the first objective in 3 minutes.
Yeah. Both sides didn't want to start turtle because both of them are rocking assassins. And AP Bren, what they wanted was to actually pressure the gold lane instead of forcing the turtle contention from RSG, which in my perspective, is a better choice. Because even though they lost turtle, gold lane is now favorable for Super Marco. And Kyle TZ was able to get a lot of jungle farm during the time when RSG was taking their time in taking down the turtle. So it's kind of an even trade in terms of macro-wise, but AP Bren has the advantage of being able to kill the Beatrix.
Yeah, they had a good jump start right now. And Super Marco is just eyeing him, just getting him for the push. 4 minutes of the game. Camera on the XP laners here. Flap TZ and NASA just exchanging some spams. But also here, I love the focus onto the mid lane. It's always about the slow down rotation that AP Bren is doing from RSG.
The thing that scares me about AP Bren right now is also just the scaling for Few, right? Already picking up the Clock of Destiny here. Okay, putting pressure. They get the ultimate out. That's what they were after.
Wait, the orange was stolen while Kyle TZ didn't even commit a retreat.
That's just...
He's just a player.
Damage precision, Midnight.
That's what you do, you know? And I think, again, one of the downsides of a Joy in the jungle is sometimes you have to... Oh, hold on.
Okay,
Ogwen going
with
again.
onward now. That's a flicker out.
He
Flicker
missed the
out.
timing.
Light.
He missed the timing.
Okay, that's a peel down bottom. Kyle TZ versus Eman. Forced out an ultimate, but yeah, he was forced now to go back to the base. And it just clearly, AP Brand is still on the lead. And just by building up all the objectives that you mentioned, that was stolen, Flapty's on the mission now, being bursted down with the ultimate, but he's still sustaining though. That's Uranus. That's Uranus.
That's
right
what he
there.
does best right
Oh,
there.
yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Just stays alive in those situations.
Situations like this, Aqua being bursted down, AP Brand now forced to back away, and RSG still holding this bottom lane turn. Look at that damage.
Oh, wait,
wow.
wait. What was that retro timing? You're right.
Wow.
He took it.
Did
That is tough, man.
That was like
that was way
too early. Yeah,
way too early.
The HP was like 2 times the retro damage that he dealt.
Miscalculation.
I don't know if he's, you know, I feel like Irad, the way he's playing this Joy right now in the jungle, he's a little rattled, you know, and especially with the fact that you have this advantage now building up. It wasn't anything crazy a little bit. Oh, man,
there you go.
Okay, well, now it just got there at that point as I was going into it. Torn apart memory with Fashion.
That's 2 deaths. On to Amon, onto the Beatrix.
That was an ultra fast takedown.
That was
On the
finesse.
gold lane. And that was allowed because of the fact that instead of going for the turtle, Kyle TZ went on the gold lane for the first turtle of the game, and that allowed Super Michael to have a fantastic time in the gold lane.
They spotted Aqua. Now there's a follow-up from Ogwen. RSG would not want to respond. AP Brand is just all over the place. Slowly but surely, but the lead is going with them by the wave and by the push.
There's a thing we like to call this the snowball effect.
Yep.
And it's in full force right now. Like, we're halfway down the hill, and it's getting larger and larger. Because the kills are 5, right? 4 AP Bren, and they're evenly distributed against very important roles, right? You have 2 on few. Super Marco had one with that torn apart memory just a little bit ago. Kyle TZ is at a point, too, where in the Fanny, he's so confident, man. He's just planting himself in the jungle of Irad, making it that much more difficult to get his resources that he needs.
Yeah.
That's why it works out so well, right? I mean, that is the effect of having a Fanny. Kyle TZ necessarily didn't have this previous game. He's having a way better game on this Fanny this time.
Yeah, he just got his orange, and Irad now is looking for ways to secure more of the objectives. What is left here is probably crumbs that he can actually use against AP Bren. Now eyes on the top lane. 3-man rotation.
I think he just took the purple.
Yep.
Oh, off-cam kill.
Well, not just a purple. Took the joy. Took the joy out of RSG.
Oh,
They're not
no.
smiling now.
Oh no, this is not looking good.
And that's the thing I was saying. Like, Irad, he might not have died, you know, multiple times, but just this type of jungle experience is not fun to deal with. Like, you are behind, and you can even see it in the levels alone, right? Levels alone-wise, and just the fact that he's not getting any resources makes it very difficult. So now you're at a point where if you're Irad and you need to count on your team to help pick you up through this situation, because Kyle TZ at this stage will just style all over you, right? You really need to be able to count on the team to get to where they need to be. Emon has been having a rough time too, though. That's tough.
Here's the thing, all right? They actively picked the joy into a Fanny. Again, it's not a bad matchup per se, but with the first rotation that Kyle TZ did is what made this game good for Kyle TZ, because now RSG needs to protect Emma, they need to protect Beatrix, and that leaves the Joy open to the freestyle movements of the Fanny. Because what is he going to do? Dance with the cables?
Yeah, that's just a big of a problem for RSG. That is a conceal committed by RSG Philippines. Now on to the Lord. First objective, that's the initiation from Light. Ammon responds with the ultimate, but Ogun backs out for safety. Flapteasy as well, zoning out Nats, Light, and Aqua. Being forced, they forced to help Irad to take this orange, and Flapteasy just there. Getting vision for AP Bren. I'm just here, boys. Go ahead, Kyle TZ. Secured the objective.
He's literally just there.
Yeah, he's literally just watching what RSG is doing in their boot camp.
Menacingly.
Yeah.
Just, you know?
Like, there's no other way to put it. Like, Flapteasy is just seeing RSG, like, play whatever game they're playing at their boot camp.
Yeah.
Their scrims, I don't know, maybe seeing them as well.
This looks familiar from earlier this week, but just in a different situation, right? This time, Flapteasy obviously having a great game. He might not have any kills, deaths, or anything else, but I'll tell you what, he can stand and look people down 1 versus 5 if he wants to at this point.
Wow, they're just completely closing the borderline here for RSG Philippines. Look at that, onward from Ogwen, eyeing on to the second tier turret on mid. Look at this
Still.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh!
Oh my goodness! Off-cam kill up top.
That was a double bait into the actual kill.
Oh.
And Irad was like, bruh, tell me what you want to do. I was like, baited twice. I firmly believe that you're not going to kill me, but you did.
Oh my gosh, the damage, the threat, and from APBR overall, damage, defense, you name it, they have it. How is RSG going to defend this? No kill point. 7-0, 10 minutes.
I feel like I blinked and then it just ballooned to 10,000, nearly a 10,000 gold difference. Like, what? I was talking about halfway down the hill. We're down the hill, and this thing is a massive snowball now, right? And so now if you're RSG Philippines, you got to say, what do we do? How do we hold on here? It's 11 minutes in the game. We're not going to have any space to work with. What do we do, Midnight?
Honestly, try to look for errors, because at this point, literally 3 heroes on the side of APBR are unkillable. Number 1 is Flapteasy. This Uranus standing in the front line, unkillable. Number 2, Few, no catch. I mean, you have Irad, but it's just gonna be get killed by the Fanny. And number 3, Ogwen. So these 3 heroes are literally impossible to take down for RSG. And for you to be able to, go to the Brody, you need to bypass at least 2 on either side of APBR. So again, you're at the mercy of APBR at the moment. You need to look for mistakes or maybe force APBR to make their own. But as it stands right now, APBR, they're playing to the methodical approach.
Still, and they're not really trying. APBR, look at that. Showed enough recalls onto the XP lane.
Menacingly.
And Nats, look at that.
Menacingly.
I love the view right now. This is just normal for the Philippines, by the way. Yeah, it just recalls all over Flapteasy.
Somebody count this recalls, by the way.
Yeah, somebody make a stats out of this.
Yeah.
I don't know why when I see this, though, like, my finger naturally moves too. I don't know about you guys.
The tap?
Yeah.
Yeah. I get you.
You know, you're such at a competitive nature mindset that you can't help but do it. And now at this point, I think this is just another lord in the hands of APBR as it is. And RSG Philippines is going to have to defend some way, somehow against this massive lead. That's going to be a miss on the I'm offended.
Oh
in the
my
Irad.
goodness, another one.
Fashion.
Oh
I said it earlier. I'll say it again. Fashion.
That was an ultra fast takedown.
Kyle TZ. And just by him alone, having this lethal ignition up against Irad is just devastating to see. Off-cam kill. There's one after the other, Midnight.
There's no game for RSG to play with this kind of lead coming out from APBR. 11k gold lead. And Kyle T is just styling on everyone that he sees. Because anybody, I mean, aside from the Terizla potentially and the Ruby, the 3 heroes on RSG, Irad, Aqua, and Eman can just be one-shotted by the Fanny.
Oh no. Turret down. Good points there, Midnight. How will they even manage to have a hold in the defense? Oh, that's the catch onto Light. Will this be on to change the game? Emin has the first kill. First point onto RSG. Kaltisi, though, 1 kill and 1 turret down up top. Last turret in mid. Baptiste and Ogwen be in the front line. Still holding the waves. Still clearing mostly on the defense of RSG. And they're left with 1 turret.
Wow, okay. So despite this nearly 10,000 gold deficit, they somehow get on the board, which is great. It's a great step in the right direction, but isn't enough to buy yourself another. Honestly, at this point, I'd say you need 8 to 10 minutes here.
Oh,
you know, you need a while.
For RSG, right? Like, you need 6 items in Eman. But yeah, that play from Light was amazing with the ultimate flicker. But how many times could you pull that off? You only have 1 tower in mid lane now.
It looks like Ogwen has spotted 1, missed the knock-up. Light, though, will be in trouble. That's a failure. Sorry, burst follow-up from that. Flapteasy in the front line. Here comes the Kyle TC damage to the rescue. Whoa, bursted down by Aqua right away. Thought about an exchange there. No trade for APBR.
All right, mistake number 2 for AP Brent. This is the second mistake that gets punished by RSG. But still, there's an 8,000 gold lead for AP Brent, and the Lord is going to spawn in 45 seconds. But, there's still hope. There's still hope for RSG. There's still mistakes that are being made by AP Brent.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. Light senses something out of that bush. Even by this lead, it's trimmed down for 8K. Now they had an additional 2K gold lead now for RSG. And yeah, you're right, Midnight. The recovery of RSG, the threat is still imminent.
Yeah, the threat's still there, but they have a lot of ground to cover. That's the thing, you know, especially still Irad. Because eventually, even if AP Brent kind of settles down a little bit and they stop playing so risky, you know, because of that massive lead they had, it still comes down to these Lords. And Irad is in not really the best situation, obviously, to go toe-to-toe with the Lord takes, right? So what AP Brent will do is they'll kind of just adjust here, forcing RSG Philippines to finally make their way into their own space to work with, to try to get some vision here on this Lord, and they might look to punish. It would be great if RSG Philippines can stay alive, especially for Emon, right? Emon, maybe Irad is able to whittle some members down.
Looks like Flapteasy pulled the party right onto AP Brand. Concealed, that's the follow-up, that's the burst. Nat's going to be in trouble right in the middle of enemy lines. Now RSG, though, is now backing away, as well as all the members of RSG. Flapteasy pushing them back to their base. My goodness, AP Brand.
Look at these
now,
two beefy boys.
Yeah, they're so beefy. They just need a way to soak up more of the damage.
You know.
HP, half HP onto this Lord. Kyle Teasy and AP Bren secured objective, and there's a push against RSG.
At this point, AP Bren, you could look at Flapteasy and say he's just a walking logo of the AP Bren squad.
Yeah.
And he's just tanking RSG.
He's just holding the banner high.
It's literally AP Bren, Flapteasy, like the walking logo versus RSG.
I mean, Ogwin too, you know, on this Edith.
Yeah, I mean, he's there to kind of like, hey, say that, hey, they don't have damage to you. Walk more, walk further. He's just a reminder.
The two bastions, basically.
Exactly.
That's what they are for AP Bren.
Perfect way to put it, gentlemen. Perfect
now
way.
Lord making its way top lane here. RSG Philippines holding on to that mid turret. Will lose this.
Can they defend? AP Bren is few seconds away and finally taking this game. AP Bren, will they have a chance? That's Nats trying to melt down, but that's the initiation. Supermarket destroys the turret now. HP bars dropping down. That's action. That's business. Eman finally exchange with the trade. Ogwen, though, backs away. Supermarco taking down Nats. No fall from the back line. Flapteasy and Ogwen as well back in the way. Now base is open. Base is open. AP Bren to take, but there's no minions. Still yet marching through. Two waves for AP Bren to take. Base is open. Still clear. There's still a Beatrix. Emon still working his way. But now 4-5 members of AP Bren are still present. And Kyle Teasy still holding it through. No waves cleared out. Cleared by RSG.
They're doing a fantastic job here for the side of RSG in terms of clearing the waves while also defending against AP Bren. But I would have to say it's just, you know, it's just the factor of having an Edith and Uranus on your lineup. Like you can only rely to the better airstrike of Few, the damage output of Kyle Teasy, and the range that Supermarket can secure with the Thorn Apart memory on the Brody. So RSG, they know that all well, and they are able to just move around their own base to be able to just clear waves while not dying to AP Bren.
So far, they've bought themselves about 5 of the 10 minutes that we mentioned, right?
Exactly.
They're doing it.
Three more.
Yeah.
3 more minutes.
A little bit more. They'll be in a position where they can actually turn some of these team fights around. And also, in that last base defense, props to Aqua, the way that he played around Kyle Teasy. He stayed alive. And that was massive for them not to get pushed in, right? So now, once again, they're still kind of meant to stay together for the most part. Oh, they might get cut
ambush
off.
by Flapteasy, spotted out to Aqua and Emma. No, he flickered out.
It.
That's AoE burst. He's being chased down, and that's it. Onward, and a knockup. Supermarket secures the kill. No damage. A major pickup for AP Bren, being sandwiched, ambushed by Flapteasy. Now RSG's forced again to be on the mercy of their base.
Kyle, he's
doing it again. He's doing it again. Oh, this time.
He missed.
Okay, he's still making it through, but that's just Erad. Late game power, Erad with his joy.
RSG. We said 8 minutes earlier. They've spent 5 minutes. That got extended by 5 more because Eman just died, and AP Brand now has another Lord in their arsenal. But I'd have to say RSG again has been doing a fantastic job of just holding this game together for their side, even though they are in the face of an 11,000 gold lead on AP Brand. Super Marco with an immortality, but with this Lord spawning, I think they can just throw bodies at RSG.
I think they can too. You still have to, acknowledge the fact that yes, RSG Philippines has had great defenses so far. They do have pretty good clear. Now, as this next Lord marches in, this is where it gets a little more tough because they're also going to be they're going to have to play around the feathered airstrike pressure and the initiations from most likely Ogwin this time. So if they can do that, if they can keep some of that at bay, play around this might lead them to buy a couple more minutes here. So now that the Lord makes its way, AP Brand looking to cap out the series. We'll see if they can do it.
All waves pushing in, a few moments away, few moments for AP Brand, and there goes the chaos being built by AP Brand, and they take down one. Ogwin fall down, and with a double kill now, RSG has an eye getting this prize back away to clutch back in the late game. Still imitating it though, Light, and that's eye for a way to melt this down. Wow,
they did it.
A great pickup, a great takedown. Kyle TZ and Ogwin, RSG Philippines. Wow.
It was RSG that committed first, specifically with the I'm Offended play coming out from the Ruby, and Aqua, man, with a stolen better airstrike, being able to position better than few as he was forced to flicker out, use the Winter Truncheon, and that was the, that was what felt the doom here for the team fight on AP Brand. It was just RSG executing their spells much better.
Again, Aqua's playing his mind out. The fact that he did an amazing thing in previous defense against Counties, and then that time positioning better than few and was able to kind of hold that at bay. Aqua was putting in the work, and the rest of the team as well. Like I said, Irad had a very rough early game, and the team has helped bring it back to this point.
Oh yeah.
And let me just say, we've crossed the 60K barrier for RSG. Gold lead does not matter anymore. It matters when it comes to item juggles, but at this point, RSG is maxed out.
Okay. Will they max out the chance to recover? Now, this is their time to actually bounce back, but there's a lot of defenses right now in AP Brand. Look at those turrets. Still complete. The only one who could actually be taken down was this turret up top. And the waves are still pushing in. How will they manage to secure most of this check boxes here against AP Brand?
Well, the check boxes here, for the most part, for RSG Philippines, they've been able to do a lot of what they had to do. When you look at a lot of games where you're down, 10,000 gold, 11,000 gold, especially in the mid game. Again, that lead was around, I think it was the 11, 12 minute mark, right? They have bought themselves the 10 minutes we said they needed to. And so all those boxes to get to this point, RSG Philippines has done. Now the question is, can they actually turn this around and have it be such a reverse game that it just shocks all the people watching it because of how that lead was for AP Brand? That would be a big blunder for AP Brand with the kind of lead that they had in this Game 3. So RSG Philippines, they've set themselves up for a very good position. And mind you, what we saw in Game 2, Kyle TZ still able to do work on this Fanny despite when we get to this point of the game. So now if you're RSG Philippines, once again, how do you play around that to not let that repeat what we saw in Game 2?
Well, I think they just have to continue what they're doing right now, because the difference between this game and game number 2 is that Flap TZ is on Uranus. Uranus, during ultra late game, is just a walking vision. He's a walking tank. He does deal damage, but he's just an obstacle for RSG to cross. And again, may I remind everyone that they have a way of bypassing that in the form of Erad. And even though he is 0.1 right now, again, this guy is maxed out. He even bought a Starium Scythe. And that is going to matter when it comes to positioning. Because the thing is, if he is able to close the gap against his Brody, he's going to be able to deal so much damage in a way that Super Marco needs to be mindful of his position.
Wow, RSG really loves the long games, bro. They just don't want to know. They just don't want to know the possibility of them being taken down in this match. This is the mindset of RSG Philippines right now. Everything is just maxed out. even by the lead from a 10K deficit. I know it doesn't matter right now, but now it's now half.
Yeah. The crazy thing too is literally like Midnight was saying, you could just put Flap Teasy there, man. Like, hold the Lord out of the pit, keep it there till they're ready, get the information they need. Kyle Teasy really just kind of putting pressure where he can, and if they want to reset it, they will, right? Yep. But RSG Philippines, it's kind of like AP Bren saying, well, guys, it's in your court. Like, you come here to us, right? You fight us, you initiate, whether that's going to be Navs, whether that's Light.
Oh, speaking of Light, looks like he's going for it. He spots one. No. Ultimate has been committed. Now it's go time for AP Brand. Now they spot down one. That's Flap Teasy. Immortality Bomb. A 2-man knockout from the back. Ogwen secures a target. Evan and Light though. But where's the follow-up by AP Brand? There's too much damage. There's so much burst. There's so much poke. But they can still hold it though. One man down. Flap Teasy, the sacrificial armor of AP Brand. Oh my goodness.
This is all worth it for RSG, by the way. You forced out the immortality. He purchased Winter Truncheon as well on the Uranus, but he still died. All the while, you did not lose anything. I mean, aside from the battle spell of Eman and, of course, some ultimates. But AP Brent, they're now starting to lose control of this game. Again, you start feeling the difference between the Terizla and Uranus. The Terizla has been more active in RSG. Pointing on the Lord.
That's the knockup. Ogun gets a catch. Now another CC Erad finally secures a major objective. RSG now is going to fight back, but now they're forced to reach. Look at the damage. It's too much for RSG Philippines. Now they're falling back. Now going back to the base for safety. But AP Bren now will manage, and they need to hold this defense again. Ultra late game, ladies and gentlemen, once more. And there is a Lord on mid, on push.
Wow. Can I just say, you know, earlier when we saw Irad miss that retribution on the orange buff, he just made up for it.
Yeah, it was like, that was warm-up. That was warm-up. This is what we were hyped for, the ultra late game. By the way, 12K gold gap is now just 200 gold gap.
Oh, speaking of damage, look at that burst. Ogun forced the Primal Wrath. Ogwen is now out of his ultimate. Now this time, it's just Kyle Teasy. Good push and flow up top though. Oh, is the window closing for AP Brent to take this game?
The window is already technically closed. I mean, with the lead that they had in the mid-game, they should have capped it out there. They didn't. They got the turrets, but man, what a defense from the Raiders here. They, time and time again, they have defended successfully, and this is the fruits of their labor.
That was in 14 minutes of the game time. We gave them 5 minutes. Effectively, 19 was the was the limit for AP Bren. It's 27 now.
That was half. Almost half.
RSG literally bought another game.
I was gonna say, literally, we're like, all right, they just need to buy another 10 minutes. They bought almost another 10 minutes.
They bought game 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, with extra seconds. Oh no. Window has closed for AP Bren. Light pulled out an objective. He was actually targeting Flap Teasy, but there's a conceal on bottom. 3-man rotation. And that senses it. Base is open. Slowly AP Bren here, regardless of the turrets that's still up for this game, it could go in a matter of seconds once they commit another mistake against RSG.
I feel like this will be, again, if RSG Philippines pulls this through, this will be one of the biggest tables have turned matches that we've seen, right? And not to mention against who they're after, who they're fighting against, AP Bren here, with a ton of success they found recently.
Oh, 3-man penalty zone onto AP Bren. Eman with the devastating damage. Now Flappy is forced to respond back, immobilized. Now slowing down Super Marco. Torn up memory working the damage for AP Bren, but it's still enough though. Nats with a shutdown. That's Super Marco down for AP Bren. No marksman for AP Bren with the trade. Nats falls down and Earth as well. Oh,
that's
my
huge.
gosh. This game.
That almost looked like bad for AP Bren. But Kyle Teasy was able to use Retribution to get purple. But look at this!
Eman. Oh, cable's not connecting. Oh my.
Immediately, dude, fast fingers. Hold your fast. He was like, Wind of Nature, sell Windjet, buy Rose Gold. Holy smokes!
Adrenaline onto Eman's final insurance
No, Haskell! Oh my goodness!
Oh, keep an eye on Kyle Teasy, though. He might still look to just put the pressure here, knowing that still 30 seconds away, Nav's in the Irad. Oh, no,
Eman being spotted. Wait.
Just kidding.
Respected. Respected by Kyle Teasy. Okay.
They just get the call for the Lord.
Light as well being in up front. That's a knock-up. That's an airborne. Light here trying to get it a hold. That's a setup. Will this be enough? Kyle T secures the objective. Will they back away? Light is on 3. Has 3 members from AP Bren. He will be bursted down.
Wow, holds on to the immortality.
He still lives.
I don't know what's happening anymore.
Oh my goodness, what is this series? We have entered the 30-minute mark.
Oh my goodness, Kyle Teasy on the fanny, man. I'm at a loss for words.
That's it. Ultra mega late game.
Ultra mega late game. That's where we are. And at this point, once again, RSG Philippines finds themselves on the defense. They've got to hold it together like they have for the majority of these last 20 minutes. Can they do it?
Ogwen looking for a chance. That is a knockup. Look at that. He caught one. That's Nats. HP dropping bars low. Now with the damage, Kyle Teasy looking for ways to shut down one. HP bar strapping down for RSG, still man to defend. Nats though, Ogwen versus Flap Teasy, so
What?
the damage. Oh my gosh. Counter for counter, punch for punch. Hammer to hammer. AP Brandon RSG still holding this game.
I mean, Raiders are known for their offense, historically. Right now, they're known for their defense. What a game here to end this series. RSG Philippines holds on again. Wow.
Another reset, guys. Another reset.
Midnight's sitting here thinking like,
dude,
what?
Like,
how do you break that down?
In a matter, this is how crazy this game is. In a matter of 5 seconds, like so many things are happening. Kyle Teasy forcing out the Wind of Nature from Eman, him swapping out from Winchan to Haskell immediately, Feather Airstrike being stolen by Aqua, penalty zone being landed by Nazis to repel AP Brand from the base. Like everybody is just playing out of their minds.
Yeah, good call there. We have a cam right now from RSG and also from AP Bren. Game phase on, boys.
This is a shot to show us. You know, in a lot of games around the world, they'll say this is sweaty, man. This is a sweaty match here that we've seen between AP Bren and RSG Philippines. They're gonna pretty much just wait. At this point, like we saw previously, this next Lord, this fight, whether it's the Lord or whether it's the fight that leads into it, will change the course of this Game 3. And I'm wondering, like, do we see exactly what we saw in Game 2? Where they find the setup on Kyle Teasy, but somehow, some way he stays alive and they collapse on RSG Philippines. For me personally, I don't think that happens this time around. It seems like RSG Philippines has learned from that from the previous game. They've done a hell of a job at defending. Now that the Lord comes up here in a couple seconds, they're going to have to get in position. And this is where, yes, economy doesn't really matter anymore. We see the item juggling going around, and it really just comes down to positioning.
How are you, Midnight?
I mean, I'm thinking of ways of how to summarize this game later on, but yeah, RSG at the moment is at the advantage. Considering that, you know, AP Bren, they're now severely lacking firepower. RSG, they have so much on their arsenal, especially with Aqua now showing up with the damage output when he steals the Feathered Airstrike. But right now, what is important is the counters.
Ogwen.
And the numbers of
Ogwen spotted. Okay, that's Flap Teasy on the response. Few wings by wings, trying to check on movement. That is a dangerous area. Flap Teasy still managed to escape that possible pull. That's a knock up. That's the stun. Did not connect the Nats though. Emma, the snipe still looking. Did not connect. Few with the flicker, still safe. No, he will be bursted down, but the Winter Trend saves him as well. Immortality is still up though. He still lives. He still has a chance. But AP Bren, no Few. AP Bren, one man down for AP Bren, and RSG right now with the pick off.
Kyle Teasy knows.
They are happy. They are happy. Oh, he did not let go of Flap Teasy. That's a double. That's a double.
They're still going to be battling it out here. He's in trouble.
Oh, Gwen now being trapped in 5. It's too much. It's too much for him to hold. And ER with the damage, he punishes him down. And that's just 2 members. 2 members.
Kyle!
Oh,
my
Kyle
goodness.
T's in Super Margo. My goodness, the back and forth here. 3-man down for AP Brand. Waves pushing in. Lord secured by RSG.
Oh, man. They got spotted out, too. They spotted Super Marco there. They knew exactly what they were going for. They couldn't do it. And now AP Bren, the ones to have to defend here. Yeah, they hold on to their base turrets, but those are going to be gone here in just a bit. In RSG Philippines, what a comeback so far. Can they cap it out?
Oh no, RSG's here. Few moments now to take the base of AP Bren. They struggle in game number 2 and the base is theirs. And the Raiders prevailed. Reverse sweep denied.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What an ending to a series. 2 30-plus minute games. Man, talk about a comeback. Talk about the Raiders here. RSG Philippines, man.
This is Philippines. This is the Philippines.
Welcome to our
league.
The ending. Dun-dun.
We're looking at the best of the best. MSC champions, World Esports champions. What a great match. AP Bren and RSG.
Man.
We talk about the journey, right? We talk about the journey of RSG. We talk about the process and the recent achievements of AP Bren. They have done so much in this series and they all leave in smiles, but man, RSG is definitely something else.
Can I just say,
woo, yes you may.
You know, rhetorical. Can I just say, as a fan, I've been very vocal about it. RSG Philippines, man, I love them. This is great, though. This is great for our Season 12 because I know we still have 2 series to go through today, but like already going into Season 12, you're like who's going to like come out on top of the season? Because a lot is happening here. Again, AP Brennan is the team, you know, that just showed off their amazing recent trophy. And now you have a team like this, RSG Philippines, that maybe some people might have been counting out after, you know, the first day that we saw them. But look at this. Look what they have been able to do here in this extended 3-game series.
Mind you, just day 3 of week number 1. Wow.
6 more weeks. Of this.
5 more.
Mind you.
Oh yeah, 5 more.
Yeah, also RSG recovering from yesterday. It's always about that sleep, man. Breakfast and sleep.
Lords for your ulam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breakfast.
The Lord dances.
Lunch. Recess. Recess number 2. Dinner. Midnight snack.
That's you.
That's you.
Me. That's
you
me.
are the midnight snack.
Thank you. But man, I just want to commend dude, Irad. The resilience of the guy from 0-4 on this joy to regularly stealing Lords from AP Brent.
He went and listened to the keys to victory, man. He went from like being tilted to he's like, oh yeah, the keys to victory, gotta keep my cool.
Yeah.
That's
Keys to
exactly what
victory
he
number
did.
3. He maintained it.
Again,
fine.
Guys, even these pro players, I'm sure you at home watching, imagine your early game, you die 3 times, you lose all your buffs, you get continuously focused on, and you're just walking around. And then you rely on your team like we mentioned they had to, and you start coming back slowly but surely. And that is the amazing fortitude that you see from these players. Great job there from Irad. I love that you pointed him out. I know when you break it down later, you'll talk more about it because that is just, again,
it was crazy.
It was crazy that he was able to pull that off. And when it came down to that Lord that he was able to get the retribution off on time, out-retroing Kyle Teasy, that was great. That was a start there for the success of this whole series to unfold and just end there. So again, hats off there. RSG Philippines, great job. Raiders. And that is also, real quick, while we wait for that interview to be ready, and I can't wait to hear how they kind of talk about this because you also got to be thinking, how did they pull off that defense that many times, man?
Beautiful, beautiful MLBB.
They won 3 games, by the way.
When was the last time we had like two of the games of a 3-game series that are like that long? That's just unreal. So I think they're ready on stage. Mara, we're going to be passing it over to you to hear from our winners, RSG Philippines.
Everybody give it up to RSG Philippines! Kailangan ko lang talaga sabihin, sobrang nakakalito nung laban na to. Dun sa Clash, hindi ko na alam kung saan ako titingin. First, you think Bren yung lamang, then biglang RSG yung lamang. This game, both of them nag-reach ng over 30 minutes. And it has to be one of the, parang playoffs na, no? It literally felt like it was playoffs. As a pro, this must be a game na talagang masarap laruin because it brings out the best in you. For you, what was so enjoyable about this? What did you like about the series the most? And what was so difficult that you came out of it?
Yung exciting kasi dun sa sa part na yun kasi yung Bren nagkaka-champion lang tapos ang lakas talaga nila. Parang sila, championship caliber talaga yung team na yun. Kaya yung ko rin weird din yung team namin pag sobrang lakas ng kalaban, nakakasabay kami ganun pag yung top 1 ganun. Pero minsan inconsistent naman. Kaya yun, masaya lang kami na nailabas namin yung nai-practice talaga namin.
This was such an amazing series. Alam ko sa lahat ng mga manonood na nandito, pati yung mga nasa online, this must be their favorite series by far. And second day pa lang, third day pa lang ng ating Season 12. And this was so difficult kasi lalo na nung game number 3, lumamang, I believe, mga 11K gold yung kalaban nyo. As ikaw yung captain, ikaw din yung shot caller, di ba? How did you maintain everyone's composure na talagang all out pa din kasi wala ding tore nyo, they were at your base na. So how did you make sure that people did not make as basically yung mga mistakes and yung mga crucial errors na ko-correct? How did you maintain everyone's composure?
Yung goal talaga namin yan, pag nagde-dip na kami, mahuli lang si Marco para di kami matapos. And nagawa naman namin yun nung una, kaya doon kami nagkaroon ng chance bumawi dun sa part na. And then, yung mga kampi ko naman, di pa nila inisip na talo na, kaya yung mga mistake na makakapagpatalo sa amin, di namin yun nagawa.
That was a great mindset, great leadership, right? And napansin din namin, Irad, give him a round of applause. Different Irad from yesterday. Today talaga, lalo na nung first 2 games, all eyes were on you. Ang daming magagandang comments tungkol sa'yo. Ano ba yung nangyari kagabi? Parang ang ganda ng gising mo ngayong araw. Did somebody talk to you? Did coach give you a pep talk? What happened?
Kahapon po, simula po nung natalo kami, doon ko lang po na naramdaman lahat ng nag-halo po lahat Kaya pinipilit ko pong i-distract yung sarili ko. Kumbaga, inaalis ko po lahat. Lumalabas po ako sa comfort zone ko tulad po ng tinry ko po maligo ko ng malamig na tubig. Tapos, kaninang umaga po, ganun din po ginawa ko. So, ayun, parang komportable naman na ako masyado ngayon maglaro. Tapos, maganda yung income. Tapos,
Maganda yung outcome talaga. That's right. Uy, effective yun Maligo ng malamig na tubig. It really resets you. Great job. Great job. And now, sino sa tingin nyo ang ating match MVP? Let me hear from you guys. Okay, let's take a look at the screen. Who is our match MVP? Light! Light, what can you say about this team right now? I have to say, kumpara sa, it's only been the first 3 days, and you've played all 3 days. Would you say this is the more unpredictable RSG? At ano ba ang kailangan i-watch out ng ating mga fans?
Di ko rin po alam kung siguro unpredictable kasi minsan malakas, minsan may Pero yan, tatry namin maging stable para maging okay yung performance namin throughout the regular season.
Congratulations! Job well done! Once again, everybody, give it up for RSG Philippines! You may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Once again, everybody, GG! GG! Unpredictable nga naman ang mga galawan ng RSG ngayon. Lalo na dun sa ating serye today. We don't know what they're gonna show next. But we do know what happened, so we're gonna go back to the casters to break it down for ya. Casters, fast up.
Thank you so much, Mara. And again, great to hear from RSG Philippines. Talk about the resilience there. Even from Irad, as you heard from him, he was able to reset, come back again. It was a rough Game 3 start, but along with the team able to turn around from an 11K deficit. Not only did they buy those 10 minutes we were talking about, they bought another 10 minutes, an entire game again on average, to really close out the series against a tough opponent.
RSG, with their strength and activation right now, nothing is impossible.
Well, I hope this is not impossible, Midnight. Break this one down for us.
Have to look at my notes. A lot of things happened in that game, but yeah, RSG again breaking that game away from AP Bren as they were able to secure Game 3 victory on the back of an amazing comeback with the resilience coming out from the players on their side. And I have to say, Eman has been phenomenal on this game number 3. He was baited out a lot, mind you, and he showed so many times his capability of juggling the items. Like again, I pointed it out earlier, the changes between the Immortalities, the Wind of Natures, the Has Claws, and even the Rose Gold Meteor, like being bought mere seconds between each other. And I want to point out the adjustment to buy the DHS and the Golden Staff to kind of deal with the frontliners on the side of AP Bren, which is left easy. Come the late game, the Uranus was no longer a problem for the side of RSG Philippines because the damage output was there from, again, from Beatrix, and their base defense is just immaculate. Early game movements, it doesn't matter anymore because what matters for RSG is their spell usage. Light with the I'm Offended, Aqua, whenever he has the IMU, he's always copying the Farsa on the base to be able to defend and clear some waves and pressure the Farsa away. This point in the game was the limit for AP Bren, and when they caught the Beatrix, we were like, oh, this is it. This was the opportunity that AP Bren was looking for. But you saw that play come out from Aqua. Better positioning on the feathered airstrike and even better damage output because he was able to land 2 hits on few, forcing out the Wind of Nature on the Farsa. And after that, AP Bren, they did not keep their cool, as RSG were the ones baiting AP Bren that time around. Even though I would say Kyle TZ did a fantastic job of still trying to bait out some reactions on the side of RSG, like again, Eman, the threats of the Fanny being able to take out the Beatrix. But at one point in the game, RSG was like, okay, that's it. They've used their spells, they committed the feathered airstrike, and Few was forced to run away, even using the flicker. But the mobility was there from RSG, the catch from Light, the jump from Nats, and of course the dashes coming out from Irad. Those added up into what propelled RSG Philippines into winning game number 3. Now looking at the post-game stats, you'd see here that RSG still had less kills than AP Bren. That's how dominating the game here was for AP Bren. All early, mid, late game, they completely won. RSG was forced inside their base, and at the end of the day, the game was delayed up to 35 minutes. A lot of items were swapped out, but what is most important here is the damage output. Now you're seeing 2 Assassin Emblems on the side of RSG and 2 Assassin Emblems on the side of AP Bren. But what the difference is, RSG is able to stick more to their targets compared to AP Bren, because Kyle TZ and Super Mario both on Fanny and Brody, the way their hero works is that you want to be able to close the gap, but there's only a certain limit of damage output that you can dish out in certain manners. But for RSG, every single time that they are able to walk near AP Bren's vicinity, they just output so much damage. Now you're seeing the statistics here for both sides. Eman, again, able to farm out a lot on this Beatrix, 828 GPM. Few did the most hero damage, however, but the conversion was just better on the side of RSG. And these 7 assists from light is what mattered for RSG, and it is what made the difference here for the Raiders to be able to mount a successful comeback and defensive base defense, defensive base defense against AP Bren, and that allowed them to just have this fantastic mid to late game, to ultra late game control, and not succumb to the pressure of the Fanny and the Brody. What an amazing game, gentlemen. I don't know how it turned, I don't know how it got to this, but again, the resilience of the players on the side of RSG, the ability to defend, the ability to press the right buttons at the right time, it was just crazy witnessing that.
I just gotta say, thank you so much for breaking that down. I know you're with us with the action, and you had to break that down. Amazing analysis. Amazing MLBB, Naisu.
I would say I wouldn't have been able to do that, man. I respect Midnight because that was now a series that had two 30-plus minute games in this best of three. And, a lot of people might look at it and be like, oh, why did it take so long? Well, that's just masterclass MLBB in the Philippines.
Dude, respect to the, I just analyzed, respect to RSG. Like that game, literally impossible. I know.
Again, a lot of people would just, let's be honest, a lot of you guys out there watching right now, you're down 11,000 gold. I know you're hitting that surrender button, right? So thank you guys for joining us. It's me, Naisu, OSX, Midnight. We'll see you after this break.
Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports, Maya, it's everything, and a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita. Napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
The fastest speed. The widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of Smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
at last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play.
To laugh.
To love.
Plus, unleash TikTok.
And unleash text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99.
Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser,
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu.
Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Kinamesta rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban.
Siguro yung top 3 tank ko sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogwen. Yawi, Ogwen. Ako, si Ogwen, si Yawi. Top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawe, si Light, saka si Ogwen.
Si Yawe, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako.
Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila. Mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi, sabi niya. Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga galaw niya. And sa RG, ganoon pa rin. Si Chuck yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict na kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chakno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot.
Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chakno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung diyan pa rin yung gutom. Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami rin nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon. Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny J kasi unti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya.
Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinakagusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung sir. Mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play cap. Hindi lang kasi ako malakas eh.
Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL.
Si Ogwen hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light kasi Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko. Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko na laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati and parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya tapos hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room.
Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng Minana Ibos.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Gabigting, IGN po Bao, multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay gold lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD.
My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from MPL-PH and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyon of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Post 4 of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatry out po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatry out po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MPL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin yung girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML, tapos napasok po ako ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinataw ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice.
Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So yun, nag-start ako sa MDL season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Onyx PH.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE, boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE, boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakaka-banding ko sila kahit papaano.
So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kaming tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa AP Brand, okay naman po. Mababait na po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling yung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon, lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok na yung PL.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun.
Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So, doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasayo po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po talaga, ang tryout for MDL lang po. So, parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSGPH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin.
Ang madadala ko po sa Onyx PH this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala ko this season sa Onyx PH is yung adaptability ko, mabilis ako maka-adapt, and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete.
12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin bitawan na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Two teams fighting for redemption will now collide once more in the land of Dawn. What is up, guys? It's me, Nice Too, and it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. I mean, and wait, sorry, it's a wolf.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you want to go with the bears or you want to be a wolf.
I'm a druid, so I can become a wolf and a bear.
Oh, he's a
Okay.
man of many forms. I love it.
I love it.
How you gentlemen doing?
Doing great. I'm excited for this. It's a revenge match for these two.
Yeah, and of course, the two teams that will be playing in this particular series want to kind of redeem themselves, like you just said, Naisu. So I know that they will be performing well today.
Before we talk more about the match, we do want to just go ahead and remind you guys that you can watch MPL Philippines Season 12 live and on site with us. Get your tickets now from our official ticketing partner, Slash. Just go to Slash. Actually, there's a whole lot of slashes. Check out the URL there at the bottom, guys. Again, to join us for this season at Shooting Gallery Studios. It is an amazing time here. Of course, you know, we've had to smooth some things out, let's be honest, but we are excited to have you guys here with us and on, of course, watching live at home. Now, back to the story here. Who's going to get the redemption first, right? I mean, really, these are two teams that have had some struggles along the way.
Yeah, struggles is an understatement, but it's good to see that in the offseason they were able to reach the finals of a major local tournament. And there is nothing better than watching a match of two teams who are hungry for redemption, who are hungry to prove that they're not going to repeat the results of last season, which of course these two ended the regular season at the bottom of our standing.
Yeah, and for those who don't know, these organizations like Minana, EVOS, when they were part of Next Play, EVOS, there were a lot of questions where it's always a question whether or not they'll make it to the playoffs. That is the state of play for both organizations. Yeah. Which, you know, sounds bad, but of course there's always a chance for them to redeem themselves. Every season, we are waiting for them to kind of lift themselves up. Maybe Season 12 will be the season for them.
You know, at this point, and based off what we've seen already, I think, again, this is what makes this season so great, is you don't know exactly where things are going to fall into place, right? Taking a look at their past MPL Philippine results, Season 9, 5th to 6th place. Season 10, 7th to 8th place. Season 11, 7th to 8th. Yeah, it's been a struggle, right? It's been hard for them, but one thing is sure is change is constant, right? And that is going to be the case here for this lineup too. And what we've seen them actually do from previous seasons really is go in with these deep rosters that not all the teams were doing before, right? But when we saw this even seasons ago, and they would go in with these different iterations, right? Different five-man rosters with different flavors, and then they even changed it up more. That's something that happened. But now, I feel like even what we saw in Season 11, they kind of settled in something.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's something I recall. We're on the topic of Minana here, but there's something about this matchup and how they've affected the meta somewhat in the past seasons. TNC Pro Team was actually the team that started using the whole Demon Slayer emblem thing all the way back in Season 9.
That's right. And it's a good thing you mentioned that because it's a great segue to their Season 9 finish where it was very eventful for TNC as an organization.
Yeah.
First, they have reached 3rd place, and everybody was rooting for them. Then Bentings had a proposal.
Yeah, we had the proposal
They
there.
had a proposal. There was the Demon Slayer meta.
Meta.
We have. And then there's Ben Tips meta. And then all things have, so many things have happened. But then again, Season 10 and Season 11 was a lot of disappointment to TNC. Just because of how highly they went in Season 9, they crashed the following season.
Yeah, and that's the same for MNNE Evos. They both peaked in Season 9 in the most recent history, and then 10 and 11, they've just been struggling.
And it's funny because if I look back at Season 9, I vividly remember the playoffs. Not just because, of course, like we saw literally, I think it actually was 2 proposals
Yeah, 2
during
proposals.
Season 9.
That's right.
The playoffs, but also, yes, this was a fact where, that underdog story. And I love that, I love that whole theme, that whole story. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I still think they're in a position, once again, where they are both obviously looking for redemption. And, we're going to take a look here exactly at some of the accolades they've garnered in local tournaments, that are happening. Again, these two teams did end up in a grand final where they battled it out as we take a look here, right? And the thing is they're familiar foes with each other, right? Now, I'm wondering, how has this changed, of course, right? How has this changed based on how they first went head-to-head in that tournament?
Pro players have always said it, and I know you would agree with me on this, Wolf, that once you go into MPL, it's a whole different mindset, it's a whole different playing field. Even though you're playing against MPL teams in a non-MPL tournament, it's just the whole mentality of it all changes, the atmosphere, the meta of it all changes.
Yeah, I think particularly for this, for Minana, surely this will be a grudge match, right? Yeah. And if we're gonna answer nice on what changed, I think there was a little bit of a roster change for Minana. At least Ding will not be playing for them, and then get replaced by some other player. And he performed so well. That was 2 days ago, yeah, or was it yesterday? But yeah, nevertheless, there were a lot of improvements for Minana for sure. For TNC, it's weird because we are expecting a lot from them after that win during that tournament, but seeing them perform against, well, it was Brenny Sports anyways, they look shaky, rather.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys that, because I know you were at the table there for that matchup, and it was a tough one for them, right? And really, you're looking, how do they answer that? How do they learn from that? Because that's definitely something that, has to be said, and we're going to be looking at the team lineups once again here before we get into the match. My thing, though, again, going off just the last series, the first one, it's kind of crazy to say that, but that was the first series that we had today. It was such a long one, 2 30-minute games of what we saw. And again, this is RSG Philippines, who struggled earlier on in this week 1 and then was able to take it to AP Bren there, right? So still, I think anything can be said for the rest of today. We're going to take a look at the lineup for TNC Pro Team. We've got Innocent in the gold lane, King Kong in the jungle, Goyu in the mid. You saw that we got the lineup locked in, right?
Has to win the XP, Bentings in the roam. I got you there.
You got me.
Yeah, no, it's good to see that. Of course, we all know TNC really kept their roster short here. It's the main 5 plus player that they call Bao. I believe is the pronunciation.
That's the proper pronunciation.
Yeah, because he looks like a.
He explained that in the interview, right?
Yeah, his hairstyle. But yeah,
no, Bao actually means
it's a
coconut
dumpling?
trunk.
Oh, it's a coconut trunk.
No,
Okay.
what's that? Husk.
Husk.
The husk.
All right. Wow.
Yeah.
I made a lot of points, but I ended up making it about his hair. I'll talk more about TNC later. Hey, Wolf, who's in Manana?
Yeah, that's Domeng, that's Boyet, that's Lord JM, as well as Brusco, and Goyong, not to be confused from Goyo.
Oh, so
his opponent.
It's Goyo versus Goyo.
That's right. Luck with the team fights there.
I'm gonna be excited.
Goyo.
Goyo.
Well, again, Minana Evos here. The thing that sticks out to me is I would say, if you look at the previous season, yes, they have some minor changes here and whatnot, but overall, I feel like if you look back at season 11, some people were actually pretty impressed with how they did, how they performed, how they kind of went through the season. Yeah, they didn't have the finish that they wanted, of course, but again, when you have a lot of these newer players step into the Pro League, it takes a while for them to adjust, you know, to a certain level, and that's what we see it now when you have some of the players in different teams and different orgs. They're in their sophomore year. You're like, man, look at the improvement that those guys have made, and it kind of has this effect, right? So, again, we're going to break it down further because, Wolf, I know you have a lot to say here about the keys to victory for this matchup.
You know, when I first read the keys to victory for today, it's actually pretty exciting to say the least. But the first one, don't let bad boy it rule. That's going to be the keys to victory for TNC. And we know for sure that Bad Boy Boyet, or the aggressive version of Boyet from the jungle role, is a sight to see for sure. It is one of the things that makes Minana Evos look good in their team fights. And that's exactly what we saw when they went up against Omega. Maybe that is something we should be looking at. But for TNC, they have to stop that. Maybe force him into utility junglers instead so that he will not be available to become the Bad Boy Boyet. Now for Minana Evos, what they need to do is to set their eyes on Kyrie, or I mean Bentings. Yeah, don't be confused about the hairstyle, about the looks. Don't be confused. It's Bentings, right? So eyes out Bentings because we know that he can really set up easily. And then lastly, eyes on your crystal, eyes on your base. Minana Evos versus TNC. It kind of feels like they are not managing the minion wave so well, or at least they're not looking into their minimap as much as you should, and that meant that they are not being successful as of late. So maybe that is one thing that they need to change, and so far, this is going to be important for both teams, Minana as well as TNC. That is definitely what they should be looking at. That has been a keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. Remember, keep an eye on Carry. Yeah, Bentings.
Say, some people might be watching and be like, what does that even mean? If you guys don't follow those players, maybe, I'm sure you do, but there was a photo posted. It was the old bathroom selfie.
That's right.
Kyrie posted it, and let's be honest, Kyrie's a pretty good, he's a good looking lad.
Yeah.
Bentings, he is too.
He
posted
is.
the same post, same photo in the bathroom. So that's it right there, right? So little explanation.
Yeah, man, and I'm so happy that became a thing. Just to see the players interacting like that, and of course fellow Filipinos with Kyrie and his own success in Indonesia, that they're going with that. So yeah, watch out for Kyrie. Oh man, Bentings.
Couldn't tell them apart, to be honest.
Can't
right?
tell 'em apart.
Not even the fact that there were different roles.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. That's Sky King Bentings.
Good thing
Skyhook.
though. Good thing.
Skyhook.
Skyhook, that's great. Good thing in game we are going to see the names instead of like their pictures.
Right.
If it will be a picture, it will be difficult. Good luck to you later, Mara, if TNC wins. In the interview, because if I mistake Kyrie for Bentings.
Well, the one thing that I will say about that, jokes aside here, Bentings is crucial for TNC. And not only Bentings, again, Bentings, Bentips, he has so much experience here. And I was actually talking a lot about this even last season. I was like, man, a lot of people are counting on Bentings to really carry out the game and whatnot. But one thing that is really apparent for me and that I really got to love watching one of these players was King Kong in the jungle. And I was literally like, man, this guy, if you go back and look at some of his performances in the jungle, he was actually hanging with some of the better junglers or the best junglers that the league has to offer. So really, again, I know they struggled earlier on in the week, but maybe they have found a game plan that actually can work for them, and it could start, in the jungle as we get weighted here for this Game 1 draft as we jump right into it. So we'll see how they kind of unfold through this, right? Apparent things that have been coming up. Meta-wise, things have changed a little bit, right? And also priority-wise, we see a lot of teams going for the Bruno first pick now. It's kind of weird, right? We're not used to seeing Bruno snatched up blue side first pick, but he's that good right now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if these two teams are thinking about that. Maybe someone will even bring back the Gord again for another series.
100%.
These two can do it.
Win rate.
100% win rate.
Is
You're not
it?
wrong there. Yeah, dude.
Wow.
This is the era
2 times
of
by Aqua.
Gord.
One time
Okay.
by Haji.
It's
let's
crazy.
Stop MPL now, and let's settle with that one.
We're happy with that. What I want to what I want to see here from TNC Wolf is that I hope they get a really good active XP laner for Hesu, because Hesu was one of my personal bright points and stars from TNC Pro Team in their first match against AP Bren where they struggled.
Well, Minana already denied one of those heroes, the Terizla that can be played by Hesu for setups. Great find on their side, but of course the Bruno is open. I think the Varia is also there, and the Fredrin, most importantly, and it will be the Fredrin as the first pick. TNC. Now Minana can easily go for Navaria and Bruno. We've seen this before. It was actually Echo that picked up those two heroes back to back.
It's I feel like we're relatively in a good place where it's not always Fredrin being picked up, first. Yes, he's still a great jungle option. You can really secure a lot of those early rotations into the first turtles of the game and whatnot. Kyrie looks like Ben thinks.
Yeah, and you hear the crowd cheering for it.
My goodness.
Well, the resemblance is uncanny.
Yeah.
Hanny.
I can't believe it. All right, your call was Bruno Navaria, but yeah, it's the Kadita. I'm okay with Minana Evas going for the Bruno too, yeah? Instead of the Navaria.
Or did they go an answer to the Fredrin, which is the Martis, typically the answer. But the benefit of having the Fredrin as the first pick is that you can actually flex it. For the side of TNC, they have not picked up the Fredrin in the XP lane.
Yeah.
So that wasn't the case at all.
It was, I think Lapu Lapu was one of the bright points yesterday for TNC in the Terizla.
Yeah. So again, I'm wondering if we see TNC go ahead and lock in the gold lane option right now. Bruno's probably one of the better ones that they can go with. Still, we have seen Ixia pop up now this week, which was a surprise for a lot of people to finally see be played on the competitive level. Still a lot of Claude Zerathils popping up as well.
Yeah.
This will really just depend how they want to go about it.
And I'm glad you mentioned the Claude here, because even though it looks so enticing, I'd rather they pick this. Because we've seen lately teams that love picking up the Kadita and the Martis. Highly likely they will scale fast. You need a marksman that scales as fast or even faster.
Whoa. Okay, so the Bruno v Brody matchup is going to be a very interesting one. And what I do like about the Brody is that it really easily supplements the damage output coming out from the Martis. Because what you want to do is to always keep on killing people. With this Martis, they also have the Kirita, so much burst potential. They have so many damage sources that even with just the trio that you see from Minana Esports, you know what they wanted to do. KILL. They want to kill people.
They want to just go for, decimate after decimate if they can, and then eventually you're just throwing out torn apart memories, man. Not only that, too, but because you have early game pressure with a Kadita, especially once you get to that level 4, you're really looking to start fast here, right? And I think it's worth it against especially having a Bruno across from you. Just because, again, of the fact that you really just need those two items, man. Haas Claws, Berserker's Fury, you're already where you need to be, right, for TNC. So we'll see second banning phase goes through. Diggy is going to be taken out here. I'm wondering where that leaves the mentality here for Minana Wolf. Like, them taking out the Diggy, what are they thinking here?
No, definitely a setup attack for their side, right? That's the only time that you get up, and they banned out Franco instead. I don't think that Franco really is bothered at all by Diggy. So maybe something like an Atlas or a Kufra might have been a better ban here for TNC.
Yeah, this is highly likely that this Kadita is going to the mid lane. If it's not the case, then it's going to the roam, and it's going to be a double mage setup, where you'll also have a mage as one of the roamers there. That way, they just get super fast scaling. Ultra fast, rather.
That's right.
The double mage setup.
We've been seeing it more often against lineups that have things like the Fredrin, faster scaling gold laner.
That's right.
Because that way there's just like, all right, because magic damage is one of the more, it hurts more than physical damage in the early game. Because usually of like the emblem setups and all that, and the items, the priorities, magic is a little bit better.
Oh man, I don't know if Minana's crazy enough to do this, but what if they just, parked the Kadita and the Roam and they actually picked up the Gord into the Valentina?
That's right.
That would be the double mage setup there.
Yeah, I like it. But they shouldn't show that so early. Because if they show that early, they'll flex the Fredrin into the XP lane. And then they're going to pick something else in the jungle.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at the XP lane options for Minana Evos, they pick up the Lapu Lapu, but it could be a hero that you use versus the Bruno. not literally the lane,
Yeah.
but in the mid game where when you team fight, it can eliminate the Bruno.
Oh.
Tams!
Oh, that's the debut of the season, yeah?
Exactly.
It's going to be Tams. And I wonder if TSC are even going to consider picking up a Yura. Yura or Lapu probably might be an option. Because with all the burst damage on the side of Menana, having something like a Yura just
Export,
like...
maybe?
Ah, yeah, you're right, you're right.
Export.
Sometimes I forget Xborg is back.
Yeah.
That he's back in the meta.
Yeah. Set him on fire.
That's a very
That's
nice.
very good.
That's very nice. That's almost. I honestly thought it was picked up. No, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
It's good, right?
That's
You
a
know what
good
else
one.
he's really good at? Like, there's multiple heroes I've heard Renmar.
Okay.
Please. Do. Yeah. Another one is Clint.
Okay.
Maybe when it shows up.
It's already
Is that
coming
chivalry?
out, man.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a Cho.
All right,
It's a Cho.
All right, the Cho's going to be locked in here, so they've got their option. Last one's going to be the
Oh,
Export.
great call, Wolf.
Yeah.
Please don't leave me hanging.
Yeah. Hey, oh, sorry. I'm just looking. People don't see us, but sometimes we get glued to the
Glued to the monitors.
monitor.
Yeah.
Now, man, I think you need a poke mage now. Kadena will not be enough against Xborg. You need some hero with
Farsa.
long range.
Farsa.
Farsa, maybe Novaria.
Yeah.
Novaria,
perhaps.
yeah.
So if ever that's going to be Kaditor, so double mage.
Double
is what we're
mage.
all leaning towards.
And maybe a Gord even like.
Okay, so
considerable.
it's Gord from Naisu,
love that
Novario
it's a
from Wolf,
possibility.
Okay.
Farsa from me, yeah.
Okay.
He's happy enough. Like, it doesn't need to get big, but knowing that he's just always there.
See, Manana's trying to decide, like, do we want to pick up the Gord? Or do we go with Novaria, who has proved to be very well, and it's neither.
Farsa.
It's Farsa.
All right.
Okay, it's Farsa. We'll go with Farsa.
Okay. What is the benefit of Farsa that does not come from Novaria as well as the Gord? Is both Gord and Novaria are not what's the term? Like maybe like I don't know what. Maybe we can coin a term here because Farsa and Eve, they're nuke mages.
Yeah.
Where it's a nuke is like it comes from above, right?
Yeah.
The way you understand it, it's a nuke or artillery, but yeah, it's a nuke. When it comes from the front, it's
The
like an
frontal
Iron Man,
damage.
like beam.
I know.
Beam damage,
A
like
beam damage.
like Iron Man,
Yeah. Or what about shotgun mage? Because it's like a poop. They both have a
but
poop.
it's a poop, but it's also like constantly.
Oh yeah, the beams, the beams.
It's like a cannon mage or maybe or a beam.
I think artillery makes the most sense.
Okay.
We already use that for nuke. We'll workshop it. We'll find a way. We'll find a
All
way.
right, we're going to workshop it, all right?
Right.
And we have some new addition to the drums here, by the way. There's a whole new band in here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second series of the day. We're going to battle it out between two teams on redemption arcs of their own, TNC and Manana Evos.
Okay, so nothing too crazy. It's going to be a double XP start, actually. This is going to be Goyo getting some XP from the XP lane.
Yeah. And you know what? What's always the benefit of having a double mage setup is that it is how to say this? There's a lot of poke, which you kind of benefit when it comes to like poke kind of engagements or like long team fights. But it also has a lot of burst damage in their level 4 like power spike. If they play this correctly, it will be great.
Yeah.
And all I can say is that it was enchanting to meet two mages.
I thought you were going to say enchanting to meet you for some reason. But, not only that too, but I also want to take note, TNC having these two double purifies, they're probably going to need it, especially with what is available to Manana Evos in their tool department right now. The other thing too is we relatively haven't seen too much of Thamus, so how does this line up against an Xborg? A pick that has been coming to light now lately, Wolf, and really working around that. Is that a good matchup?
Honestly, it's not, right? We said that maybe Uranus or Xborg can be used against Thams because that's the idea. You kind of just mirror what the Thams is doing. And Thams, between like Uranus and Xborg, it's probably like the least that you will pick up. You don't even like prioritize maybe an Esmeralda, although Tamas is the only hero along those lines or that can immediately eliminate Esmeralda. But what I'm trying to say is it's difficult.
Oh, and it's difficult right off for King Kong. He's going to get caught out, but it's going to be Brusco punished. First blood there by Menana. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade. Are they going to get any more? King Kong falls. Not good news for TNC, as that's going to be looking like a free turtle for Menana Evos early on.
Yeah, easy turtle will take unless TNC does something.
Will they be able to do something? Going already using the feathered airstrike, and that is going to go to MNNE EVOS, and another kill for MNNE EVOS as Hesu falls. Lord JM already has the ultimate up, going to be going after BLCK. Here comes King Kong with the knock up, the taunt, and Lord JM may have bitten off more than he could chew, but the vengeance is up. He's holding on, and he dodges and jumps the smack. Lord JM shows his Lord TP side early on.
Woo. Okay, which team is going to TP more in the series? I think that's number one, right? So you know they're both flashy, but what an exchange here, Wolf.
Oh, definitely. And you would thought that maybe TNC has already gotten the first few minutes of the game, especially with that pick-off. But the fact that Fredrin was the one taken out, King Kong taken out, with Boyet now having one kill and then take on the Lord. By the way, he went for the Quantum Charge instead of the typical killing spree we see from Martis players.
Right on the edge.
Artillery Mage.
All right.
Oh, and Ben thinks Dire Straits, boy, gonna be going after him! Decimation onto Ben Thinks. There's a tip for you, Innocent! You're up next! That's a 2K for Bad Boy Boyet!
Woo! And we were just talking about the keys to victory, right, for Minana? Don't let Bad Boy Boyet be Bad Boy Boyet, but now he's got 3 kills and 1 assist and a turtle to boot. Almost a 2,000 gold lead for Minana.
Man, is it? Nothing could fit more perfect. You know, when you have a key to victory, Bad Boy Boyet, he's playing Martis, who's probably a pretty bad boy in the land of Dawn. You know, the way he looks, the way he moves. And right now, you got to be wondering, TNC, man, that is not how you want to start.
Oh, double stun! Curse of Crow, and that's the feathered airstrike. And this is one thing I wanted to mention about TNC. If they don't play this carefully and don't pick their fights, they're going to experience what they experienced against APBR, and that's an early game Martis as Innocent is going to be next up on the docket, but Ben thinks with a kick. Bruska AR is going to miss it, but still, the burst, the damage, and is it? It is not another 2K, but it is a 2K for MNNE EVOS. Boyd was like, you know what, Domang, I think you need one more too, but here in the turtle, King Kong will get it. That was the trade called by MNNE.
At least a trade for TNC. And now MNNE is still leading by a lot. And this is really good for the Martis because you know that the Martis really prioritizes getting the snowball off. But the fact that Innocent is down 2 deaths is something that TNC is not happy about. The Bruno being taken out in the early stages, not a good sign.
You know what's scary too is the fact that every time I feel like, well, I don't want to say every time, most of the time that we see a Martis get this many kills early on, it usually spells for disaster, right? Because he just snowballs so hard, and really with the way that the Decimate works, you put pressure now. Now that you have this kind of lead, you can just full on basically go hardball mode in any lane you want to.
Yeah, it's going to be a mirror strat. TNC are looking at Lord JM's lane. Can they take the Tamas out? Yes, they can. So they'll be able to take the tower down, and that's exactly what they needed to do to sort of just equalize a little bit what MNNE EVOS has been doing. They're still in the lead, but TNC got something really good for them.
King Kong, okay, he's got the information he needs. Once again, it's a full-on battle here for space to work around with, right? The third turtle will be up in about 40 seconds here. And, you know, with this lead that MNNE EVOS has garnered themselves this early on, they should be able to take that third turtle pretty easily if they actually full-on commit to it.
Oh, wow. Feather dash right, King Kong there with the taunt, stomping Goyong, but Ben Thinks can't get close. The smack from King Kong, it's not gonna land or be effective, really. And Goyong, man, he's been controlling this game with how he hasn't been shy with using the feathered airstrike in mid, and that's what's controlled the tempo for MNNE EVOS.
Yeah, and, you know, we were talking about like the the weird matchup between Goyo and Goyong, but now you can see that Goyong, in fact, is having a lot more impact because of how he's taking advantage of that last pick to Farsa that allowed MNNE EVOS to have more vision as well as more control of small territories. It's like MNNE EVOS are getting more real estate compared to TNC just because of the feathered airstrike.
Yeah, it seems like that Goyong, like every time he has the opportunity, he's gonna feathered airstrike, right? He's not worried about hesitating on using it, and this has garnered themselves a pretty good control of the early game. That's now that last turtle that's going to be secured for them. They've gotten themselves 2. They still maintain about that 3K gold lead.
Ben Thinks found a kick. King Kong with the taunt. Is the combo going to be enough? Yes, it is. Is TSC happy with it? Yes, they are. MNNE EVOS lose 1.
Wow, was that Kyrie?
Wow. Yeah, that was.
Kyrie playing the Rome Cho.
Yeah.
Good pickoff for Ben Things, right?
Yep.
He literally has he has all the kills for TNC.
Oh, yeah,
But,
you're right.
You know, as this kind of game progresses, those kicks will be more important, hopefully leading into Innocent getting some of the scaling that he needs, because he had a pretty rough early game so far. As you can see, they're still going to go ahead and focus on these turrets if they can. Ben Things now here, though. Going to get spotted out.
Oh, they're not going to be committing anything. Oh, Ben Things forced to use the flicker. Here comes Boyet. Concealed just to get on out of there. TNC, are they going to try to get something out of this? Nope. MNNE Evos also back off just a little bit.
Yeah. And those kicks coming up from Ben Things that we were talking about is going to be playing a very important role later on, because it is the only way for them to kind of displace Doming. And fortunately for TNC, Doming's just rocking the flicker, did not go for the tough boost, so that means that it will be much harder to kind of dodge the Way of the Dragon with the flicker.
Yep.
And if Ben Things is going to be having a good initiation, he will be able to isolate Doming away from the team.
Yeah, what surprises me is that despite everything that has gone right for MNNE Evos, it's only still a 2.5k gold lead. More than comebackable for TNT Pro Team. They just need to really find that one nice kick, one nice pick off, but then they also just need to watch out for 3 big game ultimates. The ultimate of the Kadita, the Martis, and the Farsa.
What's crazier to me is the fact that Innocent, despite dying twice in the early game, if you saw a look at the gold there, he's actually tied or nearly there with Domeng. So in the fact that, again, he only needs really 2 items, which he has now, he's actually going to have the confidence to probably fight some of these skirmishes, some of these team fights now, you know, as we lead into this first Lord. So that's why you see him pretty much hanging out with the rest of the team for the most part. He knows that he's able to provide the damage they need. If they can turn some of these skirmishes, some of these team fights in their favor, then great. But still, at this point, they really have to rely on Ben Things to find the setups he's looking for, especially when that flicker is available here.
Okay. Both jockeying for position right now. Conceal already used just to find info. TNC, I smell a comebackable position here, but they just really need to watch out for the ultimate. Time it, bait it out if they can. If they can stop that feathered airstrike ASAP, avoid the knockup and the combo coming in from the Kadita, they have a chance here. The MNNE Evos, they know it's simple for them. They just really have to conserve their abilities.
Okay, Lord half health here. Both teams trying to get in position. King Kong as well trying to hold it down. This is usually what we see Fredrin so good at. And right across from him is the constant rival of the Smarties as they work around it. Remember the lead that they have for now. Can they utilize it?
Let's see a play, a little bit of info, double knock-up by Ben. Thinks he's going to get a kick, but no, it's going to get canceled, and that's the Lord going to MNNE Evos. Secured by Bad Boy Boyet, but here comes TNC with a last insanity, and is it going to be a first big one? No, it's going to be not that effective. TNC Pro Team, they don't lose one, but they lose the Lord, but they're in the right position to continue pressuring MNNE Evos, especially here in the mid lane. Send them back, and let's see if MNNE Evos can get anything out of this Lord, because they lost a lot of health.
And the unsung hero of that Lord dance definitely is Lord JMAR. This is only his 2nd series playing in MPL. He popped the Vengeance at the right moment when the last Insanity was therefore should have been a counter engage coming out from TNC. Because of that Vengeance, most of the damage was nullified. In fact, TNC couldn't advance even when the members of MNNE Evos are low, just because of the Thems tanking through all of the important damage sources.
What's crazy too is that, like you mentioned, he's relatively new. Hold on, mid lane.
Feathered airstrike, Goyo gonna get cut out! Bruska from the back gets the ultimate off, and Goyo is down. 5v4, big name ultimates from MNNE Evos gone, so they're not gonna push the envelope under the turret. They're gonna push things out with the Lord.
Okay, Lord will be probably worked on quite quickly, but still MNNE able to get what they need for the most part. As they put their sights on this tier 2, if they can get it, just trying to get some space to work around with. Going back to it, you know, Lord JM, man, he is playing crazy good for the fact that he's relatively new to these MPL here. And the fact that, like Wolf said, a well-timed Vengeance can turn the tide of a lot of those fights.
Yeah, and I just have to say I'm not surprised. Lord JM impressed me during the Snapdragon Pro Series, especially during the Challenge season.
Yep.
He was great for Archives then, who, by the way, are the new members of MNNE Evos now.
Hence the AR.
Hence the AR, yeah.
That's right.
Oh, yeah, thank you that you brought that up. The AR means Archives.
Because some people are probably like, what's the AR, man?
Yeah, they're not pirates. They're not pirate inspired.
Okay.
But I wish they were.
to be fair, when I first read their names and I didn't know exactly 100%, I was like, man, Boyedar.
And by the way, this guy in the middle of us, Naisu, knows this because it's also part of Archives. Repped AR.
Repped AR. And, you know, here's showing how long we've been playing. Remember when there used to be a ghost pirate in the Land of Dawn?
Ah, yeah, the old Bane skin.
The old Bane. Yeah.
That's right.
He was a ghost pirate, R.
He was. He was.
I didn't expect you to drop the R there, brother. That's surprising. Look at the members right now of TNC Pro Team. Ben Things, of course, the Capitan himself, barking orders at the members of TNC what to say.
MNNE Evos decided to just show one hero, and all of them are going to be waiting around the Lord. Probably way too early, but because they have the advantage of the minion wave, they know that they can easily take over this Lord. And again, Lord Dance for here in the Philippines, you gotta think maybe 30 seconds, even a minute advance before the Lord actually spawns.
Yeah, I feel like, again, when you, especially with today alone, like you see some of the best Lord Dance controls here from the teams in the Philippines, obviously. Some have mastered it more than others, but some love to just duke it out like this, too. Putting the pressure. Oh. Wow, they already get the Froggo armor out.
Yeah, massive.
From Hesu.
What a play there by Domeng. A small little sequence with a big consequence for TNC Pro Team, but that means Hesu just needs to go back to have more than enough time to come back.
Okay, so we're back to it, right? Still similar things. Everybody pretty much has all the ultimates they need for this fight. It'll ultimately come down who presses the go first. Conceal going to be used here. Ben Things is the person to keep an eye on because he will most likely be the one, obviously, looking for that entrance, for the kick, utilizing the flicker the way of the dragon. Lord Jam also getting a position.
Hey, yeah, and that's a really good position, by the way.
For sure. And watch out for the minion wave up top. This is why MNNE just reset this.
Yeah.
Because they know they have the advantage. TNC has to answer top.
Unless somehow King Kong gets
watch
a
out,
monkey
Brusco.
down. Brusco, Petrify, burst, combo, not enough. But let's see if he can hold on. That's going to be best thing going down. King Kong is going to fall. MNNE Evos take one. Are they going to be able to chase the other members of TNC Pro Team? Lord J and Pop the Vengeance and the ultimate and send TNC back. But they're close enough. If somehow Hesu can, he gets stunned. Froggo armor will be gone, and there goes their chances of contesting for that Lord.
Beautiful Lord Dance coming out from MNNE Evos. We're talking about like what are the elements of this dance? What are the steps that you have to have when dancing? You have to first look at the minion wave. If you have the advantage, like what MNNE had, top lane and bottom lane, they know that they can easily bait out the Lord. They can reset the Lord so that the entirety of TNC will have to back down. Or maybe not the entirety, but one less member doing a Lord dance means a 4v5 scenario that you wouldn't be having a good shot. Next is, where is the jungler of the enemy? You have to identify it. If you have a stun, if you have a solid lockdown, you can take him out easily. And that's exactly what Brusco AR did.
Man, right now, MNNE Evos just completely in control. You
Definitely.
know, at this point, they've only lost the one turret. They might, you know, it might look like TNC has some fight in them, but really, even when they find a pick-off they're looking for, we really haven't been, you know, you haven't been able to see them shine, right? Even with this Bruno pick who has performed so well statistically up to this point, now they've got to go on the defense. Lord making its way to the mid.
Feather Dare Strike, that's what we're looking for here from Gloyon because that's going to take out some big names on the side of TNC. Middle, turret falls, and the time window is running out for TNC. The window gets ever smaller as MNNE Evos. There goes the Feather Dash Strike just to send members back. It looks like they're not going to be getting any more out of this, but they don't want to let go. They want to keep holding on and trying to force TNC to do something there. Are they going to make a call? No, they won't. Ben thinks, ooh, off angle. Couldn't find the right one to kick it back.
Yeah, again, he didn't have the flicker available. Unfortunately, he is going to have it in just a second here. So, still trying to hold on to this bottom turret.
Hesu with the last insanity. Lord JM gets poked, but gets brought back. That was a slow and methodical dismantling, but TNC held on to two more of their turrets.
I have to remember, MNNE, when they went up against Omega in the first series, they already had the game in them, but it was taken away from them. And now, MNNE Evos smartly just recognized that they didn't overly extend. They did not go for any risky plays.
Oh, no, that's risky. Oh, that's a burst. Oh, and that's a pickoff. There goes the Capitan. That is not good news for TNC Pro Team.
And look at the minion waves. They have it. Man, MNNE Evos. The night is sparkling. Just don't let it go.
Yeah, we've seen that before, right? We've seen literally just in this week alone, teams with massive leads let it slip through their hands. So they've got to not get too overconfident. They've got to take this the discipline route, focusing on this turret.
Oh, Goyo. Oh, that's massive. Innocent gets sent back. Turret falls. TNC Pro Team, they have one left. But MNNE Evo is still respecting a potential here by TNC to make a comeback. They are taking it slow. The Lord is up, and the game is still ours.
Wow. Discipline coming out from MNNE. Just like we said earlier, when they lost against Omega, the first game was already theirs. All they have to do is to finish out, close it out. And with all due fairness for TNC, they have so many tools to defend their base. They have the Valentina that can copy the Farsa, needed. And of course, you have the wave clear coming out from Hesu. These ingredients are going to be important for the defense. And MNNE, now they're going to be dancing once again.
A cha-cha, a samba. That is a dance. Yes, it is. Salsa.
Oh.
Not the sauce, but there's a sauce coming in from Hesu with the last Insanity Flicker. Finding Goyong. That is an advantage. And that is the window of hope opened for TNC. MNNE EVOS, they're still holding on though. They don't want to let go of the position they have.
Okay. We're back to it. They're down one member, which is actually, with Goyong gone, they lose a lot of that magic burst damage. They still have Brusco, though, so they can still utilize this, and that is going to be the threat there. TNC knows this as they carefully approach this next Lord fight. Still putting pressure there in the mid lane. They wanted to get that tier 1 down. They get it.
Oh, they're going to be going after Boyet. The Jugger from MNNE EVOS gets past the wall. The Lord is low. Boyet too far, and it goes to TNC. Just like that. One pick, one Lord. Game has turned.
Oh, look at Hesu. My God, he made the play that saved TNC. And why is that? For the longest time, MNNE EVOS have been controlling the territories, the small territories, the real estate that we're talking about, just because of one hero, and that is the Farsa, the real counter to the export. But with what Hesu saw, they poked Goyong, they found it, and even after the Purify, they have the Flicker and the last Insanity that will be enough to take out the Farsa. Well done, Hesu, and now TNC, now they have the momentum.
Real
that
estate
momentum.
gone.
Real estate. The real estate is something that both teams are still battling for. Again, it was tough for TNC to get to this point, but with that securing the Lord here, getting that insurance policy of their own, they're going to be working now to knock on the base of MNNE. Look at the placements and positioning, though, especially for Brusco. He's going to try to spot someone out if he can, but leaves the team here to defend.
There's a fishy, smelly smell. And that is in the form of a Kadita coming from behind. He finds it and said, no, he won't! Already forced to use the ultimate. Cock, and he gets the top, the knockup. Yes, he does! Last Insanity just waiting for it. Brusco holding on for D-Live, but he loses it. Ben thinks one kick will change it. One kick. Last Insanity by Hesu. Pops it off onto JM. Vengeance was up. Not going to be able to land the kill. He's holding on for D-Live. Lifesteal holding on. TNC still in the lead.
Okay. They got all the turrets down.
Oh,
Can they end it?
Ben thinks he might have just done that with a find onto Domeng. The marksman of MNNE EVOS has escaped. He has escaped with the help of Boyet, but JM will not. He falls. Boyet falls as well. Goyong and Domeng left to defend. Domeng gets taunted. Bruno is gone. Turn around. Wipeout complete. TNC Pro Team, they will get game number 1.
And this winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. And before all that unfolded, like I was saying, man, we've seen teams with massive leads let it slip through their fingers, and look what happened there. TNC, what a performance.
Unbelievable. And it only took one play coming out from Hesu, who we have always been taught about, like maybe his contributions to TNC winning might just stem from his dancing. But Hesu says, no, I've got more in me, right? And we say that the Farsa would have been a great versus the export, which by the way it is. Farsa is used against the export, and you don't pick up export when there's already a Farsa. It wasn't the case in this game because the Farsa was the last pick, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Farsa should be the one winning over the export, but Hesu made it the opposite.
That is, it's kind of funny because, yeah, it's Hesu, and like X-Borg also kind of dances when he's spinning around, right? He does his own dance. So before we talk about it more, purchase the weekly Diamond Pass and enjoy a Diamond rebate of 455%. You can claim 100 diamonds on the day of your purchase and another 120 by logging in for the next 60 days.
Worry about missing the rewards? Well, then just log into the game every day and Layla's savings box will automatically save them for you. Besides, item rewards worth over 280 diamonds are waiting for you.
And by the way, the offer is just too good to miss. Just unlock the pass and enjoy the benefits now. Good luck to you guys.
Good luck to you guys. And, you know, going back to this game, man.
Yeah.
It was... I know you're going to talk about it here in just a second, Wolf, but, like, literally Hesu changed the course of that game by just getting that one kill. And, you know, it's... You're sitting there wondering, like, is Xborg, you know, what was he going to do in that game? And that was the answer, man. It worked out so well.
That pick. And we were hyping up Hesu. He needs to be active. He needs to be present. And he was.
Yeah. We know that Xborg is great versus the Tams, but you have to give it to Lord JM. Even in this first game with the Tams, with the debut, it's still great. He played well.
Definitely. I mean, either way, like I was saying, they still had a massive lead. It was just unfortunate that for some reason, and maybe you break down this more, but for some reason they just couldn't end the game there when they were knocking on the base. So, Wolf, I know you have a lot to say. Why don't you break this down for us and how TNC turned it around?
But we know that MNNE Evos are already leading by a lot. They have the game already. And we were talking about how much real estate they have been taking over this game. But what really happened was Hesu. Hesu happened in this game. And Ben thinks we were also talking about him, but maybe we will be talking about him later on. For now, let's talk about the man of the hour. 1-1-6 performance coming from the Xborg. And all he had to do was to defend and find the winning formula for MNNE Evos. It's like their key to victory in this game is to remove the key to victory from their opponent. And that was the Farsa, definitely. Very commendable draft coming out from MNNE Evos as they have taken the Farsa with the Kadita, so that they will have a lot of burst potential, a lot of magic damage, and that's exactly what we saw in the early stages. Boyet, big bad boy Boyet, was already getting a lot of kills, 3-0-1 to start with all of the important turtles. More important knockouts like them taking out Innocent twice in the early stages of the game is already a lot of check boxes being ticked by MNNE Evos en route to their victory. 3-0-1 on the Martis, that's very hard to contain. But TNC had important recipes as well for them to eventually contain the snowball from MNNE Evos. And even if they lose all of their outer turrets, even if they lose their inhibitors, as long as they have the Xborg and the Valentina, they're gonna be A-okay. That is the trait of this hero that Hesu is playing. It's great because even when you're struggling, you can still turn the games around just because of how well you can defend the lanes, how well you can defend against the minion waves, and you also have a scaling ultimate, the Last Insanity, which we will be seeing now. They have seen Goyong, and of course Bentings already going for the stump, the good flicker, Last Insanity play coming out from Hesu, allowed them to go for the kill. And then, of course, Bentings, the man of the hour as well. We were talking about how important his role is to kind of take out the Brody because he is indeed the only hero that can go to the backlines. He managed to take out Doming in his immortality. Then eventually they have found him because King Kong was there for the combo. And Bentix was also important to that snipe on the Farsa. He was actually the hero that started the stump so that they will be able to take out that Farsa. Great plays coming out from both Bentix as well as the Hesu. Let's talk about some of the important stats because MNNE with 12 kills has been great in the early stages. Boyet went in for the Blade Armor after all of the defenses that he has. So sort of a hybrid build, but you do know that he started in a tank build as the Martis. Then you also have a lot of damage coming out from Goyong as well. And even Doming, with 3-1-4, very quiet in this game, he still played well. In fact, all of the members of MNNE Evos played well. Even Lord JMAR as well as Brusco. Really, whatever happened in this game was not because MNNE Evos were sleeping. It wasn't. TNC just have found it right opening. They were already leading a lot. MNNE Evos has been controlling the game. Almost all of the stats here belong to them. And even the damage taken, it was TNC who has got more damage taken. But technically speaking, that's MNNE dealing more damage to them, right? So technically speaking, MNNE Evos should have had this game. But TNC off of the heroics coming out from Hesu and Bentix just finding the mark. Oh, I mean Kyrie just finding the mark. It was beautiful to see. And now TNC have gotten themselves on the board. The first win for TNC, and now Minana again leading by a lot but losing the game. They have to fix this. They already know that they should not be letting go of their lead, but they did again. Maybe that is something that the coaching staff could fix after the game break, but for now, that's game number 1, and that's how TNC have won the game. Very, very nice to see that they have been performing like this, as well as Hesu. It's not just about the kaldag, it's not just about the dance for him. He can also dance in-game. As you saw, he was great overall because he knew his job well. He was there to defend, and of course, he was there to find the Farsa in the end. And I guess for all of you guys, what you have to find now, especially if you're part of the OGs, the Nostalgia event is now live in Mobile Legends. Batman, complete the tasks to get one of the 4 skins for free. The Yisenshin Roguish Range, the Tigreal Dark Guardian, Hanzo Undead King, and the Cyclops Super Adventurer. Which one would you pick? Let us know in the comment section, and of course, let's join the event now to grab your favorites.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
and I want to ask you, Wolf, what is an OG? How do you qualify for an OG? Is it because I knew the old Bane? Does that make me OG?
It is, yeah. And also
the
because
old
you
guys.
By the way,
sorry.
I don't know if Renmar already knows this,
What?
but apparently Naisu was there MPL Season 1.
You were?
Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I
He
was
did.
talking about it earlier.
That
this
guy
month.
only revealed it yesterday.
What is this? Oh, what is this surprise origin story?
You have to say it again, dude.
I mean, okay.
We have a lot of time here.
You opened it. You opened it.
Okay, you opened it.
I opened it. Yeah.
Joke aside. Yes, I was at Season 1 of the MPL, but I was just a lone American guy for the first time in the Philippines. I think, what year was that?
2018?
2018?
Perhaps.
Okay, no, I'd been there for a while, but, you know,
Yeah.
and I stumbled upon MPL. But before I talk more about it, I do want to just go ahead and mention, show your support for your favorite MPL teams like I did back then, and get a chance for their limited edition team notification effects for only 58 diamonds. I wish we had them back then, right? But don't forget to grab your favorite teams, I was gonna say emoticons, man. Like,
yeah,
that's showing.
Yeah, that's showing your.
That's
all right,
an OG term.
it's grandparents.
That's an OG term.
It's grandparents' day,
Notification.
and you're
Okay.
telling a story. I think you need this prop.
All right.
There you go.
So, hey, what was it like back in the old days?
All right, let me tell you guys a story. All right. It was it 2017? Is that what it was?
I think late 17 or 18. Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
late 17
or 18.
This is one of my beginning years out in the Philippines, fresh from America. And I was walking around this mall called the Mall of, was it Mall of Asia?
It was.
It was the Mall of Asia.
Wow.
I was like, wow, what a great mall. And then I end up seeing a crowd of people. And it was
Bajillions of people.
this was outside, right?
Yes, it
Yeah,
was.
This was technically
It was a
outside of the
music
mall.
hall.
It was
So,
a music
yeah.
hall.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what was going on. Ended up peeking. And that's the only person I really remember seeing is Rockhart. Rockhart was casting. And I didn't, realize I didn't know anybody at that
Yeah.
time. So no idea what everybody was saying, but good thing they were actually casting in English, if I remember right.
It was.
Oh, yeah.
And then that's when I found out about the game of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. And then after that night, I got home and I downloaded it.
Yeah.
That's the origin story.
Oh.
See? And you know what's really cool about this is that this guy only revealed it today or
Yeah.
yesterday.
Yesterday.
I had
Like,
no idea.
How long have we been with Naisu?
Technically, you guys been in my world for a while, but
That's
I just came into your world as Naisu, Season 8.
That's
And ever since then, my life has been better. Not by a lot, but it's been better.
Not by a lot.
It's been better.
I don't know how I should take that, man. I come into your life full force, hoping that I raise the bar.
That sounds terrifying. No one does. I have come into your life full force. What does that mean? But hey, no, I'm happy. I was enchanted to meet you, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
Yeah.
I thought that's what Wolf was going to say. It's enchanted to meet you. All
Yeah.
right. Enough origin stories, Wolf.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Say something smart.
Say something
You're
smart.
supposed to be the analyst over here.
Of course.
Not the lore master.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you could do that too. But.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, going back to the game, if we want to say something smart, we have to look back at that game and say that, yeah, Minana Evos for some reason they have just been letting go of the games. It's crazy to think that there were a lot of improvements out there. Lord Jim was phenomenal, even being a quote-unquote rookie for the team, and there were a lot of expectations in their performance because there was a lot of hype for MNNE Evos when they were making their content before MPL. But man, oh man, why are they struggling in the late game? That's very weird to see because it kind of feels like they're not doing anything wrong. They're actually
They played relatively well, let's be honest.
Exactly.
Yeah, I have a theory about that. I feel like it's because right when you go into the late game, you're sort of, or mid to late game, your tactics shift, wherein you want to put a little bit more eyes on your jungler because that's who you're trying to protect. The majority of the game was their success determined by the Farsa. The moment once they got to the lore dance, it was like, oh, we gotta make sure boy it's fine. And then I think maybe Goyong was like, yo guys, don't worry about me, I'm fine. Oh wait, nope, I got exploded on by the X-board.
Yeah. We gotta make sure bad boy isn't a bad boy anymore. But
Yeah.
that's all they had to do. Like, if you remember, the guy was insane in the early game. He was like, what, 4-0?
Ooh.
Yeah. And they just
402.
that's what had me scratching my head again, because when you have that kind of lead and everything, and then in a what seemed like a split second or a very quick reaction was like, what happened to the 7,000 gold lead you guys just had?
Yeah.
You know, like, that's what surprised me. And I think one thing as we get through the regular season here, we might actually be able to solve the mystery here, Wolf.
Yeah.
And, you know, I know you like to spend time on that chair as well, Renmar, from time to time.
Time.
And I would say, like, this is up to you guys to really kind of paint the picture on what goes wrong on more of these leads where you're talking about 7,000 to 10,000 gold. And somehow they just can't, with that kind of lead, they can't finish the game? What's going on there?
I got a new, specific to the English broadcast thing that we can do.
Okay.
MPL Philippines Unsolved Mysteries.
Hey.
You know, everyone loves like unsolved mysteries, true
That's
crime,
right.
although there's
Yeah.
no crime happening here.
Yeah.
Yeah, there definitely
Getting
is.
the game stolen from you like that was a crime.
Oh yeah, that's a crime.
That's true. That's true.
So there's a new show pitch for you.
Okay, all right. Unsolved mystery theory number 1. All right. Sometimes when you take out turrets a lot, that's you get gold, right? But you cannot get more turrets afterwards.
Yeah. Why?
No, because you already destroyed it. Yeah, I mean, you've already destroyed it. So you've
I have
already
to
got
be
the
that
gold.
person that like
Alright.
doesn't understand why.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why?
But yeah,
What's going on?
good thing about this is that after, anyway, after taking out the turrets, you already claimed the gold. So
Yeah.
there's no more gold for you to take, only from the minions, right? So if you're not getting any more kills, you don't gain more gold. That is why when the enemy comes back and takes away your own turrets and they get their own gold,
okay,
now they get closer to the lead.
My God, so what you're saying is 1 + 1 = 3. Got it. We're jumping into the draft here. Game 2, TNC on the blue, Banana on the red. Bance coming through. Got one left with his first phase. We'll see what TNC wants to do to take for the first pick.
I wonder if they're going to consider the Fred again. But I'd like to see them, you know, if it's open, I'd like to see them consider the Kadita. What?
I like it.
Yeah. I'd like to see them consider the Kadita.
If, yeah, maybe just staying it away. But still Fredrin.
Oh, Fredrin.
Of course. Of course.
Okay. so
Why
that'd be
not?
that.
Nothing goes.
Now, for a moment there, I heard Akai speak, and I got really scared. It's like, wait, a first pick Akai?
Okay.
No, yeah, still a friend. So, still same old so far.
Same old, same. So take the Fredrin. Why not, right?
Yeah.
For the most part, it serves its purpose. I think
Yeah.
that's the biggest thing. And it's kind of funny. That's why I'm saying, like, even in the past matches today, I was like, man, it's kind of funny that, you know, Fredrin, he hasn't been the priority for some teams when it's left open, and we do still see him banned. But so there's his arch nemesis. Marches popping up once again, and then the Kadita. Also, Banana has shouted.
Oh, you want me to do it?
Yes.
All right. Minana has shouted Busyan 35 times last season.
What does that mean?
That's what they shout during their huddles. It's a shortened version of Ubosyan, or they're all gone, or they're all finished.
They're all wiped.
They're all wiped out, yeah.
Oh, so it's short for Ubos.
Yeah, Ubos, yeah.
And for my people out there that don't know what Ubos means, it means Gone.
Empty.
Finished. Empty, yeah.
There's a lot of different...
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, a ghost.
Here's...
Of course. Pyramus. Hey. Okay, so in the Netherrealm, are you all ghosts in there? Or are you like...
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Very well.
why you can't leave the nether.
All right. Very well.
Ooh, I like this.
Kufra.
Bend things on Kufra.
Yeah. Solid choices here so far for TNC in the first phase. I like what they're doing as well, right?
Yeah.
Because, again, when you pair up the Fred, you have the Kufra with you. I guess what I usually see, especially when Fredrin's locked in, and then you build this lineup where you don't really have another front liner or an initiator. It kind of falls apart in its place and its role. So this is a good choice.
Yep. Okay, so you go X-Borg or maybe Claude. So why these two heroes? Claude, the farm is being picked up means that you don't necessarily want to go for Bruno for Minana Evos, even when Bruno is like the strongest hero right now. And then of course,
Let's go.
Oh, or Nirthal instead. So
Oh,
what I
my
was
girl!
Okay.
Sorry, I love Irithel.
And why I said the Claw is that it deals AoE damage, right? But a much better hero because it spikes relatively earlier than the Claude is the Irithel. Great versus the Faramis-based composition.
It's the proof that I'm still alive.
We'll see. I'm still not 100% convinced on like Irithel in general, just because I feel like right now in the current meta, she's in a similar position where you just need a little bit too much time. But now that we have had this kind of this situation where, all right, these games are extending a little bit longer than what I was expecting, Irithels, the Claudes, they could still work. But if we're talking about how some of these games go in a massive favor of one team or the other, especially, you know, momentum-wise, then it gets a little bit harder there to really buy the time that you need to get this Irithel going. But we'll see how they play around it. Again, another roam option being taken out here for TNC. They take out the Franco.
Yeah.
I mean, well, for the case of the Irithel, and yes, this is me defending my girl because one of my
sorry.
favorite
You
heroes
love
now.
this hero?
Yeah, I love this hero.
Wait for
They just really need to avoid, well, too early deaths. Or if they die once, they need to, somewhere around maybe the 6th, 7th minute, if it was an early death, that's where they get the kill, and then they'll be able to catch up in terms of the gold there. He's fine. 2 items is more than enough if the game is close.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, it's great versus the Faramis, but moreover against front-to-back compositions. And when I see Fredrin, I always think, okay, this is a front-to-back composition that they're going to be running. Good thing about Fredrin is it's still a flexible pick. It could still be put in the XP lane, where TNC might go for a much speedier jungler that can match the Martis later on. This is a hero that we also suggested to go the third pick of Minana Evos, now being banned out.
Time to drop the beat of the flash.
Joy surprisingly is still there. I think honestly for TNC you can go Bruno this time.
Oh, it's banned though.
But it's already banned out.
It's banned by Minana Evos.
How do you need a lot of burst, physical damage, and also scaling so that you punish the Joy now.
Yeah, this shouldn't be the Claude. I mean, I feel like they have enough crowd control. Clint, oh yes. I'm okay with the Clint pick. Clint would be good.
We really don't see that many teams that like want to go with the Clint. You know, for some reason or the other, I feel like it's one of those heroes that is in a bit of a way, you know, risky, but could it work well against the Irithel? I think you'll have a little bit of trouble, of course, with positioning. We see how flanks really work well with Irithel. There's the Claude. I think this is, you're kind of trying to match mobility with mobility, and then you round it out with some displacement with the final slash from Arlot. So, you know, they go that route. This is still, in a way, you know, you said front to back wolf,
it
right?
is. It is.
Pretty much. So
Pretty
that's
much.
your way of saying my beefy boy lineup. Like this is that. So
exactly.
Here we go.
Now, Minana does have 2 choices. They can go for Valentina so that you can get the Faramis ultimate, or maybe the Arlet ultimate so that you'll have more tools to deal with TNC. And also the Grok, which is decently... which is decent versus the Claude, and that means that Kadita will be your mid laner. And you're not that... I mean, when it comes to wave clear, you're not that concerned anymore, so that you can now put your Kadita in the mid lane because you have the Irithel as well as the Joy. What I'm saying is, typically, when you go for a Kadita roam, there it is. When you go for a Kadita roam, you want another mid lane that can clear the waves easier.
Yeah.
But now that they don't need it anymore, you can now go back to a killer mid laner, which is going to be the Kadita.
Yeah, and it's just a much better, well-rounded draft overall with that last pick, Grog.
Yeah.
We saw eye to eye there in terms of the Grog pick. And at the same time, they just got to time the wild charge right, and they're going to be messing up the entries of the front-to-back approach of TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, this is a solid lineup. I mean, even for both teams, really. The only thing that I always, whenever I see this in the mid lane, the fairness, right? Whenever I see that, I always feel like there is the tendency that you could not have enough damage for your team if you're not able to scale up really well. Like, of course, you got a little bit of poke there, but then again, your main purpose is that Nether Realm, whereas across from you, you're dealing with a full force Kadita that will be working together with the way usually Joys are built and work out. So again, we'll see how it all comes down here as they load up into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2. Can TNC close this out in a sweep against MNNE EVOS, or do we go to another game 3?
Okay. So actually at the start there, Wolf, MNNE EVOS did their cheeky little Grok wall thing on the minions.
That's right. Because what they wanted to do is to have a better lane in a way that you force the enemy minion wave to go up against you, so that it means that you clear the waves faster, and your enemy will have to wait a little longer.
Oh, they're gonna spot out Brusco. King Kong is gonna try to go for the Little Wanderer first. He hasn't gotten his orange yet, has to go back there. Brusco's just been keeping tabs. Jesus gonna poke him down.
No.
Okay. I think, again, you know, just the back and forth so far. It's, again, at this point, even for Hesu, I love when you know Hesu a little personally, or you've been watching him, you know, online and stuff. You like to see him play the
Bethix, what a catch, and Goyong is the first blood found by TNC.
Benthing's one of those people too. I was gonna say, you know, personality-wise, the way they like to play some of these heroes, it really translates on the Land of Dawn. Anything that sticks out to you here with the emblems, Wolf?
Definitely, because this Claude went in for the full defense build. They went for the common emblem, and then you have tenacity as well as firmness, if I remember that name correctly.
Yeah,
but
they are firm.
Yeah,
Correct.
because
He's
they're firm. Is very firm.
Very.
And Innocent decided to go for this route because he knows he wants to really farm up until the late game. I've seen Claude played in MPL Season 12 Week 1, where the first emblem is just focused on damage in the late game. But Innocent kind of feels like he needs to really prolong his life and farm more. And so they're in it for the long haul for sure.
It didn't get reset. It was a great attempt by Brusco, but King Kong held on to it really well. Either that or the turtle just really likes that wall. As TNC Pro Team, jockeying for position, Hesu right in the back. Good position right now by Hesu. It's going to be a pressure fire on the Benthix. He can get knocked off, burst down as well, but the ultimate coming in from the Fire Mist is perfect. Benthix doesn't have his ultimate yet, so won't be able to find the Tyrant's Rage, but TNC Pro Team does find the first turtle of the game. And now they continue to invade.
They're still going for it.
They want more. That's a monkey business right now. But King Kong, all the damage on the Brusco. Braces Ran, not going to finish him, but Hesu will. And a flicker around. A little bit of styling by Hesu.
Ooh, great pickup there. And now this is the lead. This is the momentum that TNC was looking for before. But this time they have it around, right? And not only that, but Hesu grabbing an early kill on an R-Lot. And just, again, the way he likes to play is going to be crucial here. Benthix,
no follow-up whatsoever, but
aggression.
They didn't have any teammates nearby.
Unless it was all part of the plan. Oh, Goy just couldn't get it in range with his pullback onto Dobeng. Feel like that was a plan. Benthix was just like, all right, I'm going to hug him into this wall. Please come here.
Yep. Couldn't wait. I mean, his hands are way too hot.
Ooh, bursted combo, petrified. And that is Benthix falling to MNNE EVOS. Great find there.
Okay, MNNE on the board now. So King Kong might have an answer for this Boyet.
Oh, taunted, and he's going to get poked down. It hurts. Ooh, he gets taken out, this time by the Claude, proven guilty by Innocent.
Ooh, bad boy Boyet. Not going to happen today. Well, it was game number 1. He did snowball, but this time in back-to-back clashes, I would say that he was actually shut down. First, during the turtle fight, he didn't get the turtle, and he also got poked down so much that his purple buff was invaded by TNC after the turtle fight. Now, after he gets the kill, he now gets taken out. TNC are keeping tabs of Bad Boy Boyet. not letting him do his whatever he wants to do.
Yeah, that's a virtual Kaldag from King Kong right now.
All right, okay. Virtual Kaldag, okay.
I was going to say, man, I'm not asking for it, Moonton. You know, we don't want dances in the Land of Dawn, but that's about as close as it gets.
We do want dances in the Land of Dawn.
No,
We
we
do
don't
want
need
it.
that. No, we don't. We don't.
We're going to have to talk after this. I don't know what I'm going to say because you are significantly taller and larger than I am. But now, Banana Evos are still contesting this. King Kong, going to be Brusco holding on, but nah, not going to get anywhere close. Because downstairs, actually, that was a trade by Minana. They knew that they didn't have a good position there for the turtle, so they decided to send Boyet and Goyong to the EXP lane to get a kill onto Hesu. But this means the jungle of TNC is open, but Minana can do the same thing.
Wow.
And there's more Kaldags.
See, that's good enough.
Yeah, it's
Like,
the right amount of hip thrusting.
Yes, it's the right amount of it's the right amount because again, that's okay. We already lose enough games with people recall spamming. We don't need to dance.
Oh yeah, that's true.
So going
Shout
back
out
to
to
it,
Ram. What's up?
TNT. Yep. TNC.
That's the topic.
That's
that was the topic in the pre-show, man.
That's apparently the topic.
If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
Yep.
You saw that, you saw that.
TNC going to be marching in. Let's see, Benting! Flicker raid forward! Brusca going in, but no, look at the damage by TNC! Even though Banana Evos looked like they were able to counter, no, they could not, and they could not hold on. Double kill there onto the president. And King Kong, can he get 3? But can Innocent get it? Who will get the kill? Will they need it? No, they don't! They got the tower anyways, and what a play! Started off by Ben Thanks, but what a great response by TNC.
Woo. Look at that follow-up. After the jump coming up from Bentix with the flicker, it looked electric, but also dicey as well because they were under the turret. But my oh my, TNC knew their timings. They have the Nether Realm, no longer the Cult Altar. They have the Nether Realm, they have the Blazing Duet, they have all the tools that they needed to dive under the turrets. The turret can only attack one, and they were all so tanky under the turret because of this snowball. And TNC have found their stride. They surely can now have unlimited Kaldag for sure.
And that's not like the other thing too is now that Innocent literally has, I believe it is the 2 items that he was looking for so far. The DHS, he's got the golden staff, and you know, as he continues to work, he's got the safety net of the Nether Realm, like you mentioned, you know, for the most part. So as this continues to scale up, right now a lot of damage obviously being thrown out by the rest of the team, but Innocent will get to those points where he needs to be. Again, comparing a Claude and an Irithel, he will get there faster with the way things are unfolding right here. Now the gold lead 3,000 ahead for TNC, another turtle secured by them as well. This is looking like it might get out of control for Minana Evos. Hopefully they have a response for it.
King Kong, look at him going in front of the members of Banana Evos. He is the front liner right now. He is just a wall for TNC.
Woo! Look at that spice. King Kong activating the ultimate, not landing on anyone. It's actually just at this point, it's just a taunt.
Yeah, I think he's just like, you know, look at this.
This is a different
Here's
kind of
my
TNC.
hammer.
This is his hammer. And right now, taking a look at the items, as I was saying, you know, cold-wise, look at the gold lane, man.
Oh, but Brusco from out of nowhere then looks like King Kong's gonna buy the dust, but no, he holds
Not
on.
enough damage.
Taunted, not enough damage, just like that. The revenge of King Kong, a Brazer's wrath falls onto Goyong.
Okay, right now, still going to be focusing tier 2 here. Might be looking for more.
Oh, the damage coming in from the Joy and the Irithel as well, too much. Look at that, but no TNC still, because of the lead that they built, because of the lack of damage by Minana, not enough.
Oh!
Innocent finds Lord JM.
Oh my. Now everybody from TNC are just way too confident, I would say.
They're all call dogging.
Oh, they're not stopping. Oh,
They're
Brusco.
stopping.
Oh, he's actually going to buy the dust right in front of his face and right in front of the base.
My God, he is firm.
He definitely is firm. Look at that. Held his ground. Went in.
Oh, he missed the swim and he gets away. What a firm and supple performance by TNC.
And Innocent knew exactly what he needed to do. He just went in, walked a few steps, went for the BMI. And of course, the Art of Thievery and the normal attacks is more than enough because he does have the golden stuff and the corrosion sight. The trinity of the attack speed items, all that he needs against that roamer. Brusco AR didn't look didn't look like a Grok at all.
Yeah.
Man, he looked very soft.
A soft Grok.
Man.
Exactly.
Soft Grok.
He was getting bigger there, but he was getting softer as well. It's the damage of TNC.
Oh. And TNC, this front-to-back composition that they're doing, they're moving like a unit. It's like a siege unit, like they're like a panzer at this moment. And they're not stopping, man. TNC with this performance, where has this been? Man, I'm wonderstruck.
Yeah, it's because the Biyaheng Tagumpay crashed and burned, and yeah, that's their roster reveal video. And resurrected from the ashes is this. Yes, they didn't get to show it off against APBR, but let's admit, APBR right now, it's one of the top tier teams. But TNC, this is a statement.
Yeah, this is a statement indeed. And now that this First Lord marches down the mid lane, we'll see if MNNE EVOS can deal with this. Again, their tanks aren't very tanky against what's being thrown at them. Almost 8,000 gold ahead. Can they do it? They got to work on this Lord. Bentings charging up here. Going in. Does he commit?
No committed there, but TNC is like, we're happy with the final slash, but they're not going to follow it up. It's a little bit risky with a turtle, not with a tower, not down yet. Smack Brusco. Let's see him play. Jockeying for position. Boyet, Brusco, Goyo, Domeng, Lord JM. Will their names be one of those spoken when it comes to big comebacks? They got come back. Oh, look at the damage coming in from TNC. The Claude Goyo forcing them back. No TNC. That thinks. Oh, not gonna catch Boyet. Oh, wow. Brusco. Flicker, but no follow-up. Hesu with the final slash! Innocent with a blazing duet! It's Hesu again with a play! Wow!
King Kong still charging up. They might be looking to close the game out in a sweep as they wait, pushing in that bottom side. MNNE EVOS, they're still down. Lord JM, can they do it?
Bad things with a knock-up, but Team MNNE, somehow they're holding on. TNC Pro Team cannot find the opening just yet. Hesu with the final slash, but the members of TNC were already on their way out of that base. Hesu needs to get out, and TNC will get out. They will have to wait for the next Lord.
Woo. How about that, Hesu?
They hold on.
Of course, MNNE EVOS were able to hold on, maybe because of Earthel, they have the Joy, they have a wave clear. But it's very clear right now that TNC has the lead. Hesu just finding his confidence. Good final slashes. The second one didn't have the follow-up, but the first one, it helped TNC clear out all of the inhibitor turrets for MNNE EVOS at 11 minutes.
Oh man, remember the previous game, guys, right?
That's
we can't count MNNE EVOS out yet.
That's also true.
Exactly what happened. Game slipped through. It was the other way around, about 7,000 gold ahead that they had. And at this point, once again, things could still happen. Despite these recall matches going on right now, the power-ups, you know, you're really kind of wondering.
They're charging up for the ultimate final Kaldag.
It's over 9,000.
It's over 9,000. Over
It is
9,000
over.
Kaldag.
It's not anymore. I was going to say it was over 9,000 gold, not anymore.
Oh, no,
So
no.
there's-
Oh, once it gets there,
it gets
no,
there.
just wait for it. When it gets there, make sure you say it.
Yeah. All right.
It's under 9,000.
It's under 9,000. That's a little underwhelming. Well, come on.
It's incredibly underwhelming. Oh, his power levels, they're under 9,000.
All right.
All right.
We'll see if they can pull off the power levels here. Lord going to be work done. Everybody setting up where they need to be. Keep an eye also Domeng. Domeng hasn't been able to do too much yet on the
Oh, no,
air.
not again. Our
Oh,
teams are
he's
going
on
to
the-
try to go for it again. Oh, but
Oh, no way.
There's an
Don't.
earful.
Please don't.
No wave, no wave.
Not like this.
Not like this, MNNE EVOS. This
Not
is
like
how you
this.
lost that major non-MPL tournament here in the Philippines. A split push to end your tournament run and for TNC to win that finals. But MNNE has learned they are sending bodies back, but this is good news for TNC and their position around the Lord.
Once again, the patience game. Oh, Bendings not going to connect.
Committed the flicker. They're going to try to force something out of this, sending Boyd back. This looks good right now for TNC, but look at Lord JM with the vengeance already. They're going to be going forward, going after Innocent, and Innocent falls. He has been proven mighty, and the Lord goes to Brusco. Can MNNE EVOS complete the sudden turnaround to force game number 3 as King Kong holds for dear life? Only one member of TNC has fallen, and just like the story of game number 1, the tables have turned, but this time for MNNE.
What?
Oh, Lord JM AR went in for full damage build despite being in an XP lane. Went for the Genius Wand into the Crystal, into the Divine Glaive. If you see Edward, he goes for Dominant Size, goes for Sustain, but Lord JMAR, he wanted to go for damage. And even when he only had the electrifying beats against Innocent, it was more than enough. And also has the Vengeance. By the way, Innocent also popped the Blazing Duet. That kind of didn't help him at all. He was already able to run away from Minana, but Lord JM AR being in there, popping the ultimate, getting the Vengeance in, countering the Blazing Duet, it was really enough to take out Innocent.
Wow. I just don't understand. I just comment on this. How the tables turned the previous game, and look what's happening now. Yes, they're going to make work of this Lord very quickly, but MNNE EVOS shrinking that gold lead once nearly the 9,000 has dwindled down to just 2.3. They're back on the board, picking up some key items here as well.
Items all across the board. The Glaive, the Blood Wings. That just look good right now for MNNE EVOS. And TNC now have their backs against the wall. There's still a massive gap in terms of the towers destroyed, obviously.
Yeah.
But at this point, you could say the gold lead is just gone. It's 2.5, but it's pretty much gone at this point. Yes. MNNE have set themselves up in such a way where they can meet this game 50-50.
Winnable for MNNE EVOS.
Oh,
sure!
Okay.
Whoa! Whoa!
Just like Joyce knew.
Whoa!
Perfect animation for it as well.
Yeah,
right?
I'm out of here.
Just like that.
Man.
That could have been really bad. Again, you know, in situations like this, it really does come down to still the fact that TNC has this lead, right? But as it continues to dwindle for them, and now also that you've caught up, Domeng has caught up. It's his time to shine, man. He's 0-0-0 on the Aerithil. He's provided quite a bit of damage where he needs to, but this is where he steps up for the game, helps turn this into a win to get to a game 3.
Yeah, put us Aerithil players on the map, Domeng. Come on.
Domeng Nation, we need it for Season 12.
Yeah, DHS, and that is the last item locked in by the Aerithil. And yeah, oh man, I agree with you there, guys. The Lord JM decision to go full damage on this Joy actually proved massive. Because then MNNE has read it. TNC lately, with how they've been team fighting, they've been leaving Innocent in the back.
That's right.
And it's just good for Lord JM to just, all right, I'm going to go in, and then Innocent falls.
Yeah. Would you think that if Joy will have different like skins, the electrifying beats will be different?
Oh, that'll be cool if the song changes.
Oh,
right now, it's Tune that TNC is dancing to again. Lord JM finds Innocent again, and MNNE EVOS can they repeat what they did earlier by taking out the members of TNC to make that 3 in game 1. It was Hesu in game 2. This is the Lord JM game.
Oh my God, Lord JM, a predator in this game. He's back-to-back plays. All he needed to do was find Innocent. And literally, that's it.
That's all you had to do. And MNNE EVOS is doing it. Exactly what happened to them in the previous game, and now they could possibly look to end it. Yes, King Kong and Innocent will be up here, but they're going to lose some turrets.
Ben thinks he finds Domeng, but look at the regen on this Aerithil. The damage just swell. The oohs and the ahs from the crowd as the Aerithil holds on for dear life.
Oh, talk about life steals. Talk about like pass loss, right?
Yeah.
Oh my word. But Lord JM, I think I'm really impressed by this guy. Like the way that he moved, especially with you when he went to the backline. And may I just remind everyone again, this is the rookie season for this XP-laner. Look at him go again.
Look at him go again. Can he find the target once more? The pressure applied by Lord JM, but it looks like he's going to fall, but the final side is going to get interrupted. It looks like the Lord is going into head. It's the revenge of Innocent. They take it out, but the knockup, the damage as well. It's chaos all across the map. Domeng looks like he's going to hold up, but no, the immortality gets popped. There goes Brusco as well. Double kill for the Claude, and a kill by King Kong onto Aerithil. 3 members of MNNE are gone, and are only 2 remain. TNC were grasping at straws, but found the haystack outside of the needle. What does that mean?
Right now, they're going to run it down mid, trying to end this game. Still 15 seconds for Lord JM to get up here. He's going to be crucial in the defense. They don't have any base turrets. They're looking to end it here.
Ben Finks finds Boyet. Goyong grasping at straws himself. Wow! Remember
No minions.
what they did.
No minions.
No minions. Lord JM
Lord JM.
is back. Brusco in 3, Domeng in 6. The damage from the joy will be enough, but he gets busted, he gets interrupted, he gets crowd controlled and bursted. Double kill by the Theramis. Minions not there.
Domeng
Hold
up.
on to your horses.
Domeng
Domeng is here. 4 versus 2. TNC. Will they
kick
finally
up.
get the focus onto the base? The base falls. This is me praying that this was the very first page, not where the storyline ends. My thoughts will echo their name until we see them again. TNC sweeps Minana Evos.
This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. What a series. Beautiful words there, Renmar, in an epic matchup here. Again, by two teams looking for their own redemption.
King Kong, he doesn't just walk the talk, right? He walks the kaldag, or he walks the TPs. The way that he spams and taunts his enemies, he proved it at his very last play, where he was able to isolate Domeng with just a taunt under the base. Domeng couldn't clear the minion wave and get into the backlines just because of that King Kong play. And you see that everybody was just gathering around King Kong, like physically, during their celebration, because they knew he gave them the W in this game.
King Kong, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Great game there. And again, claps off, hats off to Minana Evos. They're still looking to find out what is the secret to make it work there, because again, they were almost looking to replicate what happened to game one. It was almost there.
Almost.
Let's be real. It was almost there. But like you guys mentioned, TNC kept it together some way, somehow. One thing I love about both these teams, it's flashy. It's a lot of taunting, but you get some great games, some epic clashes happening out here. You love to see it. Because again, what we have with all these teams here in the Philippines, man, is you either have teams that love these kind of slower games, methodical lord dances that go crazy, and then you have this, or it's just a slugfest, right? And I mean, it's great to watch.
It is. I'm still in awe of Lord JM even after he lost. And if you remember his series against Omega and now this series, it's very clear that he's doing his job so well as an EXP laner, even when he does not have the experience, man. It's very wonderful to see, man. I'm wonderstruck.
Yeah. What these two XP laners here were just fantastic.
Fantastic indeed, and also FWD is also fantastic. Thank you for the life insurance. It's the official insurer of MPL Season 12 in the epic adventure of life. FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victory, celebrate living with FWD. You guys, you made great points here throughout the game, and we had fun with it as well, because these are two fun teams. Like, they are teams that are very extravagant, they're very vibrant, I like to say. And they're one thing that's clear, though, too, is TNC has clearly improved in a way that, again, they have a form of discipline that people were kind of looking for last season.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And yes, the recalls are coming out, and, they're doing all that, but really, when it comes down to those deciding moments and stuff, you can really see where they have improved as a team, in essence, right? I mean, at the same thing. And I like that you pointed it out as well, Wolf, because, again, Lord JM, you got to respect him. He is new to the league, the pro league. He's improved just in these short times that we've seen him, and yes, he's probably been seen by other people in his way up to the league, but now I can't wait to see more of him and how they kind of make that work, because again, Minana Evos, they do have quite a deep roster. They could do changes. They could make changes. All these, I really think majority of these teams have deep rosters now where they can make changes, and we're not surprised. We can't really just be like, oh, this is unexpected, because now that you have these deep 9-10 rosters for some of these teams, a lot can happen.
Yeah, they have to make the most out of that. You have all these options, and the Archives team that Minana Evos got is more than talented. I mean, they already showed that they can take it to the rest of the world and challenge teams from outside of the Philippines really well.
Yeah, I guess for Minana Evos, all they have to do now is just to make sure that they're more relentless, because we know that they can win games. They know what to do in the early stages. They know how to lord dance, and they're doing it so well. You know that the communication was there too, but I guess they just lacked that fortitude that allow them to kind of last longer. So maybe it's just a matter of reps, and then they can be able to finish games out more easily.
Yeah, right now it's 2-2. They need more fortitude.
I agree.
That's
I like it.
That's right.
I like it.
I'm
So
not even sorry.
it's fine, you know, because we got a great series, and I know shortly we're going to be throwing it over on stage with Mara in just a second here for the interview for TNC. We'd love to hear exactly what they have to say. And I think someone special's on stage too. I think Kyrie's up there with Mara. Let's throw it over.
It's Kyrie.
Thank you, casters. I've been waiting to say this. TNC, TNC. Love it. Congratulations, Phoenix Army. Grabe naman ang ingay naman ng tambol na yan. Okay, congratulations kasi second series nyo pa lang ngayong season, na-sweep nyo na kaagad ang kalaban off to a great start. Alam nyo, parang may bago akong nasisense sa inyo. Hindi lang yung, ang ganda ng jacket, hindi lang yung pants, hindi lang yung jersey. I sense something different about you guys. Ikwento nyo. What's different about TNC ngayong season 12?
Siguro po yung mindset namin ngayong season 12, hindi lang kami makilala as a Kaldag King, pati MPL King na rin.
Wow! Hindi lang Kaldag King, MPL King na din. Now, sino yung nagsha-shot call ng game number 1?
Halos lahat naman po kami.
Halos lahat?
Sa akin lang po yung last call, parang yung confirmation nila.
Oh, okay. Kasi nung game number 1, halos the entire time, lamang yung Minana and you guys were able to turn it around. Paano kayo nagkaroon ng comeback doon?
Siguro mas pinalakas yung loob ng isa't isa kasi simula pa nung laban namin sa Brent, parang takot kaming magkamali. Parang yun yung kulang sa amin. Kulang po kami sa tapang. Kaya yun po yung gusto namin ma-unlock. Pati sa ngayon, medyo nakukulangan pa po kami sa laro namin kasi iba po yung laro namin pag-scrim. Baka may gusto pa kaming ma-unlock na yung tapang, yung aura sa kalaban. Yun yung gusto namin ma-unlock para mas malakas yung mangyari sa mas maganda.
Iba talaga yung aura niya. Napansin ko, meron ka na palang kulay ng buhok dito. Ay, bagay pag gumaganon yung buhok. Gawin mo ulit para makita sa camera. Gawin mo ulit. Wow! Iba ang angas ngayon ng TNC. Napansin ko lang. King Kong! Tipi ka ng tipi What's up? Anong meron? Ano nangyayari? What's that? What's that?
Parang wala naman kasi ako ibang kailangan gawin Kaya tumipi na lang ako Parang hindi kailangan dagdagan ng effort.
Oh, wow! Pero, wait. May sinabi siya. Bentings, ano yung sinabi mo? Ano sabi mo about the TP? Meron kang sinabi
Kanina po.
Oo. Parang pinagalitan niya. Okay, bakit?
TP ka ng TP, malas yun. Hindi nangyari kay Kram.
Pero in this case, kayo naman ang nanalo. Now, we're gonna announce the match MVP. Let me hear some names. Who do you guys think it is? Sino? Match MVP? Okay, let's take a look at who it is. Let's take a look at the screen for the match MVP. King Kong! Ang TP King ngayong serye, King Kong! Now, what do you have to say to the fans na dapat abangan nila para sa TNC? You guys did so well today. Sweep, iba yung aura nyo, not just the jerseys. What else can you tell us? What else can you tell the fans yung mensahe nyo para sa kanila?
Gusto kong pasalamatan yung mga fans na patuloy na sumusuporta sa amin. Tapos abangan nyo na lang kami sa mga susunod na series.
Abangan ang TNC Pro. Once again, everybody, TNC, TNC! Phoenix Army. Congratulations once again to TNC Pro Team. You may now take your bow. And now you may take your walk of victory. Congratulations! Rise from the dead ang nakalagay sa likod ng kanilang jacket. And you've seen the way they did that in game number 1. Very nice jerseys and jacket. Hihimayin natin ang laban na naganap kanina, kaya babalikan na natin ang ating mga casters. Pasok!
Great to hear from you, Mara and TNC. And again, congratulations there, guys. Love the jackets, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm seeing this trend here. And I think it was started, Echo came out with a fire jacket. And now we've seen Onyx And now we've seen TNCs. Are there other teams that you guys can think of that has these varsity jackets?
It's not varsity, but I like the look of the Blacklist jacket. It's pretty clean
jacket,
too.
yeah.
I mean,
No,
the
I
multiple
want the
designs they
varsity
had.
jackets.
Yeah, varsity. Who else?
I need 8 varsity jackets.
All right. We'll make sure that it happens nicely. Don't worry. Don't be angry anymore.
I'm not. All right. You know what? Well, I'm not angry, but why don't you break down this game for us?
One team that does not have to be angry today is definitely TNC after winning that match against Minana Evos. We can definitely say that Minana Evos have evolved a lot with their pickup on Lord JM and of course in how well they performed in the early stages, but they just can't finish the game. And speaking about the guy who can finish the game and also like walk the talk, if we're talking about like TPs as walk-in is is definitely King Kong with the Frederick. What's very surprising is that it wasn't a game that you can say that you can be electric with the Frederick, but he was very electric with the Frederick, going for the tank build-up in the early stages and then transitioning into more of a utility build-up with his Radiant Armor and the Blade Armor, 2 important heroes or items against the heroes of TNC. We're going to be talking about that later. For now, one thing that I want you to look at, especially the first part of the highlights, is how they snowballed. After getting the kill, TNC decided to go to the turtle ever so confident, then they invaded Minana Evos easily. Even after losing Bentings, they punished Boyet AR. So that was back-to-back shutdowns onto Boyet. Big bad Boyet cannot play this game in the early stages because he was shut down, getting invaded, getting taken on the Lord, and of course Bentings with another play as well, the Flicker. They have the Netherrealm this time, the Blazing do it as well, and you'll imagine like after you don't even have to try juggling the turret because you have the Netherrealm. They can really get into that area where they can take out the members of Minana Evos. More of TNC in the early stages. Bentings again, speaking of the stack, and King Kong's ever so on point with the taunt. And I'm not talking about the TP taunt, I'm talking about the actual taunt coming out from that Fredrin. But around 16 minutes, 15 minutes, you can see Lord JM really strike. And he will find Innocent back-to-back. Gonna be Minana Evos finding the stride, finding the momentum, taking out important members of TNC, taking the Lord as well after this clash, and then pushing up against TNC. What happens now for Minana Evos is that they went in for another play. Lord JM getting controlled. After that taunt, once again, coming out from King Kong, back-to-back with a knockup, and then another taunt. Look at that, coming out from King Kong. Like we said, Fredrin does not look that electric, but if you find those many details, the knock-up chains, the taunt chains coming out from the Fredrin, he was able to control the important guy. And then another one. He locks down Doming, takes him away from his teammates, and he definitely peeled for the entirety of TNC. King Kong was MVP of this game because of the mini plays that he was able to do. Pretty low-key. But if you watch it over and over, you understand that this guy had a good grasp on playing this Fredrin. More of TNC as we're looking at the important stats, and I want you to look at the monster gold stolen. This is key to the early stage victories of TNC. The reason why they were leading by a lot when it comes to their economy against Minana Evos is because of the monster gold stolen. And this actually destroyed the potential snowball of Boyet. Boyet AR from Minana Evos wanted to get more in the early stages and maybe steamroll over TNC, but they weren't able to find it just because of the monster gold stolen coming out from TNC. And out of many things that we saw in this game, even Hesu, right? You saw that he was actually playing so well in this game with the final slash. Had it not been for Minana Evos' good plays coming out from Innocent, this would have been Jesus' game because of how well he played in the early stages. But the entirety of TNC piggybacking off, is that a term? Piggybacking off the momentum coming out from King Kong and the rest of the gang with the TPs. Like I said, I'm wonderstruck. And if there will be, if they had partners, like for sure their partners will be blushing all the way home after watching that match.
So much pandemonium is what we saw there, and I love it. I love it, man. Great breakdown. Again, I'm Naisu.
Thank you.
This is the We Bear Bros with a Wolf.
The Druid.
A Druid works too. Redmar and Wolf. We'll see you in the next match. Thank you, guys. We'll be back after this.
fastest speed, the widest coverage. Experience it all from the Philippines' best mobile network.
That's the power of smart. When you're in moments that matter most,
At last, we time. Live them fully with Smart Power All 99.
for 99 pesos, get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To play,
To laugh.
to love,
Plus, unleash TikTok.
and only text. Live in the moments that matter most.
Today, with Smart Power All 99. Lipat na sa TNT and register your SIM now.
Players, are you G to play Pinoy Money Master for a chance to win as much as 100,000 pesos? Pero wiser.
Para sa akin yung pinakamalakas na tank ngayong season si Yawi. Si Yawi. Kasi galing sila sa champion ng MPL. Mas mataas yung confidence niya at saka malakas yung aura niya ngayong season.
Grabe yung mga pick-up niya, lalo na pag nawakan niya yung hero niyang Chu. Magaling siya sa mechanically and as a team player.
Ilang beses na rin siya nag-champion eh.
Mas doon ko nalalabas yung laro kapag siya yung kalaban.
Siguro yung top 3 tank ko sa MPL, si Light, si Ogwen, si Bentings.
Yawi, si Light at si Ogen.
Yawi, Ogwen, ako.
Si Ogwen, si Yawi, top 3 ko si Chakno.
Si Yawe, si Light, tsaka si Ogwen.
Si Yawi, si Light, si Rapidot.
Si Yawi, si Perks, tapos top 3 ko ako. Si Light yung una ko kasi dami ko natutunan sa kanya kaya masabi ko siya yung inakaw. Si Yawi kasi sabi sa akin ni Light, pantay lang daw sila, mas sigit pa nga daw si Yawi sabi niya.
Si Ogwen yung pinakamalakas na tank para sa akin dahil ang play safe niya maglaro na aggressive, parang ang hirap i-predict ng gagawin niya. Top 2 ko si Yawi kasi last season napipredict ko na yung mga ugalaw niya, and sa RG ganoon pa rin. Si Chakno yung top 3 ko kahit nakakabalik pa lang kasi di mo pa rin mapipredict niya kung ano yung gagawin niya.
Tingin ko kailangan pa mag-improve this season siguro si Chapno kasi matagal siyang nagpahinga sa MPL so kailangan niya talaga umabot.
Tingin ko malakas pa din si Chakno kasi hindi naman nakawalaan kung hindi pa rin yung gutom.
Piling ko kailangan niya pa rin magbata kasi marami nakahabol sa laro. Marami na nakasabay sa kanya ngayon.
Tingin ko ang kailangan mag-improve ngayong season si Renny J kasi konti lang hero pool niya.
Pagtatapatan ko si Chakno, siguro yung mga pinractice ko lang din yung mga papakita ko sa kanya.
Gusto ko pang makita yung improvement ni Brusco DR kasi sobrang consistent niya maglaro nung nasa amateur pa lang siya.
Kaya hindi ko nasama sila sa top 3. Yung top 3 na pili ko is sobrang aggressive. Play safe siya maglaro.
Pinaka gusto ko makalaban siguro si Ogwen kasi last season hindi kami nanalo sa kanila.
Mas exposure lang ako ngayon kaya nasama lang ako sa top 3. Yung mga na-improve ko talaga this coming season yung disiplina talaga.
Siguro kaya nila ako nasama sa top 3 kapag yung Franco yung usap. Mahilig tumiktok sa Franco yung first skill play cap. Yun lang kasi ako malakas eh. Tingin ko yung lamang ko kay Yawi at kay Perks yung experience ko sa MPL. Si Ogwen, hindi ko siya nalagay sa top 3 kasi naglalaban sila sa akin para sa akin si Light kasi Ogwen. Sobrang match silang dalawa. Mas naging impactful lang sa akin si Light dahil alos kapareho siya ng hero pool.
Sa tingin ko lamang ako sa mga ibang room this season kasi nung last season kabado ako and ngayon feel ko malalabas ko na yung full potential ko.
Magagamit ko rin yung experience ko laban sa kanila kasi nakakalaban ko na rin sila dati parang alam na rin yung gagawin ng bawat isa sa akin.
Yung gusto ko makatapat pa rin si Yawe. Former teammate ko siya, tapos hindi ko pa siya nakakalaban sa role ko na room.
Mas nilook forward ko pa si Yawi kasi gusto kong ma-check yung laro ko kung kamusta na ba ako, nasang level na ba ako.
Para sa akin si Light kasi sarap niya kalaban tsaka katapat na challenge ako lagi pag RSG kalaban din.
Ako si Oscar Romero, ang IGN ko is Sumpak and ang gold lane ng MNNE Boss.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang IGN ko po Lansu, explain po ng MNNE Boss.
Ako po si Mark Lawrence ng Kabigting, IGN po Bao, multi-role po ng TNC Pro Team.
My name is Kent Anthony Baisa, yung IGN ko ay Soul. Tapos yung role ko ay gold lane. At ang pinasokan kong team ay RSD. My name is Cedric Gil Romero and IGN Yoshino from MPL-PH and as a tank roamer.
Hi, I'm Jem Lanyon of Onyx Philippines. IGN Jem, role explain.
My name is John Patrick Dagdag. My IGN is Mumukid. My role is Phosphor of APBR.
Sakto po, nagpapatry out po, naghahanap po ng XP yung Minana. Pinatry out po ako ni Boss D. Yun, sabay naging okay naman po yung mga skill namin.
Galing po ako sa isang amateur team and after 2 years po, galing po ako ng TNC MDL Season 1. Nakipag-break po sa akin yung girlfriend ko kaya namotivate ako mag-ML tapos napasok ko ng MPL.
Nakapasok ko ng RSGPH, Noong nagkaroon sila nung tryout, sinata ko ni Madam Lexi na nakitaan ako ng potential. Sabay, pinapunta agad ako ng bootcamp para sa mga practice. Nanggaling po ako ng Euphoria MDL nung Season 1. Bago po ako mapunta sa Onyx, nag-tryout po ako sa kanila and eventually nakapasok naman po.
So yun, nag-start ako sa MDL Season 1 as Onyx Arsenals. Then nag-transition ako dito sa Onyx PH.
Yung nag-post yung brand ng tryouts, nag-register ako. Tapos, nung nag-start po yung tryout, nakitaan po ng potential ni Coach Daki.
Ang masasabi ko sa pag-stay ko sa MNNE Boss, parang malaking improvements yung maitutulong nila sa akin.
Ang experience ko po ngayon sa MNNE Boss, goods po sila, sabay solid po yung banding. Ang sarap po nila kasama.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Masaya din kasi nakaka-banding ko sila kahit papaano. So far naman po, marami akong natutunan as a tank since tatlo po kami tank doon and nagtutulungan naman kami mag-grow as a team.
So far, yung experience ko dito sa Onyx ay yun, maganda naman yung pakikitungo ng mga tao and then bago yung management, then bago din yung mga players. Tapos yun, maraming learnings.
Yung experience ko po so far sa APBR, okay naman po, mababait naman po yung teammates, mapang-asar lang po madalas.
Yung pinaka nang ibabaw na feeling nung nalaman kong makakalaro ako sa Season 12 is yung excitement. Parang nasa loob ko na yung pakikipag-compete sa maliliit man na tournaments hanggang sa malalaking tournaments.
Masaya po. Nanggigigil po ako lalo ngayon. Lalo na nakapasok po ako sa MPL. Gusto ko pong manalo talaga.
Siyempre, sobrang saya kasi 6 years ko pong hinihintay makapasok ng MPL.
Yung experience ko sa RSGI, masaya kasi nakapag-practice kami ng 5-man. Madali na lang yung laro, may comms kami, ganun. Parang mas nag-upgrade pa po since nagka-learnings po from MPL kasi nga po ibang league na nga po itong papasukan ngayon.
May pressure kasing kasama eh. Kasi syempre yung nilaruan namin is hindi na MDL, maging MPL na. So doble yung pressure, tapos yung mga expectations ng mga tao, pati nung kasama ko, mataas na rin.
Pagkasaya po na MPL, di po siya nagsisink in lahat. Ang alam ko lang po sila, ang tryout for MDL lang po, so parang na-overwhelm.
Kaya kong mag-adjust sa different teammates. Tulad ng if ever need namin ng utility, tanks.
Team player po ako at bagay na bagay po yung playstyle ko sa kanila kasi setter po ako. Like Terisla, ganun.
Yung matutulong ko po sa team ko is kaya ko po laruin ng role. Tsaka sa totoong buhay po, multi-role din po ako. Nag-aaral tsaka nag-ML po ako.
Yung madadala kong bago sa RSG-PH ay mas gagalingan ko at masigitan ko si Eman sa paglalaro para mapatunayan ko na hindi sayang yung pagkuha sa akin. Ang madadala ko po sa MPL-PH this season is yung game style ko na pabago-bago. Kumbaga hindi nila mababasa yung uniqueness na dadaling ko sa laro.
Siguro yung madadala kong this season sa MPL-PH is yung adaptability ko, mabilis ako maka-adapt, and then yung chemistry dun sa iba't ibang kasama ko.
Yung playstyle ko po kasi aggressive na mahilig makipaglaban sa lane.
To be honest, sir, wala akong team na parang ine-expect na parang pinanggigigilan. Parang lahat sila pantay-pantay sa akin. Walang mababa yung tingin ko, walang sobrang taas ang tingin ko sa team na to. Lahat sila para sa akin, gusto kong makipag-compete sa kanila.
Sa darating po na season ngayong MPL, gusto kong makalaban doon ay Blacklist. At si Edward po yung gusto kong makatapat kasi napakagaling po niya. Ang taas ng IQ sa game.
Ang gusto ko pong makatapat is Blacklist kasi nandun si Aeon, best friend ko po. Tapos pangalawa naman ang Echo, si Sanford dahil dati ko pa siya nakakatapat. Gusto ko maglaban kami sa MPL.
Gusto ko sana makalaban yung Omega, si Kelra. Kasi lagi ko siya nakakatapat sa RG. Gusto ko rin matry at matalo siya sa MPL naman. Ang gusto ko po makalaban ngayong season Echo po, since si Yawi and halos same kami ng playstyle tsaka hero pool.
Echo kasi yun nga, sila yung nanalo nung last time sa M4. Saka sila yung pinakamalakas kasi ngayon season, tingin ko.
Yung team po na gusto ko makalaban this season is yung Echo po. Dahil andun si Sanji, kaya gusto po malaman sino mas malakas sa amin.
Supportahan niyo lahat ng teams na gusto nyo and
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.
Maligayang pagbabalik sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino and you're still watching MPL Philippines Season 12. After a grueling match between MNNE and TNC Pro Team, now we're all in for the main event of the evening. Dalawang koponan na may gigil magsagutan ay muling pangungunahan ng mga nagbabalik na manlalaro. It's the MSC trio of Atomax, Chakno, and Calra going up against the MV3, Edward, Haji, and Oheb. Alam kong matagal nating hinihintay ang laban na to kaya hindi ko na patatagalin pa. Blacklist International versus Smart Omega. Here we go. Casters, pasok.
Two teams with two rich histories. Two titans with global and international recognitions. Two masters of the game will ever meet in a so-called familiar matchup. And yes, this is a Blacklist International for Smart Omega for the last series of the night. Yes, it's us, we Bear Bros, OSX, Renmar, and Wolf to give you the action of the night. How are you, Bears? How are you?
I am excited. I was telling these guys, I'm sorry if I cannot contain it, but I am hyped right now for their main event of the evening.
Let's go!
It is one of the most important series to watch out for MPL Season 12 Week 1 because of one reason. It's gonna reverse the win. I'm just gonna say it out there.
And
That's
as
it.
we head on to the excitement of the evening, thank you so much, Wolf. And then before we head on to our match, we would like to thank our official telco partner, Smart, for also giving us the best experience and, of course, the Giga Arena. Because tonight is the night that we've all been looking for this evening. It's week number 1. It's Blacklist and Omega, a classic rivalry. Two teams with two recognitions, MSC champions and M3 world champions. Wow.
Yeah, and it's not just the recognition. Like, going down to the nitty-gritty details, it's bloody between these two. The history that these two have. It has gone from, it's gone through multiple phases. It was a healthy rivalry, into a bloody battle, into what it is now, one of the hottest matches we gotta watch out for.
Whew. Yeah. Like, just so many storylines if you think about it, especially outside of the MPL, outside of the game. When people are just talking about each other, saying words of affirmation, as we would say it, and you know, acting. Yeah, exactly. So I am just excited on how they translate those words of affirmation into in-game performances.
Translation. We've seen the changes of Smart Omega in their game yesterday. It was good. It was a great start. And for Blacklist, they have completely recovered from the loss of the first day of the season. Yesterday, they have found the groove. You were looking for that development within the mid lane. That is Haji and also the roamer of Renegade, who got his hands on Nadovar. I think this is a development we're seeing, a growing chemistry in Blacklist International's lineup.
Oh, I mean, how they bounced back from their initial 0-2 loss to Echo to this. What they showed yesterday against RSG it was just so great to see how they grew from that and how they dominated that series.
Yeah, and it wasn't just them just defeating a team that has been, been struggling. Like, you can argue that after RSG's first series, you can say that, yeah, surely RSG has making a lot of mistakes. And it's not that. That win, going up against RSG, it was definitely Blacklist International being in command of the game all throughout. From the draft, the way that they flexed some picks, the way that they used the Varia, the way they defeated RSG was so commanding. Whoa.
Speaking of commanding, we're looking at the MSC rematch now on our screens. I know, Wolf, you've witnessed this firsthand as you guys, we cast into their broadcast in the Philippines.
Yep.
And now we're looking at the same rivalry growing. And tonight, they're about to face for the first time in MPL Season 12.
After a long time, and that was definitely that was actually, if you're wondering why wasn't Haji even there, Haji was actually part of Omega, and Omega players now are Execration called back then.
All right,
that's why
it was Execration.
It was Execration.
And
Exactly.
Haji was in Omega.
Who doesn't know, Wolf was one of our OGs since you guys have been taught in the second series. Yeah. These guys, I'm honored to be here with in the desk. The brains of Mobile Legends Professional League. These two analysts here right now. It's amazing to be here. I feel so smart, by the way, for just being here.
Stop, you're making me blush.
Yeah.
You guys are so good. And just like that, Execration. These two have been going back and forth.
Yeah.
And as I recall correctly, back in Season 8, this was one of the best of threes that they started and having a straight 3 games. And if I remember correctly, they also had highs back then when Kel VJ was playing for Smart Omega, and that was also Ryzen was there also present, and from that time it was Black Nationals main 5.
Yeah, so much history, so much iterations of this.
Yeah,
it was crazy. And going into this is interesting because I know there's been some spicy sayings from behind the scenes. This is what Kelder said. For me, I'm not concerned about the player who I'm going to lane up against because I know that I can handle him. Maybe we should watch out for their mid laner because we no longer need to think about their gold laner. I don't think he has much impact anyway. That is Kelra's thoughts when asked about this matchup against Blacklist International. And we know for sure the Filipino Savage was referring to the Filipino Sniper Ohem.
Words of affirmation from Kelra.
Yes,
and to be fair, we are saying this because we understand Tagalog, and I know the original texts from that, and I would say that's even stronger of feeling when you hear those words of affirmation coming out of Kelra. Look at that guy, right? He praised the mid laner of the opponent. Right?
Yeah.
I think that's what he did, right?
He was praising the MVP KDA machine, Haji.
Exactly.
He's fantastic.
Yeah.
And this is growth. A different version of Kelra. We see Kelra, 5.0?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's good to see the players grow and also acknowledge the strength of each other growing in the professional scene is just amazing to see.
Yeah.
And from the side of Black Nash, it's new to see a big of a change in the roster.
Yeah.
They're about to reach almost 10. But one thing that they're also considering is they're trying to be consistent on how they went back in full recovery last time. And as you can see on our screens, it's Blacklist International.
Yeah, Blacklist International and Sui fitting in perfectly. Ren and Jay looked really comfortable in the last series. And there's a man there on the screens on the Omega huddle right now. The original GOAT. The first GOAT here in the Philippines, Ribo, the most winningest, or one of the most winningest characters, professionals here in the scene. And there is a possibility, we will see, what if he plays? What if? Because there's history as well between Ribo and Blacklist International from last season.
What role will he be in? Because Ribo has, if activated, if given the need, he's going to play any role that you need him to do. That's what made him famous.
Yeah, exactly. But I feel like he's going to be playing mid laner if ever that's the case. Because that's what he played the last time we saw him active in MDL Philippines Season 1.
That's right. Yeah, but he can still play marksman roles. I mean, way before, there weren't any gold laners when he was dominating the scene.
Wait,
they call it marksman.
Is there a possibility we might see Oheb versus Ribo in the gold lane?
Oh my goodness,
But
that would be
come
cool
on.
tonight.
Hey, as much as I want that, I don't want that actually, because it's Kelra. Come on, it's a gold standard versus the sniper, right?
Oh my goodness, Renmar just put some things in our head right now. I think we would get a clue right now. Because as we wait, in a few seconds from now, we will see Blacklist International, we will see Smart Omega in their own introduction in the stage. From then on, we would know and confirm. And this is amazing. This is the last series of the night. Now let's call on the two teams on stage, and they're ready for battle.
Empowered by the return of the MSC3 and bright debuts from Ryota and Andoryu, they look to defeat their classic rivals today, making his comeback, the GOAT standard Ripo, hailing from the barangay. It's Smart Omega! Bolstered by the most valuable 3 and superstar-esque performances from Renegade and Sensui, today's goal, break the barangay code. Truly top tier, Blacklist International! Ladies and gentlemen, the coaches, Coach Stronger and Coach Master the Basics, MPL Arena Magingay! Laban na!
That intro is hype as hell.
So hype.
That was so good, and this confirms it. Wow, Rebo is back. Holy sheesh.
Holy sheesh.
Holy sheesh.
That's all I can say. That's all that you said.
Yeah.
Man!
The doctor is in!
Wolf, I am at a loss for words. Say something smart.
Oh, man. Well, I want to say Smart Omega. Gonna be deploying Kelra, Ryota, Doryu, and Chaknuts. Pretty standard. And then they're gonna tap into the talents of Rebo. We know for sure that the Etomax or the Chaktomax combo or the duel has been a very strong duo for Smart Omega. It's given in so many Ws recently. But of course, the doctors in Rebo will definitely contribute a different dynamic for Smart Omega.
It's crazy to imagine in MPL Philippines Season 12, Rebo will be facing Haji, Edward, Oheb, and with Sensui in Renegade and Blacklist International. The intro there I mentioned, Sensui and Renegade really impressed me. MV3 delivered. Oheb got his MVP for the series yesterday, but Sensui and Renegade, them stepping up and them meeting the expectations that were placed upon their shoulders, the heavy expectations, it just proves to show that when they are all fired up, Blacklist International are a team to fear.
Wow, looks like this match is a lot of proving grounds to start with, because now a Smart Omega has a sword with the Rebo. And for the longest time, how many seasons he have missed with this?
Season 8 was his last, if I'm not mistaken.
Season, yeah.
That's
season
probably
8.
right.
9,
Season
10, 11, 3 seasons gone from MPL-PH.
But as we've heard, his competitive spirit was never gone. He might have rested for a little bit, but he went into play in different games like Zol Esports, for example, in the amateur scene, and then eventually for MDL. So he was never really not playing Mobile Legends. Always have been on a competitive level, and that's what you get from the Doctor.
Yeah, and there's something that fired up his spirit for competition again. honestly. And those are a nice little exchange that he had with Wise indirectly last season. But that's for later. I think we're gonna be hearing some smart things now, right?
Yeah. As we go and break down what's happening into this game, let's throw it over to our analyst for our keys to victory.
And this is very exciting to see for the both of the teams. This is their keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. For Omega, Kelra, prove that you're right. I wonder what that means. But to me, that means that it's all about being the Filipino sniper himself. Right? They're beating the Filipino sniper himself. Because there was some words that he said way before when he said that Oheb was actually just lucky that we was playing in M3, but had it been that he was there playing the Beatrix, that he will be the one dubbed as the Filipino sniper. That's one of his claims. And then another, that he said that the gold laner will not be a problem for them. So that is one thing that Omega should be doing in this game. Prove that Kelra is right. That Kelra is the gold standard, that he can defeat Oheb for sure. Now, for Blacklist International, it's the opposite. That's literally what they just need to do. Prove that that somebody else is that they are right and somebody else is wrong. And that will be the battle for sure. It's the gold lane matchup this time, and I can't hold it. But of course, we have to think about the other players as well. Now, for both teams, they have already mentioned statements that they should be proving right now. Apart from this gold lane matchup, this is a grudge match. All they need to do is win. That's what they need to do. That's the keys to victory brought to us by Infinix. And now I am so hyped about this matchup.
I can feel it, Wolf. I can totally feel it. That was the most hyped keys to victory that I've heard.
Wow.
And that was so straight to the point.
Yeah.
Proving something wrong, and the winner gets a clap back. A lot of tension, a lot of build-up, but they never saw coming that Reba's going to be in today.
Yeah, and now let's go back into history. I'm going to do the nice thing.
Okay.
Where's the cane? Where's the cane?
I'm looking for the cane.
Kind of need that.
Happy World Grandparents' Day, by the way.
Yep.
As we enter the draft now, let me tell you a story.
Here we go.
So last season, Reba was asked by Mara Aquino herself, what do you think about the MPL teams in Season 11? Reba said, so far everyone's good. And then when Mara asked him, which team is the one who is underperforming? And he said, I think it's Blacklist International. And Reba said it's because, well, they're not dominating as they used to. And that was the part of the season where in the first half of MPL Philippines Season 11, Blacklist were struggling. And then here comes Wise with a clapback, telling to Rebo, because they won their game later in the day. Referring to what Rebo said, Wise said this to Maracino. Well, at least I'm still in the MPL. Woo! I couldn't have written any better story, and now Rebo is back. This is going to be interesting to watch.
Thank you so much, Grandpa. Grandpa.
What the heck? Okay, I mean, it's fine. It's fine.
That was a great story. That was a spicy story. And wow, this
Grandma.
This excitement just continues to happen. We're heading on to the draft, and Smart Omega takes blue side. They have priority, but Black International has a way of securing what can be considered as a counter for Omega. Will they go for the gold lane that we've seen in matches of 1 and 2, or will they go for their comfort or Rome that had an advantage with an Eve or a Valentina yesterday?
Well, to answer your question, I think Valentina is definitely a top commodity for both teams, but that also is applicable to the Fredrin. Because we know that we don't want to give the Fredrin to Blacklist International because they just know how to play that hero so well as a team. And Omega can also play it well. I'm pretty sure that Dor, you have see value in Fredrin, as his voice line says.
And that's a good call. I agree with you there completely. If you're going up against Blacklist International, yes, this isn't Wise, but they know how to play around the Fredrin really well. And we know Sensui plays a hell of a mean Fredrin.
Yep.
So now this changes up the pictures of the draft. The Kaja is wide open, and now Blacklist International will consider banning that up. They're up against Chapter. But then they also have another X factor to think about. What kind of heroes does Rebo have in his pool?
Yeah, that's a great question, because right now I think it's healthy to see that there's no Fredrin being picked up in the first phase or being just banned out completely in the first game. I think we just don't want that to keep on happening. And yeah, we see the Joy being banned out. You don't want that backline entry, and you don't want that possible late game comeback. We've seen the ultra late game clutch of RSG, and now Wolf, what is the answer of Omega? What is the priority of them now?
It's either Valentina or Bruno at this point. But it's Paquito. Yeah, has been let go. We kind of missed that, but Paquito has quietly been the priority when it comes to the events. And of course, we know that Blacklist is really, let's say, for lack of a better term, very able with this hero.
Yeah, and it's not just Edward, it's also Sensui. So it's a great first pick by Omega because you're respecting the capabilities here of the jungler and the opposing XP laner.
Yeah, XP laner can still be a good flex for smart Omega. Now this leaves another option. There's a Valentina and also the marksman. But yep, they go in straight with the Bruno. Yeah, from the games that they watch.
Okay.
In Series 2, it's still the priority.
Yeah. Much as we can say that there's a lot of the theoretical counters to the Bruno, I'll not be surprised if the Beatrix is the priority here for Omega. You'll still also have the Kaja, by the way, which is, you know, because of just how the draft played out, we kind of forget about these heroes that should be like the top priority.
Yeah.
And yeah, Kaja, of course, is pretty good. And there it is!
Oh, there you go.
The Beatrix!
Rising with prediction. Wolf and Renmar. We finally see Kaja into this game. You have that pickoff, you have that pull on team fights.
Yep.
And Bruno on a massive growing meta of this of a hero.
Yep.
Now they get a chance to counter it.
I'm looking if Haji's gonna consider picking up the Farsa here.
Farsa, yeah.
Not only because it's a great pick, because you're taking another strong pick away from Rebo. And it makes sure that your Bruno has nothing to worry about, and it pairs so well with the Edith.
That's right. Maybe the other option could be the Valentina, just because you can copy the Divine Judgment. But this leaves us with a little bit of a conundrum for Blacklist International. There it is, the Valentina.
Great call, Wolf.
Yep. Thank you. But you have to think about you have to think now about like what will be your Edward hero. You need a one-shot hero for the Beatrix, which typically should be the Paquito, or maybe somewhere along the lines of, I don't know, maybe a Masha, but you need an XP lane that can instantly go to the backline to take out that. That's not an anti-Beatrix kind of hero, you know?
But at the same time, depending if their picks can supplement it. I mean, the Teresa will be great help alongside the Edith.
That's true.
Yeah, they'll need, alongside the anti-Beatrix, they need someone who can also just help with the team fight pressure being brought out by the Edith.
That's
and
right.
Honestly, I'm okay with Omega also considering that a Diggy might get picked up here by Blacklist International. Just to, you know, keep tabs. And I also really like that Blacklist, even though we don't know much about Rebo's hero pool, they're saying we're respecting the Gourd.
Respecting the Gourd. Great against Valentina. Maybe an Eve or a Farsa would be the follow-up ban here for Blacklist.
Yeah.
It's the Farsa indeed.
Called it earlier. That's a good ban.
Eve was banned earlier.
You know what I'm thinking for that one shot in the EXP and even the back line? Maybe a classic. How about a Lapu Lapu?
Ooh.
That's a great call, actually.
Yeah, that's
that could
great.
be.
Yeah.
Maybe a last pick for Blacklist International. What will be a Renegade substitute for the lack of Novaria as well? Well, maybe a Kufra ban here for Omega.
Yeah.
Be the hero for Mr. Renegade.
Oh, but if they ban out the Kufra, then it'll be a much easier day for a Joe.
Ooh.
They read the Terizla.
Okay.
I still really feel like this might be a roam Edith for Renegade because he played it so well yesterday. It's one of the reasons why they won the series.
Yeah.
They play well around it. If they wanna be safe, they might even consider picking up a Baksha for themselves.
All right.
Yeah.
Baksha would be good. And we know that Sensui can play that, definitely play that hero. Yeah. The worst case probably is maybe they saw the Echo game and maybe think about Akai as a good hero.
Yeah, that too.
It's very movement speed based kind of heroes. Yeah, you also have the Martis still, which in combination with the Bruno and the Valentina is still pretty strong. But of course, that's a Baksha. Well done. Well done.
I am honored to be here with you guys right now because that is just completely on the right predictions onto this draft. You have that sustain. They have that big, beefy boy.
Yep.
I will admit this is why I love being with Wolf. I said the Baksha, but in my head I was like, how do I explain this again? I think Wolf can. And he did.
All right.
That is so
264th game. And he might be playing his 264th game with maybe an Eve to close this out because it still makes sense.
Eve is banned.
That's right.
Yeah.
Oh, Eve is banned.
Yeah, it was the first
What do you play with for Rebo now? What do you play for Rebo now?
Lilia?
Shango would be good. Kadira, perhaps?
Yeah, it's open still.
No, it's banned.
Oh, wow. Does this fit the doctor?
He did play it before.
Yeah, he did play it before. And he is the doctor for a
He's
reason.
the doctor.
Okay, that is exciting.
All right.
We see him fix things. We see him diagnose things even in the game. So let's trust it with the doctor.
I wonder if they're considering Esme or Lapu here, because I
Esmeralda's
agree with OSX
Okay.
consideration of the Lapu.
Oh, like I definitely love the Esmeralda now. Imagine, like, this is an Edward special anyways.
Yeah. He just has to watch out for in lane against the matchup of Paquita, but once they start grouping up, once it's 5v5, Esmeralda's super happy.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. Will the Esmeralda, will it be the Lapu Lapu for Edward?
How about Valir for okay. It's Kufra. The Red J Kufra. Okay.
Wait.
Nice
So
call. They switch it up.
explain Edith.
Okay. Fair. You have unlimited, well, onward and suplexes.
Okay. Technically
But it's
speaking,
fine.
it's still a one shot against the marksman because you're still ranged. You can actually auto attack that and easily take out the marksman. But it's not an instant one-hit knockout. It's not an instant OHKO because normally you would look for Lapu Lapu and maybe the Pakiro. You can immediately take out the Beatrix like easily. With Edith, you kind of have to ramp up a little bit. You have to take in some damage before you're able to fully utilize your ultimate. It's an interesting match decision coming up from Blacklist International.
Well, this is the match that we've been waiting for this weekend. Now, as we start and head on to this game, you're seeing the composition, you're seeing the lineup, and this is one of the things that we're expected. We were looking at different parts of how will this round will go. Well, let's head on to the game. It's game number 1. It's Blacklist International versus Sport Omega for their first meetup in the season.
Some of the names may have changed, but you cannot deny the history between these two, and it's fantastic that it's rare to see this, where it's the gold laners focused for our first opening split screen.
It's Oheb versus Kelra. This is a special match that we are about to witness. And look at how Sensui just prioritized more to move near Kelra as of the second.
Oh, Rebo might get caught out here, actually. Already forced to use the flicker out. That's great news for Blacklist International.
This is so Omega. I mean, honestly, Rebo is not the first player in Omega to actually play the position for Angela. Etomax played that before.
Yeah.
And you'll be surprised about the amount of damage that the Angela can put up from the mid lane role.
But how is this? Like, is the emblem build right now something different on how they approach this match? Is there any different from Omega or Black as International right now?
I guess if you are the Angela as a position 5, you can go Foxy Mark, but he went for Impure Rage for more poke and magic.
Chocolate Cherry finds suplex and comboed by Blacklist International. First blood of this legendary rivalry goes to Blacklist.
Wow, and the first point, you hear the crowd roar. Going back to that rotation, does this change something out of this Angela? You get more of the pokes, yes, but it also prepares you to get more of your magic items, right?
That's true, but because you're mid lane, you want to output the damage. That's the idea here for Omega.
All right, Sui going in for the invade. Adori getting pressured here. So no clear winner there. Andori was able to secure it for himself, so that's good news for Omega. First turtle of the game spawns.
Okay, now and the first objective is up. More of the coverage is Blacklist International is doing against Omega. Edward slowly reaching level 4, and now they have more area for this first objective.
Ultimates across the board. Yota going to be going in. Ready? Jay finds the target. Suplex, full combo onto Andoriu, and that is a sure turtle for Blacklist International.
Wow, Rene J back at his tracks. And on the opposite side, you may not see this, but actually, Oheb has a 200 gold lead over Kelra at this point. Even after that wave is cleared out, Oheb has the lead in the gold lane.
Yeah, and they have fought for 30 games already. 30 games they face each other in.
Thank you so much for that trivia. We're looking at the history of how these two laners build up their career and on this momentum. That was a good catch by Renegade, and having those angles and having those targets right on those objectives changes so much in Smart Omega's composition into reverse or counter team fights against Blacklist International.
This is one of my favorite things to do as a Valentina, by the way. If I'm up against a Karina or a Martis, I'm taking their ultimates.
Yeah.
It's just an extra thing that for my opponents to worry about. By the way, get one of 4 skins for free in our Nostalgia event.
Yeah, that's right. One of the 4.
Yeah, just like our match, even the players here are so nostalgic to see that they're back in the game.
It is. It is.
And OHIP now leading by a lot. They might even deny that golden card into the bottom lane. And Kelra, you see, he's playing so far back, knowing that there's a massive lead for Blacklist International, and then there's a backshed that can easily get into that lane. He's not overextending, but that might be bad. He now calls in Chaknu because he needs someone to support him into the bottom lane for sure.
I may be misremembering things, but I remember watching a Kelra stream before, and he acknowledged that there's not a lot of heroes that give Beatrix a hard time.
Yeah.
I may be misremembering, but I think he did say that, oh, I don't like going against Bruno that much when I'm playing Beatrix. And that was months ago.
Well, I think right now, if you have an influence of Renegade, yeah, our Shrinking Infinity either. Look at that. Kelra.
Yeah, good land on
Some
the snipe
pokes.
though.
Yeah,
And also the pokes. We're seeing a different approach here. Has Kelra wants to clear more of his lane. He has a safe way of entering these kinds of threats since there's a lot of rotations coming in from Black International. And I said this is one way to hold his own lane. Because most of the parts, he also wants his team to be activated as well. But nobody's contesting it. Smart Omega.
No. Small Nugget, one of the benefits of being Beatrix is, look what Kelra did. He sniped the Crammer and then get out of the range of the Crammer. It's a way to check if there's someone actually near you. And you see, Renegade was spotted, technically speaking, in that moment because the Crammer went to the bush instead of towards the Beatrix.
Across map play, Chaknu gets the Divine Judgment onto Hoheb and Ryota. Takes him out. That is a trade committed there by Blacklist International. They will get the marksman in the bottom lane as the turtle will go to the side of Blacklist International. But Renegade and Haji have found Chaknu and Ryota. And that is going to be the clap back in with the Tyrant's Rage coming in from Renegade. Taking out Ryota, and Chaknu might be next on the dock. Can they take down the Mamba? Yes! They do!
Completely in sequence. Smart Omega just fall back, and Blacklist International completely getting their hands in a faster rotation for reinforcement. That kill on OHEB gives them so much space to even move around quicker, Wolf.
Yep, you see Omega gonna be... Ooh! Sensui wins it! Has got a level advantage anyways. And whatever that Omega invested into that bottom lane, it's now erased. They went in for the kill onto OHEB, successful in doing that, and then they gave one turret to Kelra. But that's all erased now because OHEB himself gets the turret, and now they get more kills.
Alright, Chakra with a shrub. Who's he going to be able to find? Divine Judgment.
Oh, Renegade again!
Revenge into rage! The hard guard's going to drop onto Kelra, but Ondori looks like he's not going to be able to get away anymore. The members of Blacklist take him out! And Omega, little by little, the things they have built for themselves, the investment that you mentioned is going away. Chakra with a pull out to Sensui to stop them from stealing away the purple buff of Omega. But here comes the members of Blacklist International. The kill onto Chaknu by Renegade. And a kill by OHEB on Toripo. The Hitman, Agent 47, Renegade keeps finding the mark.
That's gotta hurt. This is the nature of the lineup of Blacklist International. You have rotation, you have quicker movement speed, you have that sustain. That big, beefy build is now showing, Wolf. Do they have more sustain now against Omega?
Not at this point for sure. And now the Angela mid lane is not paying off. They don't have the necessary wave clear. That's why they're struggling to contain the members of Blacklist. And Blacklist have amplified the Ube. They have now been grouping up as 4 very quickly, activating OHEB. Even before the 7-minute mark, they're already able to run down the members of Omega. And Omega wanted to farm more, but Blacklist International, they're not giving the time to Omega.
So we roll it.
Oh, again, he enters! Revenge into rage, finding Ribo, and the tower's gonna fall next. Chaknu trying to find an angle as Ryota and Andorio hold on for dear life, and Kelra just tries to split push up top.
Okay, slowly Chaknu is looking for an avenue, but now Renegade onto that landing of the Tyrant's Rage. perfect hugs, perfect landings right onto the wall. That is the power of their own lineup. They have so much CC and hold, and even damage from OHEB.
Yeah.
They're just crossing all the problems right now with Smart Omega. And how is the damage right now of the Barangay Wolf?
Yeah.
Is it even enough?
Not
to
enough.
Have more team fights.
They don't have it. This is Angela mid lane. Had it been like a Farsa, for example, which was, of course, taken out by Blacklist International, the Farsa is...
Oh, and entry coming in from MNNE. Capital is getting pulled back by Chaknu. The Kufra gets punished, but look at Sensui! Sensui in the back, taken down, or stopping 4 members there. Kelra has been taken down, and Blacklist just keep finding wins. Every time Omega tries, Blacklist somehow just counters them.
And that is just almost 9 minutes. And they completely moved around so quickly, and the damage right now being respected by Smart Omega. And they're finding ways to push, they're finding ways to the trade, and there is a pause. How is the situation of the Barangay now, Wolf, again?
Well, they have severe lack of damage for sure. We're talking about Nuke Mages like Farsa, that's not available for Omega. Had it been that they picked it up earlier in combination with the Kaja, that would be different. And also, there was that option of going for something like Kadita or maybe even Lilia for Rebo, right? Anything that can work against Blacklist International, because clearly the Angela doesn't work. It does not even sustain their composition because it's far too slow. And the damage, I would say that the nature of damage sources coming out from Blacklist International are burst in nature.
Yeah.
So you can see Bruno, for example, it can hit you real hard. They have the Valentina that copies the Martis. It's all about damage, like in quick succession. It's one thing that the lineup of Omega is not built to endure.
Yeah, this, what we're seeing from Blacklist, this isn't the Ube that we know. This is a more painful Ube. It's more like a Ube.
A deeper.
Yeah, because the damage just hurts.
Yeah, man, it's a purple yam bonding extra experience.
That's a long acronym.
Yeah.
We'll workshop it. We'll workshop
We're
it.
chopping it. We're trying.
Yeah.
And to go back on the point of Wolf there, Renmar,
Yep.
how can Omega endure? I can only see VOD on that Beatrix. I can only see Bloodless Ass on that Paquito. This is just completely a Barangay Omega waiting for time, buying time, even for their market, comparing it to OHEB's status right now.
For sure. We may even call it an Uber.
Oh, Uber.
Not the brand, but
I like it.
Uber as in like
okay.
superlative, you know?
Okay.
Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix.
Love it.
Okay.
That's it.
This is the Uber strat, ladies and gentlemen.
You're so good. You guys are so good. Just happy to be here right now. It's Sunday, and it's Blacks International on the lead, 6.4K.
Yeah.
No contention. And Omega is eyeing for positive ways, even trade for occasions such as the objectives. But no way that they're coming near that borderline as Blacks International is doing from that objective take.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing Omega can do at that point, and they made the right call. They didn't need to like try and take it away from them. At that point, you really just have to try and get objectives elsewhere, get resources elsewhere, and then just hold back for the next Lord. This shouldn't be endable yet unless a major error from Omega happens.
Look at Blacklist International freezing the lanes. They wanted to make sure that it will be a three-pronged attack. Top lane not going to be able to be defended by Paquito. Not safe there, Ryota. And mid lane, here they go.
Yeah, they're just getting scarier by the second.
Oh, Ryota defended. That's a mistake.
Oh, they're going to chase him down.
Oh, sprint already utilized. Are they going to continue chasing Ryota? They're still trying to look for him.
Wow.
He meets the Crammer. He's at the orange buff, and it looks like he's going to wait scot-free. So they are not able to. Oh, but here comes OHEB. Oh, no.
He just wanted to get that.
No. Yeah, I just wanted to get
I
that.
think that was also a great pull, by the way, that he did. He was trying to look for ways to divert the attention of Blacks International, and completely, for half of a second, he did something good.
Nope. Very important wave clear. We did say that it will be a mistake, but Ryota's Ryota. And I didn't realize that he actually rocked the sprint instead of the flicker. That's the sole reason why he got out of there.
Yeah, and I think that's also one of the reasons why he picked it up, knowing that there's so many surprise possible engages and things to avoid. going for extra movement speed to try and sidestep it seems like a little bit more trustworthy than just having one big blink skill to get away.
I guess so.
Yeah, by just looking at the item build right now by FLD Insurance, I see fleeting time here for Chapter. And I think I'm surprised the defense, Wolf. I think it's not even close to even hold something out of Black International.
At this point for Omega, any port in the storm, right? They are just trying to get anything that they can. Maybe you can argue that there could be a different defensive item for Chapnu perhaps, but at the same time, he's not getting access to it anyways. Omega, it's just like they're living for scraps now.
Oh, let's see if they can find Edward already coming to the flicker and the Primal Wrath just to get out of safety. And Omega are going to have to back off here. Can't believe we got to this point just because Omega decided to overstay their welcome.
Another wrapper.
Noryu gets found here by Sensuya. Oh, Renegade goes in. Oh, but the anti-crowd control that Martis has. Can they find a turnaround here? Chop's not going to be committed to the Divine Judgment. No ultimate already by Kemra. Noryu brought really low. Look at that damage coming out of that Bruno.
Wow, that's gotta hurt. That ball completely hurts by the second and by the damage. How will they ever hold this kind of threat from Black International? It's an 8.7k gold lead. There's a Lord again.
I hate to answer your question by using my previous answers. The lack of a nuke mage here for Omega is just gonna be a big problem. They need to really find a big opening with maybe the Paquito, which is actually on the opposite side of the road. It's going for the long lane push.
Yeah.
This is bad for Omega.
All right, Sensuya and Renegade. Turn the back line.
Answer. This is the big beefy boy lineup, and we have the Slane for Black Internationals take on that objective.
Oh, yeah. And while that was happening, Ryota again just doing what he can to make it work, pushing towers on the bottom portion of the map this time. And again, right now, in terms of trying to find a way to make a comeback out of it, Omega are doing the right thing. Trying to find a pick. Can't find the pick. Get on out of there. Get resources, and then let's see what else we can do. This might be a tough defense, though.
Definitely. This is the Lord with a third clash, I mean.
Yeah, the headbutt.
Yep.
You have that push. You have the damage, but how will they ever hold? But that is a complete answer. But how will Black International commit a mistake, though?
Oh, entry there, and a pull by Haji with the Divine Judgment as a Valentina pulling back on Doryu. He survives! Rebo's Heart Guard holding on more than enough, and somehow, after all of that, Omega only lose a tower in mid. Ryota is cutting waves behind Blacklist International.
Wow, man.
That usage.
The Doctor is in, and Ryota just being the, it's like him just applying all that he learned from the Onyx Banana Split era.
Oh, yeah.
Just literally that.
Banana Split Season 8.
Yeah, thank you for that callback.
Oh my goodness.
Also, the writer of our battle is also here with us, somewhere in the talent area.
Yeah, he's there.
Yeah, and this is just completely a different hold for Omega. The deficit of almost 10k, they're probably looking for ways to even capitalize more of what they have right now. Even with just by small defense, small damage, but they have the pull though. Items completely building in. This is a good difference even for damage for the BLCK right now.
We still have to respect Omega because of the Omega timers that we always talk about. 18-minute, of course, the late game, the combat killings whatsoever. You have one half of the Jack to Max duo that always is scary in these clutch moments. So Blacklist International, smart to be more, how to say, more safe, controlled.
Safe.
Yeah, I guess.
Cautious.
Cautious, there you go.
Yeah.
Safe to be cautious in this game.
Yeah, despite the massive lead that they have built, again, making the most out of an Omega error to overstay their welcome and duke it out with two members of Blacklist International after getting to gank Oheb in the bottom lane. They just haven't lost sight. It's like, it's classic Blacklist, what we're seeing here. In terms of, all right, close game.
Yep.
Very tight game. We'll find one opening and then make it even bigger. They find the door and they make it a massive hole in your house.
By just hearing that sentences, it's too hard to even have a fixer-upper right away.
Yeah, it is. It's really difficult. How long does it take to fix an entire hole, a massive hole in your house? A long time. There's a lot of permits. You got to go through construction, find a good contractor.
You need money.
You need money.
Yep, you need to have liquid. Yeah, but it's a good point there to ponder upon because we've seen games today, even the first series of this Sunday, that with a 10K goal deficit, with just a small mistake, everything could just be turned around.
Yeah.
And I know you guys agree that at some point in a late game potential scale of Smart Omega's lineup, there is always hope for this team to actually bounce back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the magic of the Comeback Kings, right? Of Omega. Whatever is happening in there, whatever kind of like a mental fortitude that they have, or maybe I'd never say the attitude of the Barangay Omega, we probably will never know. I'll spend forever wondering if you guys knew about it.
Wow. I like it. That sounds familiar. Anyways, so for Omega, yeah, I agree with you completely there, Wolf, with that enchanting analysis, is that you really can never count them out. Somehow, some way, they find a way. They've done it against Blacklist International in the previous iterations many times in the past. And that's why, again, this rich rivalry is the one that just keeps on giving.
Yes, sir.
That is true.
But I really wish they had a nuke page. I mean, I just really gotta go back to what Wolf keeps like harping on here, because it's true.
Yeah, it is true.
Oh,
Okay, as we wait for this pause to continue, yeah, we're back in the game. A few seconds away, Blacklist International is leading by 9 points on our scoreboard, and Smart Omega is still holding onto their base and looking for a way to bounce back on what they have lost in the first game of the series.
Wow. Such a fantastic game so far. Of course, we've been highlighting Renegade, but I think an unsung hero here definitely is Haji on this Valentina. With how well he times his entries alongside Renegade's entries, and Sensui as well.
Oh, look at the wraparound.
Oh, Ryota is going to be dire straits. Oh, that's a full 5-man. That's the Uber onto Ryota. And the Paquito falls. And you won't find a contestant, but here in the mid lane, looks like they found the box shell. Smart Omega, since Sui only gets brought down to around 40% health. And that's Omega back in track and back, and Blacklist for sure gonna get this Lord without a problem, the third one in this game.
Yeah, they forced an ultimate onto Rebo, hard guard onto Ryota. One member isolated from Smart Omega, and that gave way for Blacklist International to have this Lord again for themselves. And they're gonna go and clear some of the lanes here as they go with the Lord.
You understand why Ryota wanted to go for that lane cut? This time, Blacklist International won't let him escape for the second time around. And we are in consensus now that there's really not much of a leeway for Omega to actually contest any Lord at this point, unless they take out the members of Blacklist International first. But seeing as we are talking about the Uber, where Blacklist International are just grouping up and not letting anyone get out, there's really no chance for Omega to pick off the members of Blacklist. It should be a full 5v5 with Blacklist International winning the lane advantage.
And another orange stolen by Blacklist International. No objectives for Omega, not even crumbs to follow.
Okay,
get back on their feet, but they're on the base defense.
All right, the Lord almost brought down to 50. The tower is going to be falling. We're going to be looking for an entry here from any member of Blacklist International. Omega just doing their chores and clearing up the minion waves. Bennett's Raid clear up the minion waves. No ultimate from the Beatrix. Minion waves handled well, but Blacklist have made the Omega base bald.
It's open, and with a wave clear that Kelra has right now, it's still standing. The base is still standing, but it's too open.
Man, that was very anticlimactic. Of all of the hype that we were building up with that push coming up from Blacklist, the defense for Omega is still there. It looked wonderful though, don't get me wrong. It was very systematic on how Omega was able to defend that base against Blacklist International. No overextensions, just focusing on the minion wave. Keller just focusing on the Bennett. And they're able to hang on for now. But you're right, Renmar, they don't have any more inhibitor turrets. And then, you know, their base not having any more inhibitors means that minion wave management is going to be difficult.
Yeah, team fight. We're looking at the faces of Blacklist Nationals And now they're completely on to the seriousness of this match. And also for Smart Omega, looking for a way to turn this around. Time will only be the answer. We're at 19 minutes with a scoring of 2 and 10. Is the late game an answer for the Underground Kings to bounce back?
We're waiting for it. I'm looking at the magic number 52, but I think Blacklist also knows something, that they really don't want to take that massive risk. I think at this point, with how systematic their clearing of the towers were, they also understand, and I think they're also thinking, guys, Omega timers, Omega timers, we have to watch out for Omega timers.
Yeah, kind of check that out.
Respect is there.
Yeah, it's overly cautious, but it's so warranted. They've been against Omega so many times.
Yep.
That they're just respecting it now.
Imagine a world where Renegade is the leader and everybody's just disciplined and calculated, you know?
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Would have thought. But then, I mean, like, leading up to the season, and even last season, we really heard, like, Renegade is one of the more vocal members of Blacklist International. And I think it speaks a lot about the man's character to step into the shoes of the queen.
Yeah.
And to be this leader that the team needs in this moment. Blacklist International will get the 4th Lord of the game. 20 minutes in, and Ryota continues to split the towers. But he's just going to let the siege minion. Oh, no.
Okay.
It survives. He really didn't want to take the risk. He knew that they needed him alive.
Yeah, he could have died from that position, and he decided to go and clear back. Yeah, I think that's one point to ponder upon, Ranmar. I think the growth of the players right now in Season 12 is so different, and they want to be mature on how they wanted to approach the game.
Well, Blacklist International even deployed 5 of their members to clear that Lord despite their lead. Uber is real, guys. We're seeing it.
Ultimate Bonding Experience Remix. A 20-minute Lord defense with a massive lead. Omega, if they get out of this, it will be a miracle. Blacklist get the end over. Temple from out of nowhere to pull up the Renegade. Kufra, the Tyrant's Rage is massive help and setup, and the follow-up isn't quite there yet. Keller stays alive. Keller gets a flicker away from Edward. Sasui is looking at it to Ondorio and Chaco and Ryota behind the scenes, and they find Oheb. The Kaja is down. That is 2 down the side of Blacklist of Omega. Make that 3, and Blacklist says, Game 1 is ours. Let's not extend it any further. We got this.
And that is the Uber. The winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Completely, even on the late game, they are insured to win that match.
Great idea coming out from Chaknu. As he went in for that play, he snagged, that was Renegade, right?
Yeah, Renegade.
And then, what surprised me is that after the ultimate coming out from Kella was already used, Chaknu immediately had to stop for a little bit because he understands that if he snagged that Kufra any further, the ultimate will not be able to land. Great start from Chaknu, but it was a bad clash coming out from Omega anyways.
There were 2 fights happening. They pulled Chakno on the far end of the bottom lane, and that was just completely a complete hold for the roam of Smart Omega, and it was too late to answer for the base defense. He was just dropping quickly by the millisecond.
Yeah, this remix Ube, man, it's more aggressive, it's punchier. We didn't get to see it pop off in their first match of the day, but now up till now, they're doing really well with it.
And it's focused on kills, right? It's not just about the sustain anymore because the classic Ube that we have is it deals damage. There's a lot of poke with it, but now it's focused on dealing damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage.
It's focused on like getting kills, which is great because they have like 4 or 5 members that focus on one player, and the way that they're juggling. And the thing with the Omega is that they really succumbed to that because they went in 1 by 1 during the mid game.
Yeah, completely took that game quicker.
Yeah, and again, it's just one moment, and it's like it's frustrating also to watch in a way because it's like you already got the pick on the Oheb. Why did you all stay?
Yeah.
And
You're
that
up
was just
against
complete damage, even by the deficit.
Yeah, you're up against the Baksha. They will be able to respond quickly, and they did. They got to punish that so fast.
Yeah, I guess this is where we can say that the Baksha is a great pick for Sensui. And this is not
Yeah.
the first time that they actually played well with this hero, but
yes.
they understood the tempo that you play around it with. And if you go back to MSC, there was a time where Wise was actually utilizing this hero to great effect because they know that the speed of the Baksha is just unmatched. And even something like a Martis is not that effective against it.
You've mentioned about the tempo, you've mentioned how to even actually break it. And
Yeah.
that was the struggle of Smart Omega. How do you even pull the note out of that symphony from Blacklist International? It's too much of a damage, and there's too much of a way of like, how do you even break the teamfights of Renegade's doing from catch to catch? A lot of things to be breaking down right here, but from just moment in that winning clash of that game number 1, it was a struggle, even for Smart Omega. But Wolf, I know we have things to break down. Kindly check on what happened in game number 1 in Blacklist International.
So it was really definitely about speed and the Uber that we are talking about, and not to be confused about the brand. It's Uber, as in like superlative, like Superman and Ubermensch. That's it. Because that is definitely what we saw for the side of Blacklist International. It's not just about the sustain anymore. And okay, I really love this. The MVP of choice is Renegade, my personal MVP of that game. First 2 kills that was for Blacklist International, it was off of Renegade. The first one was when he landed that beautiful Tyrant's Revenge that was kind of delayed for a little bit. And then the second was also another snag coming out from Renegade himself. There were so many good plays that came out of Renegade's Kufra. And however we look at this match, we can definitely say that this is Renegade's time already in Blacklist International. It's going to be totally different. He played the Novaria to great effect, that's great. But now we can erase our doubts about Renegade's performance on catch type of heroes, or initiators, as we would say. Kufra has been a great pick for many other teams, but particularly for Blacklist International, that is not a hero that you would imagine. But now that Renegade is at the helm for the side of Blacklist International, we can say that yeah, it is effective. Whatever happened in this game does not erase my strong opinion about the composition of Omega. It's still not good. And we can see that through the highlights that there was not any chance for them to stop Blacklist International. Renegade just making it rain for Blacklist International. Great with the initiations and the counter plays as well. You're gonna see it back to back with his ultimate, baiting out the members of Omega, then netting more kills for the side of Blacklist International. Then Sensui, the backshot with the speed up, the ramp up. You know that he's very active in this game, outscaling or out-farming even his counterpart, the Martis, coming out from Andorio. And again, Renegade. The benefit of having the backshot in this game is that it meant that Renegade can just sit back and not be the first initiator, as we always saw, but except that one, where he was actually the first one to go in. Then he finds another one into the bottom lane. He finds more for his team, and it keeps himself always impactful or influential in many parts of this game. Ryota really trying to make it prolong the game, but it was Renegade once again who saves the day. Look at that wonderful play coming out from Chakdo, but Renegade always holds his ground. Not even a sign of panic or coming out from Renegade. He's kept his mental fortitude up, and that meant that Blacklist International will always have a good run. But look at this impact! It was, a few seconds ago in the middle part of the map, under the base, and then just at a snap, he now put some emphasis on the other side of the clash. That's so good coming up from Renegade. And this is, whatever hype there was for Renegade playing in the Rome for Blacklist International, it's well received. This game might have been prolonged, but it's only because of some heroics coming out from Ryota, good defenses coming out from Omega, and of course Blacklist International being very cautious in the late stages of the game. Maybe because they are respecting the Omega timers so much. But you can honestly say that Omega, with a combination of many factors, such as their draft not being that good in the metagame, and second, the fact that they were overwhelmed by the early game spike coming up from Blacklist International, and third, them not anticipating this uber kind of playstyle coming from Blacklist International. Combine that all together, Omega loses this in a very convincing manner from Blacklist International. Whatever happened in the first series of Blacklist International against Echo, you just have to forget that. This is a different breed of Blacklist International, different playstyle, and I think that this is gonna stay. This playstyle coming up from Blacklist International with the electric young guns that they have, even when they are so-called veterans now because of how many times they have played in MPL, they're still very electrifying. Oheb, as well as Haji and Edward, they are now leading this squad. And with Renegade, another polarizing figure in the MPL Philippines, together with Sensui, another upcoming star in this league that we have. Blacklist International have a bright future ahead. And by the way, that's just game one of this wonderful series that we have. And already a lot of things that we have been discussing. It's great to watch that series, folks. Yeah. Play like a legend with Maya and MPL-PH. Score your own limited edition MLBB card, exclusively available on Maya, which, by the way, I think OSX already has, I believe.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to actually arrive. It has my IGN. It's limited edition.
You love it.
I'm gonna get you one, by the way. I
Oh,
really
thank
had
you.
it on day
Really?
one, right? You're waiting for it.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
So it's good. It's
I
good.
want it.
So is there something here to change for Smart Omega? Yeah, the doctor is in. Is there something they needed to do against Blacklist International, Grandpa?
I didn't expect you to call me Grandpa, but all
I
right.
remember the storytelling.
Yeah, I wanted to mess with you, but you got me back good. I mean, all right, really? Okay, fine. You know what? I think maybe we can start this thinking. You know, I'm gonna fix this. I think we can talk about our social sites.
Yeah, as Renmar fixes his cane, like and follow and subscribe to our official accounts of MDL Philippines for Facebook and FB.com/MDLPH.official, and for more YouTube and official contents, it's MDL Philippines. Go ahead and follow the action, because as we go through the weeks of MPL, there's also MDL, which had the longest day, by the way. Still on the record, 52 minutes. And how's your cane?
Oh, it's good now. I think what Omega needs to do is, same as what you mentioned, they got to rethink the draft a little bit.
Yep.
I don't like that they played a little bit too defensive-minded here. A little bit too defensive-minded here. So with how Blacklist drafted and played, that's how Omega should be playing.
Yep.
Pretty much that.
It's just that.
You know, I think that in the Filipino broadcast, I don't know if some of the people that are watching us right now may have viewed it, but I did say that the Kelra that was leashed in the last season is not the gold standard that we know of. And that the gold standard we know of, it's the aggressive Kelra in Season 10, the even more aggressive Kelra in Season 9 and the seasons prior. But Season 11 changed Kelra. Maybe because he thought that maybe Jack Tomax wasn't there, maybe he changed his playstyle. But however he was playing last season is the same Kelra that I'm seeing in this particular game. That's not the Kelra that should be deployed against Blacklist International.
And by that time, I think Etimax was their captain. And now
their
he's
coach.
A coach.
Yeah, he was their coach
It was
last
different.
season.
He was on a leadership mode, and it turned out it gave a different way for Kelra to even grow something different.
Yeah. No, but didn't we laud Kelra in his performance last season? He was like the bright spot of Smart Omega. It's like we were talking about how he was like Kobe when he lost Shaq in that mode last season.
That's true, but also that's not what I'm talking about. That's not the Kelra that needs to be played in this particular game.
Oh, okay.
Because this is the Filipino Savage Kelra that needs to be there.
Turn it back on for the Filipino Savage. Now we're looking for the game phase of the day, powered by Smart Team Shooting Gallery. Who is the next winner? As we discuss on how Smart Omega will bounce back, they need to turn on their game phases back in match number 2 to push it to match number 3. Now we have a winner for our game phase of the day. All you need to do is just put in that text right on your phone with the green background, Power of Smart. Put your game face on once the camera is in front of you, and you will win a redeemable in-game code. Congratulations.
All right. That's what you're missing out on when you don't go to MPL Philippines. It's a packed house. It's a full house. We had people sitting like on our little platform here. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Even if you're missing out, go ahead and book your tickets for week number 2. There's a lot of action are spicing up in just week 1. And to think that right now we're looking forward, as Wolf mentioned, how will they channel back something old from Kelly? So how will they bounce back? You said either he goes back to his old form, old winning form, but again, not compromising everything from that moment that he wanted to grow from his own feet.
Well, number one, Kara has to just to really just muster or, just summon his previous self. But maybe another thing that they can do is if they play a hero for Rebo that's based on a killing, for example, because Chaknu's Kaja just actually devised for a very aggressive play. Maybe give Andoryu a much faster jungler, or maybe just just don't let go of the backshot. What I'm trying to say here is maybe to speed up Kelra, maybe they also need to speed up the other members of Omega.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the problem.
Yeah, man.
How do you break the tempo?
Yeah, when the Omega middle rotation, the roam, mid, and jungle are going fast and aggressive, that empowers your gold laner, and they need to channel that. Wolf's right.
That was a big problem though. The Baksha, it always been a crowd favorite once you have this huge mage poke and also a great tank roam. And that's a big of a problem for the team. But for the early game, we will see how this one goes for Smart Omega. How will they bounce back? We're back in the draft. It's game number 2. What side is Smart Omega going to be? Will it be the blue? Will it be the red? Because at some point, the things will change in this draft. They will have a priority, will have something to change. And as going with the storyline with these two greatest rivalries, they go with the blue side.
All the evil gods.
Again.
Okay, so maybe Fred. Maybe. Do you even first pick the Fredrin now if you're Omega? I think you're gonna be fine if something like a Bruno is picked up, or maybe Edith actually.
Again,
Oh, they banned it.
Oh, they banned it themselves. So that's a good ban, by the way. But that opens up Paquito still. So maybe Omega is still eyeing the Paquito. And maybe give that to Andoryu instead of Ryota, right?
Yeah. Flex pick Paquito would be great. I'm leaning more towards the Bruno here.
Yeah.
Because if they give the Paquito open and Black will decide to take it, there's at least going to be one power pick or counter pick available for Omega.
Okay, with the joy band, this is Paquito, right? Oh, Fred.
Yeah.
24/7.
I don't like it.
Yeah, like,
I just said I don't like it.
Yeah, especially with seeing how your opposing team played.
Yep.
That's not the tempo that you're looking for.
Yep.
They're gonna need to sort of, it's not a pocket cheese strat, but there are only like very specific drafts that when you play the Frederick, it will emulate what Blacklist did in game number 1.
Yes, same thing could happen, but he has the gourd. By the way, Haji had a win rate, a good win rate with this hero.
He won.
And he won.
Yep.
As this hero continues to debut and continues being used as a replacement also for an Eve, a lot of ways from the backline of the enemy can be reached.
BLCK should still be the pick here for Omega unless they decide for a different character. Still pretty good. Now, Omega is in trouble, I would say. Fredrin is a front to back. When you look at Fredrin, you almost immediately think that it will be a front to back composition. Look at the heroes of Blacklist International. They're anti-front to back.
Yeah.
This Fredrin is not going to survive.
It's going to have a really rough time.
For sure.
They need to pick up a Farsa rather. I'd rather see them pick up a Farsa now. Pick up that burst for Rebo. There you go. And the story is left.
Okay. So,
you go export now for Blacklist? Maybe you'll reconsider it because there's a Farsa. Maybe that's the only problem that you're looking at. But then again, Blacklist International, this is Edward. He can play any hero. He can even pick up the Paquito now.
Yep. Yeah, makes sense though. You have the punch, you have the knock, you have the burst. I think with the backline burst that can come from Blacklist International, with this Rizla alone, I think this is an answer for a complete CC hold. But yeah, it's the X-Borg as well. Pairing it with the Gord that had a great advantage in the games we've seen yesterday and today. I see their burst and even a force out from Smart Omega could still be happening, as you've mentioned, Wolf.
Yep. Well, Blacklist might be looking for maybe a ban on the Kaja, maybe or Chakno heroes. But that means that the Renegade heroes will also be, going to be reduced. Maybe you look now at the Kelra heroes. So Beatrix should still be a ban here for Blacklist. Gord is not that equipped to deal with the Beatrix. Maybe, maybe you. Actually, it is, because if you think about it, you have the projectile that can actually stun the Beatrix, because Beatrix, there are so many animations that you are kind of like static. So maybe they let go of the Beatrix, ban out perhaps this Claude and maybe Irithel.
Yes, I was also considering an Irithel ban too. If it's not gonna be a Beatrix ban, they'll just open it up, give it.
Yep.
Because at this point, I'd rather see a Beatrix over an Irithel.
Yeah.
That they're up against Blacklist International. For the
That's
side
right.
of Omega,
Ban Baksha.
Ban Baksha, ban Kufra. It sucks to say that we're not going to see Chaknu on his signature hero, but you got to respect what Renegade did. And so far right now with how it looks, Kufra looks good, but they're still banning the Diggy.
Yeah, you don't want that CC immunity. You don't want that counter right onto your strong composition the first 3 picks.
The bombs would really... Because Wolf already also mentioned earlier, this is not good news for a slow front to back.
Yep.
Diggy will mess that up even
Exactly.
more.
Completely.
Exactly.
And it's not good in answering in the late game moments if you still want to clutch back.
Okay. Oh yeah, Irithel looks it's a Grok. All right, understandable. That's the Chalk Mamba still. Omega, yeah, I think you still ban the Baksha. Honestly, Omega, please. At this point.
Yeah, it should be a Baksha ban.
Unless they are eyeing to pick it up and maybe switch the Fredrin to the X-Billion role.
But how? They already have a Terizla.
But they also, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
So yeah, just ban the Baksha now.
Yeah, if they ban the Baksha, Kufra and Cho will be open, so a lot of options for Renegade.
Yep.
He'll probably pick up the Kufra. And then Omega will pick up their Beatrix or Irithel.
Oh, man.
They respected it as well.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Hero of Renegade.
What about a Leslie for Omega?
Yep, that's a hero that Blacklist International themselves picked up against Bruno, and the reach for the Leslie is also greater than the Gord's reach. That could be a good hero, and you know Kelra plays that hero too.
Yeah. So the last 2 picks here of Blacklist might just be like big, beefy, meaty bodies to throw at Omega. Oh no, but they're gonna go big off. They pick up the Kaja.
Completely stealing the possible even recipe for a Fredrin first pick. One thing is also open.
Maybe
it's also a way to even utilize the Angela for themselves.
No, not at all.
No.
I think honestly Omega could just go back to Akira special, the Harith. Maybe could work. The Pope coming out from the Synchro Fission might be enough for the X-Board.
Yeah, but then if he doesn't get the Firaga armor down, what happens is that you're gonna have the X-Borg spinning behind the Harith who push forward, and then Harith
or maybe
alone.
a clip.
It's the proof that I'm still
Oh,
alive.
Oh, Brody, of course. I can't believe we forgot about the Brody.
Sometimes I do forget Brody.
It's a good way of answering the distance that Blacklist could create in team fights, and with the help of his own passive, that could easily amplify the damage once they go all in.
Yes.
Man, this
Classic.
is a shopping spree for Sensui. He can pick up Bakito, Martis, Baksha. 3 great heroes in this composition. Not a problem at all.
Yep. I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Baksha here, just to really shut them down. But if they want to end this quick, they go Martis.
Yep.
Martis or Baksha. Let's see it.
I mean, the world is his oyster, honestly, for Sensui.
Yeah, anything could.
Yeah.
Almost anything will work out here.
Yep.
Heck, pick up a Guinevere. I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it would still actually work in the back line of Omega. Also with the book. Yeah,
Of
still
course,
the
it's
same.
a
Still Baksha. Still a great answer for the Akai, even the sustain. So even for early game, you have more ways to outlast the lineup of Smart Omega.
I just want to say, right out the bat, after the draft has been laid out to us, as much as I want to see a game number 3, I don't think we are going to see it.
It's tough, yeah.
Unless a miracle coming up from Omega happens. This draft is just way too comfortable for Blacklist International.
Speaking with stats, experience, and results, looking at the same lineups and looking at the same possible ways, with the winning rate of this board, even by the advantage of having an X board, composition of Blacklist alone in principle, as Wolf said, still remaining strong. So let's see how will Smart Omega goes and try to bounce back from this. But again, you said it could be an actual miracle if that happens.
One shot sometimes is all it takes for Omega to eke out an inch out of victory. And they've got only one shot now. A classic combo in an Akai and a Farsa. A little bit more modern take on the game today. Coming in from Blacklist. Let's see who's going to come out on top.
Game number 2, Smart Omega and Blacklist International focused on the junglers of these two teams. Now a different way, we're looking at a faster position rotation from Blacklist, from the camp, and also the river right away, lying on Ryota and Rebo.
Brody should be activated early for Omega.
Yeah.
So this is this is actually a step in the right direction where we want to summon the Filipino Savage in the gold standard, going for the Rupture and Weapon Master as well. So this is really the right recipe for Omega. I wonder if they are gonna be able to use it.
Yeah. Look at him. Just you mentioned it earlier. We didn't get to see a lot of this earlier in game number 1, where Keller really taking it to OHEB duel-wise.
Adaptive penetration. Oh, have the advantage. Look at that. OHEB.
Wow.
Almost. Yep. Almost got takedown. Still a good hold from a Keller right now since we're looking for his inner
Sensui.
Ryota, trying to walk around the turret, but he can only hold on so much. As expected, he gets taken out, but Sensui himself almost taken out there as well. So let's see if Blacklist International will continue taking more risks like that.
Good thing he has level 4 right away.
Yeah.
Completely sustaining that turret.
Yeah, if I was a boxer then and I didn't have Tortoise Puissance, I'd be like, please no. I do not want to die.
Oh my goodness. Wow. Ryota missed out on one EXP cannon. That's gonna be very bad.
Oh yeah, that's
Turtle.
Yeah, that hurts. That's a lot of gold already.
Yeah, missed. First objective though.
Oh, that's insanity. Oh, somehow it goes into the hands of Chaknu. Yakai gets it. Edward really low, and somehow Omega are fighting away. What a sequence by Omega. You mentioned a miracle, Wolf, and that was near miraculous how they pulled that off.
That's the Akai roamer that got the turtle.
Yeah.
Then gets his ultimate up, and now he's ready. Oh, wait. Oh, Kilra! Look! Kilra lost one minion. That's a cannon that he wasn't able to get.
Yeah, he was peeled right away by OHEB with just few hits of the ball.
Yeah, and at the same time, I think Keller was also looking like that and thinking, this is kind of fishy. Someone might be rotating here to me. There wasn't, though. But you're going to understand the safety that Keller's thinking about as Keller and Landori are trying to stop Sensui. Bit of a taunt. Who gets this orange buff? Be bad news for Omega's role here that they somehow found. But Blacklist already pushing Keller back behind the first turret. They're going to need Chaknu. Help him out here. There comes the heavy spin. He's going to be pushing back Renegade onto the wall. Keller damaging onto Renegade, but Renegade gets the flicker away. Chaknu and the rest of Omega help their gold laner to hold on to that tower.
It's finally good to see an Akai roam. In what season that we last saw this choice? And it's completely going well, slowly for Chaknu, forcing something out from Renegade and even from the members of Blacklist in smoother going in rotations.
Well done coming out from Blacklist as they wanted to go to be aggressive, and they did. However, Omega stood their ground, and Andoryu able to keep his toes up as well. He's now a little bit leading. I believe that he does have a little bit more gold over his matchup.
Yeah.
Topside, Andoryu and Ryota.
Edward gets the coin.
Oh, they're trying to take away the Faraga armor. Yeah, they take it away, but yeah, Edward gets the coin.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's happy.
Yeah, he cooked that crab. Oh,
Yep.
now I'm hungry.
Completely.
He got the flicker away. If he didn't get to do that, it would have been bad news for him. Reba already with a feathered airstrike, but he gets stunned. The stun coming in from that gourd, but it's the torn apart memory. Take it away, Haji.
Haji was looking for a way to burst that down, but the strength and even the armor of Omega from that point was too much for that burst alone.
Oh, Chaplin needs to be careful here. Sensui rolling down. Oh, Chaplin is gone at this point. no flicker with him, and he's not going to be able to get away. Omega get the turtle, but they lose the roamer downside, and Killer still trying. Oh, the turtle part memory. Rena J and Oheb are low. Is Keller actually going to try and get close to it? No, he said too risky. But this is the Filipino Savage with a savage performance right now in lane.
There was a follow-up though on Dario and Sensui.
Oh, somehow Sensui's going to get found out. Rebo with a feather dash strikes Sensui. Still one more hit. Oh, he survives. Todd, smack, upbraids his wrath. But Haji finds Rebo in the back. A trade. Sensui falls, but Rebo falls as well.
Absolutely a good trade for Omega. I mean, Rebo was taken out for sure, but Haji was just too focused on taking out Rebo that he wasn't able to defend his teammate. They would have gotten away better if Sensui had gone out and maybe Haji was taken out. But imagine what Blacklist lost. They lost their jungler, the backshot that needs to snowball, and they also lost the turret down bottom to Kelra, of all people. And we were talking about how important it is for Omega to summon the Filipino Savage.
Yeah.
And there he goes. One kill for Kelra. Now switching lanes up top. He is activated now.
And Omega have done what we prescribed from them earlier. Make sure your mid rotation is fast and can support Kelra, and they've done just that.
Yeah, speaking of doing something good, look at that. Projectile just hit on Chaknu. A lot of vision checks that the Gourd alone can do. But just by the items we're looking on our screens, how much poke? I see so much cooldown reduction being built here by Black International. 2 members in already, also with the Slow Wolf.
Yep.
Oh, action down bottom. Ryota goes in. He finds Oheb, but Oheb going to be able to slide, tackle on out of there. Then Chaknu gets suppressed. Divine Judgment interrupts the heavy spin. The Feather Dash Strike not enough to reach Oheb, and he's trying to chase after Oheb, Chaknu, and then Chaknu is going to fall, but it's going to be a trade. Sensui for Chaknu, and here comes Ryota. Look at Ryota trying to delay the members of Blacklist International for Keller and Omega. But now here comes Edward from behind. He is Faraga. Armor will not hold. It gets interrupted. The last Insanity already forced to use the Flicker to get on out of there, but that's going to be Renegade interrupted with his recall as well as Andoryu pushes forward, and Omega somehow they lose the trade though. They lose the trade, but who's gonna get the purple buff? And it's still Oheb. Appraiser's Wrath, it hurts. Blacklist are forced to go back just a little bit.
My God, unlimited clashes and skirmishes from both Omega, so it's Blacklist. Blacklist get away with 2 kills to 1, but that is still Sensui. And it all, if you think about it, Omega might be happy because of that. Because now they transition into taking the purple, then the turtle. So even when it's a 1-for-2, Omega's very happy. They even got the turret in the mid lane. So.
Conceal player. Renegade and Haji. Oheb close to there as well. Oh, he's going to be going in already. Heavy spin onto Oheb right under tower. Ryota looks like he's not going to be able to enter just yet. Rebo with a feather dash strike. Chapman brought really low, but Oheb is holding on. Here comes Edward from the back. Last Insanity takes out Chapnu, and it takes out Counter. No! The flicker! Torn apart memory, but here comes the Zen Master. Sensui takes out Kelra. 3 down from Omega. Only Edward falls on the side of Blacklist International. And they're not done yet. Sensui finds Andoryu again. He's going to be able to get away, but Ryota is helping him out. Ryota looking after Oheb. Is he going to be able to take him out? The execute of the Terizla does. And Andoryu still alive, but the pull from Renegade onto Ryota and the lifesteal. What the heck? How did he hold on that long? Andoryu gets taken out by Haji. Sensui gets taken out by Rebo. Fight forever. Omega and Blacklist International.
A series of team fights, a tug of war at hand, and Blacklist slowly get an advantage from that team fight, Wolf.
Here, it's Haji. It was Haji's game. The Royal Rumble favored Blacklist International because of Haji. First, he was the one that stunned the members of Omega when Chaknu went in for Oheb. Oheb survived first because there was no one to follow up Chaknu after that dash because of the delay coming up from the projectile of Haji. Then Rebo wanted to go for the Feather Dash Strike, almost taken out Oheb. But Haji was there once again with the ultimate. Then he lands another stun, and another stun, and another stun. And in the end, Blacklist came up on top. Haji is the MVP of that clash.
5-1-1 KDA. The Gourd, the Haji of Blacklist International.
The security Gourd.
Security Gourd, yes, correct. And having a complete advantage on AoE, even the area of responsibility of the burst, is a lot of way of bursting potential against Smart Omega, but they're not too far gone. Even with a small lead, they're slowly building up to have more sustain to hold ganks like this.
Oh, the flicker! Heavy spin forward. Suzuki's going to get pushed back. Are they going to be able to take down the jungler of Blacklist International? No, they won't. Feathered airstrike already committed. Here comes Renegade with a flicker. Divine Judgment. Taking out Reaper, but Ryota with the entry. Is the damage going to be there? They don't have their Farsa. And there's the Filipino Savage with a kill onto Sensui. With all that action, only one falls open. Look at Dorio! The Brazer's wrath is felt by Oheb. Omega have control on this Lord. And who is gonna get it? Edward. Is he gonna lose his frog armor? Yes, he is. Omega holding on. Blacklist only has 3, Renegade, Haji, and Edward. Can they somehow pull off a miracle? Like what Chapter did to start it off, that can be the Divine Judgment. Immortality pop. Chapter going down here means a push wouldn't be that great for Omega. Omega gets the Lord, but they lose their target. Here comes Ryota again! Scored apart memory, not going to be enough to take anyone down. And Ryota, the execute, takes out the immortality of Edward's X-Borg break. Because here comes the Lord.
My goodness. What a play coming up from Haji, flickering sideways with the Mystic Gush available. And that actually aided their team to get out. Kelra missed the jump. Instead of jumping into Haji for the stun, he actually hit the Lizard. Nevertheless, Omega still gets the Lord. The Blacklist International only losing the immortality afterwards.
Yeah, we were looking at the draft of Smart Omega earlier. A miracle was the one that we were hoping for to make this lineup work. But that backline penalty zone of Ryota alone, the catch of 4 members of Blacklist International, gave them so much zone out to secure that objective. And they forced out their last insanity onto Edward.
Oh, that's big. That's big for Omega right now, Wolf.
100%, because now they have the map control. We're talking about the aggression. Look at them go with the conceal play.
They have flickers. Ryota doesn't have this just yet. Oh, I feel like it would have been better if they waited for Ryota's flicker to be off cooldown before they pulled that conceal.
That's right. And speaking of waiting, I think that Omega has been miraculously winning the team fights despite them not waiting for their ultimates to be up. Imagine, Ryota has been landing good ultimates with the penalties, all right? But there wasn't any follow-up, but they somehow win still.
Yeah, this was the moment.
That
That 4-man penalty zone.
Man!
That forced Haji to go out of area of responsibility just by having the safety for his own self.
Oh, the Atoy army are looking at their general and says, "Nice one, General. We're so proud of you."
Atoy R. Ryota on that to Rizla. BPZ. Deadly. Landings of that ultimate alone. Speaking of which,
he steals it. Adori gets to steal away the purple buff of Blacklist. Needs to get away. Braces Wrath. It gets pushed back a bit. No, Edward! Last Insanity takes out Andoryu. A massive miscalculation by Omega. Edward's fire stakes pulling back Andoryu just enough.
Exactly. And you know what happened? When Andoryu wanted to go for the play, he actually hit a lot of members of Blacklist, but again, no follow-up. Because of who? Haji, once again. The Mystic Projectiles. Just becoming so much on point. It now acts as a way to stop the follow-up. It's like it cuts off the response coming from Omega. It cuts off the team 2 for Omega.
yeah, with that, to add more on how they would want to initiate team fights. Well, hold out, thoughts Sensui, Redmar.
Oh, Renegade, with the Divine Judgment flicker. He finds Chapter, heavy spin. Not going to be the follow-up, but here comes Rebo with a feather airstrike right out of zone. Ryota trying to go in, fighting something. Edward probably low last insanity, forced out just to get out. Breathe again. No one gets taken out. Wow.
The nature of the ultimates of Omega's composition. Once they commit, one Chapters commit, it's just the go time for Omega. But if they lose the distance that Blacklist International is creating, that's just game over for them. Either they want to survive the tug of war or they sustain the fight.
Ryota brought really low. Chapter goes in with a heavy spin. No, he doesn't have it just yet. He got canceled apparently, but Chapter falls. A miscalculation from Omega or a great counterplay by Blacklist. A kill out of the guard. And again, Ryota with a massive penalty zone. Is it enough? Edward goes in. Last insanity. Finds two. Flicker. Kelra, Repo are low. The Lord goes to. Ooh, gets it. It's Blacklist. Sensui gets it. Andoryu with heroics. Andoryu with a double kill. But somehow, Blacklist are the ones to walk away with the Lord.
Unbelievable from both teams even. Everybody's just playing so well. Blacklist International secures the Lord. And it's off of some heroics, of course. Blacklist International. Haji was already in a compromised spot, but he does have the Winter Truncheon. And all of a sudden, Omega's timing was bad. Edward with the jump with the flicker, almost taking out Kelra. Miraculously, Kelra gets out. I don't know how he did it, but he was able to stand up and get out. But for some reason, Blacklist International pushed back the members of Omega, and then Sensui keeps himself alive, gets the Lord, wins the fight for Blacklist.
We were talking about that earlier. How will you mind the gap? How will you even compensate for the missed ultimate? But Omega, with the sustain that they have right now, 15 minutes in, I think the tools that they have has more ways to even be utilized by the burst of Blacklist International.
It's a
by
great
the set of Sensui that got caught though.
It's a great high ground defense. Sensui takes a fair amount of damage. Don't march in. Chakli go in again with a heavy spin. He got this too. Oheb is down. Oheb is down. I repeat, the Filipino sniper has been taken out by Kelra himself. And somehow Omega walk away, only losing a turn in the bottom.
Ryota's flicker.
And the mid-turn only brought low. Ryota has flicker. Blacklist made the right call to get away on out of there. Chaknu from out of nowhere with a heavy spin. That was massive.
Condor is out for blood. For some reason, they're the ones being aggressive. They have to mind their minions, by the way.
Yeah, they're side lanes.
Their side lanes just pushing up and down.
Do they just like seeing the color red? Yeah. Well, I do. I mean, it's a pretty color.
It's a pretty color.
But yeah, this is the right call. Clear the minion waves. There you go. But I think it's such an Omega thing to do. To even think that, like, you know what? I think my opponents are just a little bit too far out. I want to try and take them out.
Yep.
And as long as they have this opportunity, just actually take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Edward being like very experienced going up against Omega, he did not completely back off. So we're going to see it once again. It was definitely Chaknu that landed the beautiful stun, and unfortunately Rebo is just way out of range, right?
Yeah.
I think that Rebo as well, I know that Rebo is a veteran, but kind of feels like Omega still is not that used to having Rebo on the lineup. Imagine if it was Etomax. I'm sure that they will be layering all their ultimates way better. But I guess some jitters between like having Rebo in the lineup for Omega.
Yeah, it hasn't fully gelled yet.
Yeah,
like
there's
disconnected
always,
with Chaknu.
there's just always a test on how will the day one would actually go with this kind of lineup. And for a start, it's not so bad. And it's just it needs a little press. It needs a little heat to even be glued to that place. So if that happens, I think Omega could have a strong lineup if they go up against such a strong teams as this. So with this kind of situation, 18 minutes in, a few of a gold lead right now is with Black International. A make or break, but looking for angles to the right setup, they need to respect Omega's strength right now. They just keep on doing that. Few minutes ago.
Chakno and Rebo, Akai and Farsa, this combination, a massive setup, 2, 3, distance right, timing right, can change the game for the better for Omega. For Blacklist, they are in a comfortable spot here, but it is still too close to call. Still too close. Terran going to pull the trigger just yet. A lot of damage with Ryota. Fire Snakes pulling him back. Ryota already forced to use the penalty zone. That is a desperation move if I've ever seen one. Renegade with a flicker. Divine Judgment conceal. They have taken down Kelra. Last Insanity. Bang! Agent Zero finds Kelra, but Adoryu gets the Lord! Will that be enough? Those heroics! Haji is chasing after Chaknu. Look at Adoryu face 4 members of Blacklist and hold on. He's trying to get something for the team, but no! Omega have to defend 5v2.
Amazing takedown onto Kelra. By the looks of how Chaknu wanted to have an advantage to push back Haji, they chased each other back in the bottom lane. And to think that the damage would be enough.
Oh, Renegade with a Divine Judgment. Feathered Airstrike, just trying to buy time so he survives. The Immortality has been popped, and so has the Terizla.
It's too much. It's too much for Smart Omega. 2 members left to defend, Rebo and Kelra. Still minion waves though. But they want to clear more of the path right now. 19 minutes. How is this going, Wolf?
Oh, Renegade with the plays. That's the guy. Was able to snag Kelra, and of course, Edward knew exactly how to use the X-Borg against a hero that has immortality. So what you do is to wait for, of course, the immortality to pop, and then pop your ultimate as well, time your ultimate with it, and that's exactly how Kelra died afterwards. Renegade with a place, and then he gets the snag onto Ryota once again. Had it not been for Andoriu's heroics, this game would have been over because Blacklist will not have to deal with the Lord push. Coming up for Omega, the Lord spawning. But we stay here.
Yeah.
For Blacklist International.
Yeah,
My goodness.
And if that moment was missed by Andoriu, man, they really know how to stand their ground right here.
Blacklist, now they are on the precipice of getting a 2-0. This night is already flawless. Don't let it go, Blacklist.
Oh no, they spotted one Sensui.
Sensui brought really low there, taunt back by Andoriu. Brought down to 65%. Both teams, you can feel the tension, you can feel the caution. It's still too close to call. But Blacklist International have a comfortable tower lead, and so far the team fights have been going their way. Whoever makes the first big mistake, whoever makes the first big move that goes right, they will be the ones to determine the victor of this game, and maybe even potentially the series.
How do you even break the momentum of Blacklist International right now? From that moment that we saw that objective take, you saw how Ryota actually pressed the ultimate right away for a way to escape his possible takedown from Blacklist International. And with the lineup right now, there's so much force that they can do to force out members of Omega.
Oh, concealed forward by Blacklist, concealed back by Omega. Kelra gets divine judgmented back by Chaplin with a pushback. Kelra gets taken out. No more marksman here for the members of Omega. Blacklist International have taken down 2. This is not good for the Barangay as the code breakers, those who are truly top tier, are on the cusp of victory, are on the cusp of a 2-0. I said only one goal remains. Break the base. Blacklist International, but here goes Ryota with a massive penalty. No! Andoriu! Is that enough? Oh, Feather Dash Strike. Force back the members of Blacklist. It's just Ryota. It's just Ribo. And somehow,
the base completely open for Blacklist. They're few seconds away, and they've taken it in a dominating fashion. Blacklist wins with a 2-0 against the Barangay.
They've broken the base, and they've broken the code of the Barangay. This winning moment is brought to you by our official sponsor, FWD Life Insurance. Blacklist wins 2-0 over Omega.
Renegade with the play. Can't believe I'm saying it once again, especially when he's surrounded by Haji, by Edward, and by Ohem, the MV3. You know that they performed well, but my goodness, the Hitman he made the winning play.
Renegade,
Agent
so many good
47.
Renegade, he has found. You know what? This is Uber, yes, but this reminds me of Season 8 Blacklist International when Haji held the Rome. Renegade channeling that spirit, and you see Kelra and Renegade meeting each other again. A nice exchange between these two teams.
That was so close. Andoriu had a way.
The Praisers ref, man.
That was so good of a burst counter. We thought it was too far for Blacklist to even end the game.
They had it already. Kelra was winning. Kelra was being the Filipino savage. You can see Chaklu just landing good heavy spins, and even Ryota, right? But I guess I don't know. I am not blaming Rebo here, but it kind of feels like the chemistry is not there yet for Omega. They're landing good stuff. They're catching people, but there wasn't any layering afterwards. That's really what they needed to work on.
Yeah, I think that's a good point.
What he said.
Yeah,
what he said.
Even on even today, number 1.
What he said.
Even on Blacklist International start, you're hearing the crowd roar in the MPL arena. They're going crazy. They're going wild for this win. And to add more on that point, Wolf, you're right. Because at some point, even the Blacklist International day number 1, even with the synergy, even with the development between Haji and the Hitman himself, it's far to it developed so quickly. And that is just a testament that you actually need more time to even develop great recipe.
Yeah, but it looks like Blacklist has had a lot of time to work on it.
Absolutely.
From what I've seen them and how they performed in the Snapdragon Pro Series to now, night and day, and you know that's hard work. You know that's a lot of dedication.
That's right.
And right now, Blacklist may have taken it, and it was a beautiful series, and now they are on a fantastic run. 2 sweeps back to back. Omega needs a little bit more time cooking.
I agree. I can't believe that we saw that though. By the way, to all of the viewers out there, especially for the Filipino fans, we invite you to come here. My goodness, the energy, the electricity, it's just way different.
Yeah.
I know.
Man, the intensity of the crowd is great here.
We even made someone even stand in his own chair.
That wasn't me.
Yeah.
Everyone.
A lot of people are standing in the chairs, but that was a
everyone.
winning moment.
Almost, almost everyone.
Yeah, almost everyone.
The electricity on the air you feel right now as I even take a look on the crowd. And then this happens for straight 6 weeks in the Shooting Gallery Studios. Amazing. Amazing game we've seen today. Blacklist International completely in a winning form. A new.
I'm not gonna hide it, man. That got me sweaty. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the MP3.
You good? You good? Yeah.
I'm not that good,
Yeah.
but
Good.
I'm
Yeah,
good,
you're
man.
you're
I'm good.
I'm selling this. I'm making money from your sweat. No, I won't.
Yeah, probably ran well complete steps today. But the action of that match alone.
this is just week 1 of MPL, by the way.
I love it.
Roller coaster of emotions. No team with a perfect record, I believe. Or was it? Yeah. No,
Yeah, even Bren.
Yeah, no
was
team.
lost
No
today.
team with a
No
perfect
team with a
record.
perfect record.
Yeah, Echo lost 2, right?
Yeah, so
Brent lost 2.
no streaks. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
That's right. Or Echo maybe. But did they lose one of them?
they lost one
One.
game.
Against ours. Oh,
to
against
Onyx.
Onyx.
Just a game.
Yeah, that's
Series
2-1.
loss,
None.
but no one has a perfect game record yet.
And in the first week of MPL.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
And this is the road to M5.
Yeah, the
Like-
road to M5.
What's in your head, can you even name like top 5 plays? Because there's maybe 20 for sure.
For this weekend alone. This
weekend
opening weekend alone.
From this match alone, you already have like at least 2 candidates.
That's right.
How'd you make it 3? And then a lot, man. Whoever's in charge of picking the top 5 plays in the highlights, good luck to you.
Good luck to you.
There's so much you can pick from.
Choose wisely.
Yeah, choose wisely. Choose wisely.
Because there was a lot of turnarounds that we've seen, even from 10K goal deficits and even from a lead with a small amount of lead, but just having the small mistakes being committed. And this just shows that our teams right now in MPL Season 12 just got stronger.
That's why we made our tagline, Mas Pinas Lakas. Philippines even stronger. Well, how that strength shows itself comes out in different ways. We saw one way here, we saw one way this weekend, and it's been beautiful.
Yeah. I'm loving the Uber, by the way.
The Uber strat.
This is because it's very clear that they're grouping up. It's very clear that there's a timing, and it's very clear that it's fast.
Yeah, the Uber strap really grabs your attention.
Yeah. Ultimate bonding experience remix. Yeah, that's new. So let's not wait any longer. Let's throw it over to Mara Aquino together with Blacklist International with their winning interview.
Thank you, casters. Let me hear it from the agents. Blacklist? And they keep breaking the code. Congratulations to Blacklist International. At si Oheb, katabi ko ngayon. Alam mo, Oheb may nagsabi na yung gold lane daw, walang impact, kaya hindi kailangan paghandaan. Ngayon, na-sweep mo ang iyong kalaban. Anong masasabi mo doon?
Kita naman hindi nga naganda. Ano pa, partida, wala pa akong impact niyan.
Wala pa ba yun? Wala pa ba yun?
Wala pa daw, sabi niya
Oo. Pero alam mo, si Oheb, sa sobrang bait niya, ayaw talaga niyang magsalita. Hindi ko na lang, sa mga manonood na nag-wonder kung sino nagsabi nun, mag-research na lang kayo para malaman niyo kung sino nga ba. Sino nga ba yun? Okay, see, binubulong nila.
Mas maganda na lang manahimik siguro. Parang mas masaya maglaro.
Wala akong binabanggit na names. Okay, but you did so well today at napatunayan mo ang iyong husay pagdating sa ML. At totoo naman, minsan hindi na kailangan magsalita. So good job, Oheb. Ang napansin din namin kanina, yung maturity at leadership ni Haji. Let's give him a round of applause. Itong si Haji. Si Haji, alam mo, nag-mature ka nga daw, yun ang pinupoint out ng casters sa desk. Anong nag-contribute sa maturity mo? Kasi nakikita ka namin, mahiyain ka, hindi ka masyado nagsasalita in person, minsan nga hindi ka tumitingin sa mata eh. Pero when it comes to the game, kitang-kita yung leadership mo. Anong nakatulong para sa'yo?
Siguro po ako po yung naglilid sa kanila, paano ba yun?
O, tulungan mo, Ryan and Jay.
Nagli-lead by example sa kanila.
Lead by example.
For example po, sa pagiging disiplina po. Tapos, ako na rin po yung, yung po, basta pagiging disiplina po.
Uy, pero may confidence siya ngayon. Kinuha niya yung... Magpalakpakan niyo nga si Haji. Dahil hindi makompleto ni Haji ang gusto niyang sabihin, tutulungan siya ni Rana J. Tutulungan mo siya kasi hindi niya makompleto yung sinasabi niya. Sobrang mature nga daw siya ngayon as a team captain. Nagbago, kitang-kita yun sa laban.
Opo. Tapos as a captain po si Haji, siya po yung parang sinusundan lahat naming apat. Like, siya po yung namin, parang boss namin, ganun. Kung ano po yung mga ginagawa niya, ginagaya namin. Kasi puro goods naman po yung mga ginagawa niya. And yun, may iyain lang po yan sa interview, pero vocal po yan sa sa team. Siya po yung ayun.
What a nice leader! Eto, i-announce natin ngayon ang ating match MVP. Let me hear some names. Sino sa tingin nyo? Ang dami mga names. Alright, take a look at the screen as we reveal our match MVP, Rana J. Rana J, okay, anong masasabi mo sa laban ngayon? That you guys, iba sa unang laban na pinakita nyo, you guys were able to bounce back. You're getting stronger and stronger. Pinapakita mo naman yung hero pool mo. At anong masasabi mo din sa lahat ng mga fans?
Una-una, syempre, thank you kay Lord kasi binigyan niya kami ng 2-0 ngayon. And thank you sa mga fans na pumunta dyan. Maraming salamat po. Tsaka yun, pinakita lang naman namin yung mga pinapractice namin sa screens. Yun naman, naging successful naman po, nalabas namin lahat siya sa in-game. Kaya yun, dapat maging consistent lang kami. Huwag mo nalalaki ulo.
Alright, great point and congratulations once again. Blacklist International. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Blacklist International, learning from every game.
Edward.
Oh, happy birthday, Edward! Everybody, let's sing him a quick happy birthday. Happy birthday. Edward, happy birthday kay Edward bukas. Isang happy birthday all together. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday, Edward. It's gonna be a great celebration tonight with that sweep. We're gonna break that down for you, kaya babalik natin sa ating casters. Pass up.
Amazing interview as always, Mara, and that is just Blacklist International changing from what we saw back then in the few seasons. Now they're more disciplined, they're more ready, and they want to be more consistent, as Renee said us from the interview.
Yeah, hell of a early birthday gift there for Edward, but yeah, right. Renee, man, Agent 47. What? I am speechless.
Why is he 47?
The Hitman.
Because of the Hitman?
Yeah.
Agent 47. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know.
You know. That's our Series MVP. Renee landing all the sets. Now let's throw it over to our analysts a few seconds from now because a lot of things could be broken down in the 2-0. And we saw by just in the draft, you guys mentioned a miracle could actually happen. We could just even say in game number 2, it wasn't more of a dominant, well, continuation of game number 1. It was more of Omega trying to recover. Now let's look at what happened in game number 2. Blacklist winning that fight. Wolf, break it down.
I don't want to sound like a hardcore Renegade fan here, because that's Leo. Because in that particular game and series, in fact, I definitely agree that Renegade is the MVP because of so many things. If we just look at game number 2, his initiations were so critical for the victory of Blacklist International. Remember, Blacklist International were losing this game, and Blacklist International didn't have access to Kelra because Kelra has been playing so well. But, of course, the Kaja coming out from Renegade played so well with the Conceal, and the way that they managed to win the Lord Dances just because of his initiations onto the backlines, that was actually immaculate coming out from Renegade. And of course, this is not just his performance that we have to talk about. Haji also played this well. Let's look at the highlights. Two of the most important players for Blacklist International, like how Haji was able to stop Omega from actually connecting on to their combos. And there were two factors that I would say that made it so difficult for Omega to close out on this game. First is, despite them landing good initiations with their big ultimates, there wasn't any follow-up. Sometimes Kelra's not ready. Sometimes Rebo is not ready. For example, up top lane, look at Rebo not landing some because Haji was there to stop them. And in fact, it was actually Haji that stopped them before with the Mystic Projectile. Now they take out Rebo. And watch out for Haji once again. I don't know if it will be showed up this time, but he will have another follow-up stun up the top lane, like this one. And he was there once again, safe from the penalty zone, dealing the damage onto Ryota while also handling Andoryu. Look at him go. Good stun and of course, good connection with Renegade. Once again, the kill coming out from Haji has taken out the members of Omega, and even after a good penalty zone, where's the follow-up once again, right? Omega are getting good initiations, but their synergy and their chemistry around their new lineup, it's just not visible in this game. Whereas Blacklist International, they're chaining their stunts well. Look at the usage of the fire missiles and the fire sticks coming up from Edward to disposition Rebo once again. It's a problem with this one. And of course, Edward with the flicker play to force out Kelra. Nevertheless, Sensui with what? 10 HP at this point manages to survive because of who? Oheb, as well as Haji once again dealing the damage. Look at Renegade with the conceal play to snag Kelra. And watch out for Edward. Wonderful play on the last Insanity. He knows the timing so well. And Kelra even after the flicker. And good plays, good footwork will not save you from Renegade. The Hitman, Agent 47, just dealing the damage. And of course, stopping Omega. It was very enchanting to meet Renegade in this matchup going up against Omega. And this is not the Renegade that we know of before. He really evolved, and it kind of felt like it was very true when they said that they are just applying what they learned in Screams, because it looked flawless for the side of Blacklist International. It looked like as if they really rehearsed this kind of composition. Maybe in their first series against Echo, there were so many questions about their chemistry or maybe about their jitters, but that was erased, especially after their big momentum boost yesterday. And now their win against Omega, it looked really wonderful for Blacklist International. Oheb is quietly in there actually dealing a significant amount of damage against the front-to-back composition. Dare I say, however, we said that there should be a miracle for Omega to win this game. And you saw in the latter stages the problems of Omega's draft against Blacklist International. Their front-to-back strategy that's dependent on landing the ultimates and layering them all together so that they deal the damage just didn't work. And Oheb as well as Haji, Bruno plus the Gord, they just deal so much damage to the front lines. And even Andoryu with a wonderful game already is still struggling to contain himself just because of the damage from the Gord as well as this Bruno. Edward, although facing up against the Farsa, showed us how to actually play the X-Borg against a nuke mage like the Farsa. Just make sure that you have your second skill so that you'll be able to cancel the Feather Dare Strike. We saw that many times in this game, and it was Rebo just always thinking about his positioning and his timing that his effectivity in this game is completely nullified just because of how Edward played. And of course, the cherry on the top, Renegade once again making the plays for his team. Unbelievable for performance coming out from Blacklist International. And for all of you guys out there, watch out for the weekly giveaway that will be posted on the MPL Philippines Facebook page for a chance to win your own Smart Bro devices. Mechanics to join the giveaway will be posted after this weekend's tournament. And that's it for just week number 1. And gentlemen, would you be agreeing with me that this probably is like one of the more electrifying ways to open an MPL season?
Oh, it is. As y'all put it, it's been a roller coaster of emotions. We've seen the renaissance of Renegade apparently with the Uber Strat.
The remix.
But even before that, this whole week in itself was just fantastic.
Fantastic. Renegade, the hitman himself. You are the one thing that we just saw there was this amazing breakout today. The MVP, the series MVP of the last series of the night. Imagine having that comeback recovery starting from their season match in last Friday and now completely adjusting on the fly. Amazing. Amazing recovery here.
Yeah, and I loved what we've seen from all the teams.
Yes, that's
all
right.
our teams. The mas pinaslakas spirit. Wow.
That's very true. Even a team that lost a lot, like Minana, there's a lot of improvement. This was not the Minana that we expected. Every single game went close. Maybe some jitters were seen from some of the teams that played first, but overall, everybody's just really stepped up for MPL S12.
Minana and Evos, and TNC, the confidence they play with, starting things off, the confidence of Onyx, Echo, RSG, Bren, Blacklist, Omega, everyone are putting on stellar performances in their own right, and it's a hell of a way to start week one.
Props to every team who actually stepped up in all of the matches that we've seen this week, and it's just amazing to see that we're actually capping off just week number 1, and nobody's just on a complete streak throughout comparing to season 11, and this is good. Completely, this is good. Once again, I'm OSX. This has been Renmar. This has been Wolf. It's us. Remember, we Bear Bros. Let's throw it over tomorrow to close our weekend.
And what a way to open the MPL Philippines Season 12! Sinigurado talaga na mas maangas sa ating mga kaputan na mabubusog kayo sa mas pinaigting na kompetisyon. We started the day with a miracle 2-1 comeback orchestrated by Light and RSG Philippines against the IESF champions, APBR. After that, we saw the rise of the TNC Pro team as King Kong leads the Phoenix Army to their first ever win this season with a sweep against Minana Evos. And boy, what a main event for the week. Blacklist International getting the upper hand against Smart Omega as they managed to close it in 2 games. 1 week pa lang yan. Isang linggo pa lang yan. At marami pa tayong bakbakan ng ating matutunghayan. Kaya make sure to join us again next week. Muli ako po si Mara Aquino na nagpapaalala na dito ang tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na MLBB player sa buong mundo. At ito ay mas pinaslakas. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.
The 12th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 12. Our official sponsor, Infinix. Infinix Note, ultra-fast gameplay. And FWD Life Insurance. In the epic adventure of life, FWD is your expert wingman. Celebrate your victories living with FWD. Our partners in esports. Maya, it's everything. And a bank. Secret Lab, the official gaming chair of MPL Philippines. And Pi Channel. Experience the MPL-PH Season 12 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner, Slash. If you missed the matches and want to quickly recap what happened, visit our official website for post-match reports, ph-mpl.com/news. Don't forget to catch all of our official league content on TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Habang yung blacklist ay kumakapit pa, ayaw pa rin kita na napakalakas pa rin ng Pilipinas.